Sons and Lovers. Part 1 by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 1. The Yearly Marrow Life of the Morels. The Bottoms succeeded to Hell Row. Hell Row was a block of thatched, bulging cottages that stood by the brookside on Greenhill Lane. There lived the colliers who worked in the little gin pits 2 fields away. The brook ran under the alder trees, scarcely soiled by these small mines, whose coal was drawn to the surface by donkeys that plodded wearily in a circle round a gin. And all over the countryside were these same pits, some of which had been worked in the time of Charles II. The few colliers and the donkeys burrowing down like ants into the earth, making queer mounds and little black places among the cornfields and the meadows. And the cottages of these coal miners, in blocks and pairs here and there, together with odd farms and homes of the stockingers straying over the parish, formed the village of Bestwood. Then, some 60 years ago, a sudden change took place. Gin pits were elbowed aside by the large mines of the financiers. The coal and iron field of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire was discovered. Carston, Waite, and Coba appeared. Amid tremendous excitement, Lord Palmerston formally opened the company's first mine at Spinney Park on the edge of Sherwood Forest. About this time the notorious Hell Row, which through growing old had acquired an evil reputation, was burned down, and much dirt was cleansed away. Carston, Waite, and Co. found they had struck on a good thing, so, down the valleys of the brooks from Selby and Nuttall, new mines were sunk, until soon there were 6 pits working. From Nuttall, high up on the sandstone among the woods, the railway ran past the ruined priory of the Carthusians and past Robin Hood's Well, down to Spinney Park, then on to Minton, a large mine among cornfields. From Minton across the farmlands of the valley side to Bunker's Hill, branching off there and running north to Beggarly and Selby. That looks over at Crish and the hills of Derbyshire. 6 mines like Bluck studs on the countryside, linked by a loop of fine chain, the Ret. To accommodate the regiments of miners, Carston, Waite, and Comel built the squares, great quadrangles of dwellings on the hillside of Bestwood, and then, in the brook valley, on the site of Hell Row, they erected the Bottoms. The Bottoms consisted of 6 blocks of miners' dwellings, 2 rows of 3, like the dots on a blank 6 domino, and 12 houses in a block. This double row of dwellings sat at the foot of the rather sharp slope from Bestwood, and looked out, from the attic windows at least, on the slow climb of the valley towards Selby. The houses themselves were substantial and very decent. One could walk all round, seeing little front gardens with auriculas and saxifrage in the shadow of the bottom block, sweet williams and pinks in the sunny top block, seeing neat front windows, little porches, little privet hedges, and dormer windows for the attics. But that was outside. That was the view on to the uninhabited parlors of all the colliers' wives. The dwelling room, the kitchen, was at the back of the house, facing inward between the blocks, looking at a scrubby back garden and then at the ash pits. And between the rows, between the long lines of ash pits, went the alley, where the children played and the women gossiped and the men smoked. So the actual conditions of living in the Bottoms, that was so well built and that looked so nice, were quite unsavory, because people must live in the kitchen, and the kitchens opened onto that nasty alley of ash pits. Mrs. Morel was not anxious to move into the Bottoms, which was already 12 years old and on the downward path, when she descended to it from Bestwood. But it was the best she could do. Moreover, she had an end house in one of the top blocks, and thus had only one neighbor. On the other side, an extra strip of garden. And, having an end house, she enjoyed a kind of aristocracy among the other women of the between houses, because her rent was 5 shillings and 6 instead of 5 shillings a week. But this superiority in station was not much consolation to Mrs. Morel. She was 31 years old and had been married 8 years. A rather small woman, of delicate mold but resolute bearing, She shrank a little from the first contact with the Bottoms women. She came down in the July, and in the September expected her third baby. Her husband was a miner. They had only been in their new home 3 weeks when the wakes or fair began. Morel, she knew, was sure to make a holiday of it. He went off early on the Monday morning, the day of the fair. The 2 children were highly excited. William, a boy of 7, fled off immediately after breakfast to prowl round the wakes ground, leaving Annie, who was only 5, to whine all morning to go also. Mrs. Morel did her work. She scarcely knew her neighbors yet, and knew no one with whom to trust a little girl, so she promised to take her to the wakes after dinner. William appeared at 12:30. He was a very active lad, fair-haired, freckled, with a touch of the Dane or Norwegian about him. "Can I have my dinner, mother?" he cried, rushing in with his cap on. "'Cause it begins at 1:30, the man says so." "You can have your dinner as soon as it's done," replied the mother. "Isn't it done?" he cried, his blue eyes staring at her in indignation. "Then I'm goin' be out it. You'll do nothing of the sort. It will be done in 5 minutes. It is only 12:30. "They'll be beginning in," the boy half cried, half shouted. "You won't die if they do," said the mother. "Besides, it's only 12:30. So you've a full hour." The lad began hastily to lay the table, and directly the 3 sat down, they were eating batter pudding and jam when the boy jumped off his chair and stood perfectly stiff. Some distance away could be heard the first small braying of a merry-go-round and the tooting of a horn. His face quivered as he looked at his mother. "I told you," he said, running to the dresser for his cap. "Take your pudding in your hand, and it's only 1:05, so you were wrong. You haven't got your 2 pence," cried the mother in a breath. The boy came back, bitterly disappointed, for his 2 pence, then went off without a word. "I want to go, I want to go," said Annie, beginning to cry. "Well, and you shall go, whining, wizening little stick," said the mother. And later in the afternoon she trudged up the hill under the tall hedge with her child. The hay was gathered from the fields, and cattle were turned on to the eddish. It was warm, peaceful. Mrs. Morel did not like the wakes. There were 2 sets of horses, one going by steam, one pulled round by a pony. 3 organs were grinding, and there came odd cracks of pistol shots, fearful screeching of the coconut man's rattle, shouts of the Aunt Sally man, screeches from the peep-show lady. The mother perceived her son gazing enraptured outside the Lion Wallace booth at the pictures of this famous lion that had killed a Negro and maimed for life 2 white men. She left him alone and went to get Annie a spin of toffee. Presently the lad stood in front of her, wildly excited. "You never said you was coming. Isn't that a lot of things? That lion's killed 3. Men, I'll spend my 2 pence, and look here." He pulled from his pocket 2 egg cups with pink moss roses on them. "I got these from that stall where y'ave get them marbles in them holes. And I got these 2 in 2 goes, a penny a go. They've got moss roses on. Look here, I wanted these." She knew he wanted them for her. She said, pleased. "They are pretty. Shall you carry 'em, 'cause I'm frightened to break in?" He was tipful of excitement now she had come, led her about the ground, showed her everything. Then, at the peep show, she explained the pictures, in a sort of story, to which he listened as if spellbound. He would not leave her. All the time he stuck close to her, bristling with a small boy's pride of her. For no other woman looked such a lady as she did, in her little black bonnet and her cloak. She smiled when she saw women she knew. When she was tired, she said to her son, "Well, are you coming now or later?" "Are you you're ready?" he cried, his face full of reproach. "Already? It is past 4, I know. What are you going to ready for?" he lamented. "You needn't come if you don't want," she said. And she went slowly away with her little girl, whilst her son stood watching her, cut to the heart to let her go, and yet unable to leave the wakes. As she crossed the open ground in front of the moon and stars, she heard men shouting and smelled the beer and hurried a little, thinking her husband was probably in the bar. At about 6:30, her son came home, tired now, rather pale, and somewhat wretched. He was miserable, though he did not know it, because he had let her go alone. Since she had gone, he had not enjoyed his wakes. "Has my dad been?" he asked. "No," said the mother. "He's helping to wait at the moon and stars. I seed him through that black tin stuff wi' holes in on the window while his sleeves rolled up." "Ha!" exclaimed the mother shortly. "He's got no money, and he'll be satisfied if he gets his lowance, whether they give him more or not." When the light was fading and Mrs. Morel could see no more to sew, she rose and went to the door. Everywhere was the sound of excitement, the restlessness of the holiday, that at last infected her. She went out into the side garden. Women were coming home from the wakes, the children hugging a white lamb with green legs or a wooden horse. Occasionally a man lurched past, almost as full as he could carry. Sometimes a good husband came along with his family peacefully. But usually the women and children were alone. The stay-at-home mothers stood gossiping at the corners of the alley as the twilight sank, folding their arms under their white aprons. Mrs. Morel was alone, but she was used to it. Her son and her little girl slept upstairs. So it seemed. Her home was there behind her, fixed and stable. But she felt wretched with the coming child. The world seemed a dreary place, where nothing else would happen for her, at least until William grew up. But for herself, nothing but this dreary endurance till the children grew up. And the children, she could not afford to have this third. She did not want it. The father was serving beer in a public house, swilling himself drunk. She despised him and was tied to him. This coming child was too much for her. If it were not for William and Annie, she was sick of it, the struggle with poverty and ugliness and meanness. She went into the front garden, feeling too heavy to take herself out, yet unable to stay indoors. The heat suffocated her. And looking ahead, the prospect of her life made her feel as if she were buried alive. The front garden was a small square with a privet hedge. There she stood, trying to soothe herself with the scent of flowers and the fading, beautiful evening. Opposite her small gate was the stile that led uphill, under the tall hedge between the burning glow of the cut pastures. The sky overhead throbbed and pulsed with light. The glow sank quickly off the field. The earth and the hedges smoked dusk. As it grew dark, a ruddy glare came out on the hilltop, and out of the glare the diminished commotion of the fair. Sometimes, down the trough of darkness formed by the path under the hedges, men came lurching home. One young man lapsed into a run down the steep bit that ended the hill, and went with a crash into the stile. Mrs. Morel shuddered. He picked himself up, swearing viciously, rather pathetically, as if he thought the stile had wanted to hurt him. She went indoors, wondering if things were never going to alter. She was beginning by now to realize that they would not. She seemed so far away from her girlhood. She wondered if it were the same person walking heavily up the back garden at the Bottoms as had run so lightly up the breakwater at Sheerness 10 years before. "What have I to do with it?" she said to herself. "What have I to do with that?" she said to herself. "What have I to do with all this, even the child I am going to have? It doesn't seem as if I were taken into account." Sometimes life takes hold of one, carries the body along, accomplishes one's history, and yet is not real, but leaves oneself, as it were, slurred over. "I wait," Mrs. Morel said to herself. "I wait, and what I wait for can never come." Then she straightened the kitchen, lit the lamp, mended the fire, looked out the washing for the next day, and put it to soak. After which she sat down to her sewing. Through the long hours her needle flashed regularly through the stuff. Occasionally she sighed, moving to relieve herself, and all the time she was thinking how to make the most of what she had, for the children's sakes. At 11:30 her husband came. His cheeks were very red and very shiny above his black mustache. His head nodded slightly. He was pleased with himself. Oh, waitin' for me, lass. I been on Pin Anthony, and what's think he's gen me? The twaid are a lousy huff crown, and that's every penny he thinks you've made the rest up in beer, she said shortly. And Ivan that I aven't. You believe me, I've a very little this day, I haven't all. His voice went tender. Here, and I browt thee a bit of brandy snap, and a coconut for the children. He laid the gingerbread and the coconut, a hairy object, on the table. Nay, the never said thank ye for no what I life, did tear. As a compromise, she picked up the coconut and shook it to see if it had any milk. It's a good un. You may back your life of that. I got it fra Bill Hodgkisson. Bill Hodgkisson? Bill, I says, the non wants them 3 nuts, does ter? Arena ter forgeen me one for. My bit of a lad and wench? I ham Walter, my lad, says, die which on 'em tears a mind, and so I took one and thanked him. I didn't like tear shake it afore his eyes, but says, tha'd better my, sure it's a good un, Walt. And so yer see, I knowed it was. He's a nice chap, is Bill Hodgkisson, as a nice chap. A man will part with anything so long as he's drunk, and you're drunk along with him, said Mrs. Morel. The mucky little hussy who's drunk I shall like ter know, said Morel. He was extraordinarily pleased with himself because of his day's helping to wait in the moon and stars. He chattered on. Mrs. Morel, very tired and sick of his babble, went to bed as quickly as possible while he raked the fire. Mrs. Morel came of a good old burgher family, famous independents who had fought with Colonel Hutchinson and who remained stout Congregationalists. Her grandfather had gone bankrupt in the lace market at a time when so many lace manufacturers were ruined in Nottingham. Her father, George Carpert, was an engineer, a large, handsome, haughty man, proud of his fair skin and blue eyes, but more proud still of his integrity. Gertrude resembled her mother in her small build, but her temper, proud and unyielding, she had from the Coppards. George Carpert was bitterly galled by his own poverty. He became foreman of the engineers in the dockyard at Sheerness. Mrs. Morel Gertrude was the second daughter. She favored her mother, loved her mother best of all, but she had the Coppards' clear, defiant blue eyes and their broad brow. She remembered to have hated her father's overbearing manner towards her gentle, humorous, kindly-souled mother. She remembered running over the breakwater at Sheerness and finding the boat. She remembered to have been petted and flattered by all the men when she had gone to the dockyard, for she was a delicate, rather proud child. She remembered the funny old mistress whose assistant she had become, whom she had loved to help in the private school, and she still had the Bible that John Field had given her. She used to walk home from chapel with John Field when she was 19. He was the son of a well-to-do tradesman, had been to college in London, and was to devote himself to business. She could always recall in detail a September Sunday afternoon when they had sat under the vine at the back of her father's house. The sun came through the chinks of the vine leaves and made beautiful patterns, like a lace scarf, falling on her and on him. Some of the leaves were clean yellow, like yellow flat flowers. "Now sit still," he had cried. "Now your hair, I don't know what it is like. It's as bright as copper and gold, as red as burnt copper, and it has gold threads where the sun shines on it. Fancy their saying it's brown. Your mother calls it mouse color." She had met his brilliant eyes, but her clear face scarcely showed the elation which rose within her. "But you say you don't like business," she pursued. "I don't. I hate it," he cried hotly. "And you would like to go into the ministry," she half implored. "I should. I should love it, if I thought I could make a first-rate preacher." "Then why don't you? Why don't you?" Her voice rang with defiance. "If I were a man, nothing would stop me." She held her head erect. He was rather timid before her. But my father's so stiff-necked. He means to put me into the business, and I know he'll do it. But if you're a man, she had cried. Being a man isn't everything, he replied, frowning with puzzled helplessness. Now, as she moved about her work at the Bottoms, with some experience of what being a man meant, she knew that it was not everything. At 20, owing to her health, she had left Sheerness. Her father had retired home to Nottingham. John Field's father had been ruined. The son had gone as a teacher in Norwood. She did not hear of him until, 2 years later, she made determined inquiry. He had married his landlady, a woman of 40, a widow with property. And still Mrs. Morel preserved John Field's Bible. She did not now believe him to be. Well, she understood pretty well what he might or might not have been, so she preserved his Bible and kept his memory intact in her heart for her own sake. To her dying day, for 35 years, she did not speak of him. When she was 23 years old, she met, at a Christmas party, a young man from the Arawash Valley. Morel was then 27 years old. He was well set up, erect, and very smart. He had wavy black hair that shone again, and a vigorous black beard that had never been shaved. His cheeks were ruddy, and his red, moist mouth was noticeable because he laughed so often and so heartily. He had that rare thing, a rich, ringing laugh. Gertrude had watched him, fascinated. He was so full of color and animation, his voice ran so easily into comic grotesque, he was so ready and so pleasant with everybody. Her own father had a rich fund of humor, but it was satiric. This man's was different, soft, non-intellectual, warm, a kind of gambling. She herself was opposite. She had a curious, receptive mind which found much pleasure and amusement in listening to other folk. She was clever in leading folk to talk. She loved ideas and was considered very intellectual. What she liked most of all was an argument on religion or philosophy or politics with some educated men. This she did not often enjoy, so she always had people tell her about themselves, finding her pleasure so. In her person she was rather small and delicate, with a large brow, and dropping bunches of brown silk curls. Her blue eyes were very straight, honest, and searching. She had the beautiful hands of the Coppards. Her dress was always subdued. She wore dark blue silk with a peculiar silver chain of silver scallops. This and a heady brooch of twisted gold was her only ornament. She was still perfectly intact, deeply religious, and full of beautiful candor. Walter Morel seemed melted away before her. She was to the miner that thing of mystery and fascination, a lady. When she spoke to him, it was with a southern pronunciation and a purity of English which thrilled him to hear. She watched him. He danced well, as if it were natural and joyous in him to dance. His grandfather was a French refugee who had married an English barmaid if it had been a marriage. Gertrude watched the young miner as he danced. A certain subtle exultation light glamour in his movement, and his face the flower of his body, ruddy with tumbled black hair and laughing alike, whatever partner he bowed above. She thought him rather wonderful, never having met anyone like him. Her father was to her the type of all men. And George Cuppard, proud in his bearing, handsome and rather bitter, who preferred theology and reading, and who drew near in sympathy only to one man, the Apostle Paul, who was harsh in government and in familiarity, ironic, who ignored all sensuous pleasure. He was very different from the miner. Gertrude herself was rather contemptuous of dancing. She had not the slightest inclination towards that accomplishment, and had never learned even a Roger de Coverley. She was Puritan, like her father, high-minded and really stern. Therefore the dusky, golden softness of this man's sensuous flame of life, that flowed off his flesh like the flame from a candle, not baffled and gripped into incandescence by thought and spirit as her life was, seemed to her something wonderful, beyond her. He came and bowed above her. A warmth radiated through her as if she had drunk wine. "Now do come and have this one why me," he said caressively. "It's easy, you know. I'm pining to see you dance." She had told him before she could not dance. She glanced at his humility and smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. It moved the man so that he forgot everything. "No, I won't dance," she said softly. Her words came clean and ringing. Not knowing what he was doing, he often did the right thing by instinct. He sat beside her, inclining reverentially. "But you mustn't miss your dance," she reproved. "Nay, I don't want to dance that it's not one as I care about. Yet you invited me to it." He laughed very heartily at this. "I never thought of that, thou'rt not long in taking the curl out of me." It was her turn to laugh quickly. "You don't look as if you'd come much uncurled," she said. "I'm like a pig's tail. I curl because I can't help it," he laughed, rather boisterously. "And you are a miner," she exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I went down when I was 10. She looked at him in wondering dismay. "When you were 10, and wasn't it very hard?" she asked. "You soon get used to it. You live like the mice and you pop out at night to see what's going on." "It makes me feel blind," she frowned. "Like a moudy-warp," he laughed. "Yea, and there's some chaps as does go round like moody-warps." He thrust his face forward in the blind, snout-like way of a mole, seeming to sniff and peer for direction. "They done though," he protested naively. "The niver seed such a way they get in. But thou mun let me tie thee down some time and knock and see for thysen." She looked at him, startled. This was a new tract of life suddenly opened before her. She realized the life of the miners, hundreds of them toiling below earth and coming up at evening. He seemed to her noble. He risked his life daily, and with gaiety. She looked at him with a touch of appeal in her pure humility. "Shouldn't her like it?" he asked tenderly. "Appen not it a dirty V." She had never been the dirty V and thou'd before. The next Christmas they were married, and for 3 months she was perfectly happy. For 6 months she was very happy. He had signed a pledge and wore the blue ribbon of a teetotaler. He was nothing if not showy. They lived, she thought, in his own house. It was small but convenient enough and quite nicely furnished, with solid, worthy stuff that suited her honest soul. The women, her neighbors, were rather foreign to her, and Morel's mother and sisters were apt to sneer at her ladylike ways. But she could perfectly well live by herself, so long as she had her husband close. Sometimes, when she herself wearied of love talk, she tried to open her heart seriously to him. She saw him listen deferentially, but without understanding. This killed her efforts at a finer intimacy, and she had flashes of fear. Sometimes he was restless of an evening. It was not enough for him just to be near her, she realized. She was glad when he set himself to little jobs. He was a remarkably handy man, could make or mend anything. So she would say, "I do like that coal rake of your mother's. It is small and natty." "Does tear, my wench? Well, I made that, so I can make thee one." "What? Why, it's a steel one. And what if it is? This sounds to one very similar, if not exactly same." She did not mind the mess nor the hammering and noise. He was busy and happy. But in the 7th month, when she was brushing his Sunday coat, she felt papers in the breast pocket and, seized with a sudden curiosity, took them out to read. He very rarely wore the frock coat he was married in, and it had not occurred to her before to feel curious concerning the papers. They were the bills of the household furniture, still unpaid. "Look here," she said at night, after he was washed and had had his dinner. "I found these in the pocket of your wedding coat. Haven't you settled the bills yet?" "No, I haven't had a chance. But you told me all was paid. I had better go into Nottingham on Saturday and settle them. I don't like sitting on another man's chairs and eating from an unpaid table." He did not answer. "I can have your bank book, can't I?" "The can it, for what good it'll be to thee?" "I thought," she began. He had told her he had a good bit of money left over, but she realized it was no use asking questions. She sat rigid with bitterness and indignation. The next day she went down to see his mother. "Didn't you buy the furniture for Walter?" she asked. "Yes, I did," tartly retorted the elder woman. "And how much did he give you to pay for it?" The elder woman was stung with fine indignation. £80, if you're so keen on knowin'," she replied. £80, if you're so keen on knowin', she replied. £80! But there are £42 still owing. I can't help that. But where is it all gone? You'll find all the papers, I think, if you look beside £10 as he owed me, and £6 as the wedding costs down here. £6, echoed Gertrude Morel. It seemed to her monstrous that after her own father had paid so heavily for her wedding, £6 more should have been squandered in eating and drinking at Walter's parents' house at his expense. "And how much has he sunk in his houses?" she asked. "His houses? Which houses?" Gertrude Morel went white to the lips. He had told her the house he lived in, and the next one was his own. "I thought the house we live in," she began. "They're my houses, those two," said the mother-in-law. "And not clear either. It's as much as I can do to keep the mortgage interest paid." Gertrude sat white and silent. She was her father now. "Then we ought to be paying you rent," she said coldly. "Walter is paying me rent," replied the mother. "And what rent?" asked Gertrude. 6 and 6 a week," retorted the mother. It was more than the house was worth. Gertrude held her head erect, looked straight before her. "It is lucky to be you," said the elder woman, bitingly, "to have a husband as takes all the worry of the money and leaves you a free hand." The young wife was silent. She said very little to her husband, but her manner had changed towards him. Something in her proud, honorable soul had crystallized out hard as rock. When October came in, she thought only of Christmas. 2 years ago, at Christmas, she had met him. Last Christmas, she had married him. This Christmas, she would bear him a child. "You don't dance yourself, do you, missus?" asked her nearest neighbor in October, when there was great talk of opening a dancing class over the brick and tile inn at Bestwood. "No, I never had the least inclination to," Mrs. Morel replied. "Fancy! And how funny as you should have married your Mester. You know he's quite a famous one for dancing." "I didn't know he was famous," laughed Mrs. Morel. "Yeah, he is though. Why, he ran that dancing class in the Miners' Arms Club room for over 5 years. Did he? Yes, he did." The other woman was defiant, and it was thronged every Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday, and there was carryings on, according to all accounts. This kind of thing was gall and bitterness to Mrs. Morel, and she had a fair share of it. The women did not spare her at first, for she was superior, though she could not help it. He began to be rather late in coming home. "They're working very late now, aren't they?" she said to her washerwoman. "No later than the allers do, I don't think. But they stop to have their pint at Ellen's, and they get talking, and there you are. Dinner stone cold, and it serves 'em right. But Mr. Morel does not take any drink." The woman dropped the clothes, looked at Mrs. Morel, then went on with her work, saying nothing. Gertrude Morel was very ill when the boy was born. Morel was good to her, as good as gold, but she felt very lonely, miles away from her own people. She felt lonely with him now, and his presence only made it more intense. The boy was small and frail at first, but he came on quickly. He was a beautiful child, with dark gold ringlets, and dark blue eyes which changed gradually to a clear gray. His mother loved him passionately. He came just when her own bitterness of disillusion was hardest to bear, when her faith in life was shaken and her soul felt dreary and lonely. She made much of the child, and the father was jealous. At last, Mrs. Morel despised her husband. She turned to the child, she turned from the father. He had begun to neglect her. The novelty of his own home was gone. He had no grit, she said bitterly to herself. What he felt just at the minute, that was all to him. He could not abide by anything. There was nothing at the back of all his show. There began a battle between the husband and wife, a fearful, bloody battle that ended only with the death of one. She fought to make him undertake his own responsibilities, to make him fulfill his obligations, but he was too different from her. His nature was purely sensuous, and she strove to make him moral, religious. She tried to force him to face things. He could not endure it, it drove him out of his mind. While the baby was still tiny, the father's temper had become so irritable that it was not to be trusted. The child had only to give a little trouble when the man began to bully, a little more, and the hard hands of the collier hit the baby. Then Mrs. Morel loathed her husband, loathed him for days, and he went out and drank, and she cared very little what he did. Only, on his return, she scathed him with her satire. The estrangement between them caused him, knowingly or unknowingly, grossly to offend her where he would not have done. William was only 1 year old, and his mother was proud of him, he was so pretty. She was not well off now, but her sisters kept the boy in clothes. Then, with his little white hat curled with an ostrich feather and his white coat, he was a joy to her, the twining wisps of hair clustering round his head. Mrs. Morel lay listening one Sunday morning to the chatter of the father and child downstairs. Then she dozed off. When she came downstairs, a great fire glowed in the grate. The room was hot. The breakfast was roughly laid, and seated in his armchair, against the chimney-piece, sat Morel, rather timid. And standing between his legs, the child cropped like a sheep, with such an odd round poll looking wondering at her, and on a newspaper spread out upon the hearthrug, a myriad of crescent-shaped curls, like the petals of a marigold scattered in the reddening firelight. Mrs. Morel stood still. It was her first baby. She went very white, and was unable to speak. "What dost think o' him?" Morel laughed uneasily. She gripped her 2 fists, lifted them, and came forward. Morel shrank back. "I could kill you, I could," she said. She choked with rage, her 2 fists uplifted. "Yer non want ter make a wench on him," Morel said in a frightened tone, bending his head to shield his eyes from hers. His attempt at laughter had vanished. The mother looked down at the jagged, close-clipped head of her child. She put her hands on his hair and stroked and fondled his head. "Oh, my boy!" she faltered. Her lip trembled, her face broke, and snatching up the child, she buried her face in his shoulder and cried painfully. She was one of those women who cannot cry, whom it hurts as it hurts a man. It was like ripping something out of her, her sobbing. Morel sat with his elbows on his knees, his hands gripped together till the knuckles were white. He gazed in the fire, feeling almost stunned, as if he could not breathe. Presently she came to an end, soothed the child, and cleared away the breakfast table. She left the newspaper, littered with curls, spread upon the hearthrug. At last her husband gathered it up and put it at the back of the fire. She went about her work with closed mouth and very quiet. Morel was subdued. He crept about wretchedly, and his meals were a misery that day. She spoke to him civilly and never alluded to what he had done, but he felt something final had happened. Afterwards, she said she had been silly, that the boy's hair would have had to be cut sooner or later. In the end, she even brought herself to say to her husband it was just as well he had played barber when he did. But she knew, and Morel knew, that that act had caused something momentous to take place in her soul. She remembered the scene all her life as one in which she had suffered the most intensely. This act of masculine clumsiness was the spear through the side of her love for Morel. Before, while she had striven against him bitterly, she had fretted after him as if he had gone astray from her. Now she ceased to fret for his love. He was an outsider to her. This made life much more bearable. Nevertheless, she still continued to strive with him. She still had her high moral sense, inherited from generations of Puritans. It was now a religious instinct, and she was almost a fanatic with him because she loved him or had loved him. If he sinned, she tortured him. If he drank and lied, was often a poltroon, sometimes a knave, she wielded the lash unmercifully. The pity was, she was too much his opposite. She could not be content with the little he might be. She would have him the much that he ought to be. So, in seeking to make him nobler than he could be, she destroyed him. She injured and hurt and scarred herself, but she lost none of her worth. She also had the children. He drank rather heavily, though not more than many minors, and always beer, so that whilst his health was affected, it was never injured. The week-end was his chief carouse. He sat in the miners' arms until turning out time every Friday, every Saturday, and every Sunday evening. On Monday and Tuesday he had to get up and reluctantly leave towards 10 o'clock. Sometimes he stayed at home on Wednesday and Thursday evenings, or was only out for an hour. He practically never had to miss work owing to his drinking, but although he was very steady at work, his wages fell off. He was blab-mouthed, a tongue-wagger. Authority was hateful to him, therefore he could only abuse the pit managers. He would say in the Palmerston, "Daffer come down to our stall this morning, and 'e says, 'You know, Walter, this air'll not do. What about these props?' And I says to him, 'Why, what art talking about? What dis mean about the frops? It'll never do, this air,' 'e says. 'You'll be having the roof in one of these days,' and I says, 'That better stand on a bit of quench, then and hold it up while thy eat.' So a word that mad a Costanini swore, and t'other chaps they did laugh. Morel was a good mimic. He imitated the manager's fat, squeaky voice with its attempt at good English. 'I shan't have it, Walter. Who knows more about it, me or you?' So I says, 'I've never found out how much they knows, Alfred. It'll 'appen carry thee ter bed and back.' So Morel would go on to the amusement of his boon companions, and some of this would be true. The pit manager was not an educated man. He had been a boy along with Morel, so that while the two disliked each other, they more or less took each other for granted. But Alfred Charlesworth did not forgive the buddy these public-house sayings. Consequently, although Morel was a good miner, sometimes earning as much as £5 a week when he married, he came gradually to have worse and worse stalls, where the coal was thin and hard to get and unprofitable. Also in summer, the pits are slack. Often on bright sunny mornings, the men are seen trooping home again at 10, 11, or 12 o'clock. No empty trucks stand at the pit mouth. The women on the hillside look across as they shake the hearth rug against the fence and count the wagons the engine is taking along the line up the valley. And the children, as they come from school at dinner time, looking down the fields and seeing the wheels on the headstocks standing, say, "Minton's knocked off, my dad'll be at home." And there is a sort of shadow over all, women and children and men, because money will be short at the end of the week. Morel was supposed to give his wife 30 shillings a week to provide everything: rent, food, clothes, clubs, insurance, doctors. Occasionally, if he were flush, he gave her 35. But these occasions by no means balanced those when he gave her 25. In winter, with a decent stall, the miner might earn 50 or 55 shillings a week. Then he was happy. On Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday he spent royally, getting rid of his sovereign or thereabouts. And out of so much he scarcely spared the children an extra penny or bought them a pound of apples. It all went in drink. In the bad times, matters were more worrying. But he was not so often drunk, so that Mrs. Morel used to say, "I'm not sure I wouldn't rather be short, for when he's flush there isn't a minute of peace." If he earned 40 shillings, he kept 10. From 35 he kept 5. From 32 he kept 4. From 28 he kept 3. From 24 he kept 2. From 20 he kept 1 and 6. From 18 he kept a shilling. From 16 he kept 6 pence. He never saved a penny, and he gave his wife no opportunity of saving. Instead, she had occasionally to pay his debts. Not public-house debts, for those never were passed on to the women, but debts when he had bought a canary or a fancy walking stick. At the Wakes time, Morel was working badly, and Mrs. Morel was trying to save against her confinement, so it galled her bitterly to think he should be out taking his pleasure and spending money while she remained at home, harassed. There were 2 days' holiday. On the Tuesday morning Morel rose early. He was in good spirits. Quite early, before 6 o'clock, she heard him whistling away to himself downstairs. He had a pleasant way of whistling, lively and musical. He nearly always whistled hymns. He had been a choir boy with a beautiful voice and had taken solos in Southwell Cathedral. His morning whistling alone betrayed it. His wife lay listening to him tinkering away in the garden, his whistling ringing out as he sawed and hammered away. It always gave her a sense of warmth and peace to hear him thus as she lay in bed, the children not yet awake, in the bright early morning, happy in his man's fashion. At 9 o'clock, while the children with bare legs and feet were sitting playing on the sofa and the mother was washing up, he came in from his carpentry, his sleeves rolled up, his waistcoat hanging open. He was still a good-looking man, with black wavy hair and a large black mustache. His face was perhaps too much inflamed, and there was about him a look almost of peevishness. But now he was jolly. He went straight to the sink where his wife was washing up. "What are thee there?" he said boisterously. "Sleuth off, and let me wesh mysen." "You may wait till I've finished," said his wife. "Oh, mun I? And what if I shanna?" This good-humored threat amused Mrs. Morel. "Then you can go and wash yourself in the soft water tub. Ha! I canna thay, mucky little ussie." With which he stood watching her a moment, then went away to wait for her. When he chose, he could still make himself again a real gallant. Usually he preferred to go out with a scarf round his neck. Now, however, he made a toilet. There seemed so much gusto in the way he puffed and swilled as he washed himself, so much alacrity with which he hurried to the mirror in the kitchen, and bending because it was too low for him, scrupulously parted his wet black hair, that it irritated Mrs. Morel. He put on a turned-down collar, a black bow, and wore his Sunday tail-coat. As such, he looked spruce, and what his clothes would not do, his instinct for making the most of his good looks would. At 9:30, Jerry Purdy came to call for his pal. Jerry was Morel's bosom friend, and Mrs. Morel disliked him. He was a tall, thin man, with a rather foxy face, the kind of face that seems to lack eyelashes. He walked with a stiff, brittle dignity, as if his head were on a wooden spring. His nature was cold and shrewd. Generous where he intended to be generous, he seemed to be very fond of Morel and more or less to take charge of him. Mrs. Morel hated him. She had known his wife, who had died of consumption, and who had, at the end, conceived such a violent dislike of her husband that if he came into her room it caused her hemorrhage, none of which Jerry had seemed to mind. And now his eldest daughter, a girl of 15, kept a poorhouse for him and looked after the 2 younger children, a mean, wizen-hearted stick. Mrs. Morel said of him, "I've never known Jerry mean in my life," protested Morel. "A opener-handed and more freer chap you couldn't find anywhere, accordin' to my knowledge." "Open-handed to you," retorted Mrs. Morel, "but his fist is shut tight enough to his children, poor things. Poor things. And what for are they poor things, I should like to know?" But Mrs. Morel would not be appeased on Jerry's score. The subject of argument was seen, craning his thin neck over the scullery curtain. He caught Mrs. Morel's eye. "Mornin', Mrs. Masterin?" "Yes, he is. He is." Jerry entered unasked and stood by the kitchen doorway. He was not invited to sit down, but stood there coolly asserting the rights of men and husbands. "A nice day," he said to Mrs. Morel. "Yes, grand out this morning, grand for a walk." "Do you mean you're going for a walk?" she asked. "Yes, we mean walkin' to Nottingham," he replied. "Heim." The two men greeted each other, both glad. Jerry, however, full of assurance, Morel rather subdued, afraid to seem too jubilant in presence of his wife. But he laced his boots quickly, with spirit. They were going for a 10-mile walk across the fields to Nottingham. Climbing the hillside from the bottoms, they mounted gaily into the morning. At the moon and stars they had their first drink, then on to the old spot, then a long 5 miles of drought to carry them into Bulwell to a glorious pint of bitter. But they stayed in a field with some haymakers whose gallon bottle was full, so that, when they came in sight of the city, Morel was sleepy. The town spread upwards before them, smoking vaguely in the midday glare, fringing the crest away to the south with spires and factory bulks and chimneys. In the last field, Morel lay down under an oak tree and slept soundly for over an hour. When he rose to go forward, he felt queer. The two had dinner in the meadows with Jerry's sister, then repaired to the punch bowl, where they mixed in the excitement of pigeon racing. Morel never in his life played cards, considering them as having some occult, malevolent power, the devil's pictures, he called them. But he was a master of skittles and of dominoes. He took a challenge from a Newark man on skittles. "All the men in." The old long bar took sides, betting either one way or the other. Morel took off his coat. Jerry held the hat containing the money. The men at the tables watched. Some stood with their mugs in their hands. Morel felt his big wooden ball carefully, then launched it. He played havoc among the 9-pins and won half a crown, which restored him to solvency. By 7 o'clock the two were in good condition. They caught the 7:30 train home. In the afternoon the Bottoms was intolerable. Every inhabitant remaining was out of doors. The women, in 2s and 3s, bareheaded and in white aprons, gossiped in the alley between the blocks. Men, having a rest between drinks, sat on their heels and talked. The place smelled stale. The slate roofs glistered in the arid heat. Mrs. Morel took the little girl down to the brook in the meadows, which were not more than 200 yards away. The water ran quickly over stones and broken pots. Mother and child leaned on the rail of the old sheep bridge, watching. Up at the dipping hole, at the other end of the meadow, Mrs. Morel could see the naked forms of boys flashing round the deep yellow water, or an occasional bright figure dark glittering over the blackish stagnant meadow. She knew William was at the dipping hole, and it was the dread of her life, lest he should get drowned. Annie played under the tall old hedge, picking up alder cones, that she called currants. The child required much attention, and the flies were teasing. The children were put to bed at 7 o'clock. Then she worked a while. When Walter Morel and Jerry arrived at Bestwood, they felt a load off their minds. A railway journey no longer impended, so they could put the finishing touches to a glorious day. They entered the Nelson with the satisfaction of returned travelers. The next day was a work day, and the thought of it put a damper on the men's spirits. Most of them, moreover, had spent their money. Some were already rolling dismally home to sleep in preparation for the morrow. Mrs. Morel, listening to their mournful singing, went indoors. 9 o'clock passed, and 10, and still the pair had not returned. On a doorstep somewhere a man was singing loudly in a drawl, "Lead, kindly light." Mrs. Morel was always indignant with the drunken men that they must sing that hymn when they got maudlin. As if Genevieve weren't good enough, she said. The kitchen was full of the scent of boiled herbs and hops. On the hob a large black saucepan steamed slowly. Mrs. Morel took a pancheon, A great bowl of thick red earth streamed a heap of white sugar into the bottom, and then, straining herself to the weight, was pouring in the liquor. Just then Morel came in. He had been very jolly in the Nelson, but coming home had grown irritable. He had not quite got over the feeling of irritability and pain after having slept on the ground when he was so hot, and a bad conscience afflicted him as he neared the house. He did not know he was angry, but when the garden gate resisted his attempts to open it, he kicked it and broke the latch. He entered just as Mrs. Morel was pouring the infusion of herbs out of the saucepan. Swaying slightly, he lurched against the table. The boiling liquor pitched. Mrs. Morel started back. "Good gracious," she cried, "coming home in his drunkenness." "Comin' home in his what?" he snarled, his hat over his eye. Suddenly her blood rose in a jet. "Say you're not drunk," she flashed. She had put down her saucepan and was stirring the sugar into the beer. He dropped his two hands heavily on the table and thrust his face forwards at her. "Say you're not drunk," he repeated. "Why, nobody but a nasty little bitch like you 'ood of such a thought." He thrust his face forward at her. "There's money to bezzle with, if there's money for nothing else." "I've not spent a 2 shillin' bit this day," he said. "You don't get as drunk as a lord on nothing," she replied. "And," she cried, flashing into sudden fury, "if you've been sponging on your beloved Jerry, why, let him look after his children, for they need it." "It's a lie, it's a lie. Shut your face, woman." They were now at battle pitch. Each forgot everything save the hatred of the other and the battle between them. She was fiery and furious as he. They went on till he called her a liar. "No," she cried, starting up, scarce able to breathe. "Don't call me that, you, the most despicable liar that ever walked in shoe leather." She forced the last words out of suffocated lungs. "You're a liar," he yelled, banging the table with his fist. "You're a liar. You're a liar." She stiffened herself with clenched fists. "The house is filthy with you," she cried. "Then get out on it. It's mine. Get out on it," he shouted. "It's me as brings the money home, not thee. It's my house, not thine. Then jur out on it, jur out on it." "And I would," she cried, suddenly shaken into tears of impotence. "Ah, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I have gone long ago, but for those children? Haven't I repented not going years ago, when I'd only the one," suddenly drawing into rage. "Do you think it's for you? Do you think I'd stop 1 minute for you? Go then," he shouted beside himself. "Go, no." She faced round. "No," she cried loudly, "you shan't have it all your own way. You shan't do all you like. I've got those children to see to. My word," she laughed, "I should look well to leave them to you." "Go," he cried thickly, lifting his fist. He was afraid of her. "Go." "I should be only too glad. I should laugh, my lord, if I could get away from you," she replied. He came up to her, his red face, with its bloodshot eyes, thrust forward and gripped her arms. She cried in fear of him, struggled to be free. Coming slightly to himself, panting, he pushed her roughly to the outer door and thrust her forth, slotting the bolt behind her with a bang. Then he went back into the kitchen, dropped into his armchair, his head, bursting full of blood, sinking between his knees. Thus he dipped gradually into a stupor from exhaustion and intoxication. The moon was high and magnificent in the August night. Mrs. Morel, seared with passion, shivered to find herself out there in a great white light that fell cold on her and gave a shock to her inflamed soul. She stood for a few moments helplessly staring at the glistening great rhubarb leaves near the door. Then she got the air into her breast. She walked down the garden path, trembling in every limb, while the child boiled within her. For a while she could not control her consciousness. Mechanically she went over the last scene, then over it again, certain phrases, certain moments coming each time like a brand red-hot down on her soul. And each time she enacted again the past hour, each time the brand came down at the same points, till the mark was burnt in and the pain burnt out, and at last she came to herself. She must have been half an hour in this delirious condition. Then the presence of the night came again to her. She glanced round in fear. She had wandered to the side garden, where she was walking up and down the path beside the currant bushes under the long wall. The garden was a narrow strip, bounded from the road, that cut transversely between the blocks by a thick thorn hedge. She hurried out of the side garden to the front, where she could stand as if in an immense gulf of white light, the moon streaming high in face of her, the late moonlight standing up from the hills in front and filling the valley where the bottoms crouched almost blindingly. There, panting and half weeping in reaction from the stress, she murmured to herself over and over again, "The nuisance, the nuisance." She became aware of something about her. With an effort, she roused herself to see what it was that penetrated her consciousness. The tall white lilies were reeling in the moonlight, and the air was charged with their perfume, as with a presence. Mrs. Morel gasped slightly in fear. She touched the big, pallid flowers on their petals, then shivered. They seemed to be stretching in the moonlight. She put her hand into one white bin. The gold scarcely showed on her fingers by moonlight. She bent down to look at the binful of yellow pollen, but it only appeared dusky. Then she drank a deep draught of the scent. It almost made her dizzy. Mrs. Morel leaned on the garden gate, looking out, and she lost herself a while. She did not know what she thought. Except for a slight feeling of sickness and her consciousness in the child, herself melted out like scent into the shiny pale air. After a time, the child too melted with her in the mixing pot of moonlight, and she rested with the hills and lilies and houses, all swum together in a kind of swoon. When she came to herself, she was tired for sleep. Languidly she looked about her. The clumps of white phlox seemed like bushes spread with linen. A moth ricochetted over them and right across the garden. Following it with her eye roused her. A few whiffs of the raw, strong scent of phlox invigorated her. She passed along the path, hesitating at the white rose bush. It smelled sweet and simple. She touched the white ruffles of the roses. Their fresh scent and cool, soft leaves reminded her of the morning time and sunshine. She was very fond of them. But she was tired and wanted to sleep. In the mysterious out of doors, she felt forlorn. There was no noise anywhere. Evidently the children had not been wakened or had gone to sleep again. A train 3 miles away roared across the valley. The night was very large and very strange, stretching its hoary distances infinitely, and out of the silver-gray fog of darkness came sounds vague and hoarse, a corncrake not far off, sound of a train like a sigh, and distant shouts of men. Her quietened heart beginning to beat quickly again, she hurried down the side garden to the back of the house. Softly she lifted the latch. The door was still bolted and hard against her. She rapped gently, waited, then rapped again. She must not rouse the children, nor the neighbors. He must be asleep, and he would not wake easily. Her heart began to burn to be indoors. She clung to the door handle. Now it was cold. She would take a chill, and in her present condition, putting her apron over her head and her arms, she hurried again to the side garden, to the window of the kitchen. Leaning on the sill, she could just see under the blind her husband's arms spread out on the table and his black head on the board. He was sleeping with his face lying on the table. Something in his attitude made her feel tired of things. The lamp was burning smokily. She could tell by the copper color of the light. She tapped at the window more and more noisily. Almost it seemed as if the glass would break. Still he did not wake up. After vain efforts, she began to shiver, partly from contact with the stone and from exhaustion. Fearful always for the unborn child, she wondered what she could do for warmth. She went down to the coal house, where there was an old hearthrug she had carried out for the ragman the day before. This she wrapped over her shoulders. It was warm, if grimy. Then she walked up and down the garden path, peeping every now and then under the blind, knocking, and telling herself that in the end the very strain of his position must wake him. At last, after about an hour, she rapped long and low at the window. Gradually the sound penetrated to him. When, in despair, she had ceased to tap, she saw him stir, then lift his face blindly. The laboring of his heart hurt him into consciousness. She rapped imperatively at the window. He started awake. Instantly she saw his fists set and his eyes glare. He had not a grain of physical fear. If it had been 20 burglars, he would have gone blindly for them. He glared round, bewildered but prepared to fight. "Open the door, Walter," she said coldly. His hands relaxed. It dawned on him what he had done. His head dropped, sullen and dogged. She saw him hurry to the door, heard the bolt chock. He tried the latch. It opened, and there stood the silver-gray night, fearful to him, after the tawny light of the lamp. He hurried back. When Mrs. Morel entered, she saw him almost running through the door to the stairs. He had ripped his collar off his neck in his haste to be gone ere she came in, and there it lay with bursten buttonholes. It made her angry. She warmed and soothed herself. In her weariness, forgetting everything, she moved about at the little tasks that remained to be done, set his breakfast, rinsed his pit bottle, put his pit clothes on the hearth to warm, set his pit boots beside them, put him out a clean scarf and snap bag and 2 apples, raked the fire, and went to bed. He was already dead asleep. His narrow black eyebrows were drawn up in a sort of peevish misery into his forehead, while his cheeks downstrokes and his sulky mouth seemed to be saying, "I don't care who you are, nor what you are, I shall have my own way." Mrs. Morel knew him too well to look at him. As she unfastened her brooch at the mirror, she smiled faintly to see her face all smeared with the yellow dust of lilies. She brushed it off and at last lay down. For some time her mind continued snapping and jetting sparks, but she was asleep before her husband awoke from the first sleep of his drunkenness. Chapter 2. The Birth of Paul and Another Battle. After such a scene as the last, Walter Morel was for some days abashed and ashamed, but he soon regained his old bullying indifference. Yet there was a slight shrinking, a diminishing in his assurance. Physically even he shrank, and his fine full presence waned. He never grew in the least stout, so that, as he sank from his erect, assertive bearing, his physique seemed to contract along with his pride and moral strength. But now he realized how hard it was for his wife to drag about at her work, and, his sympathy quickened by penitence, hastened forward with his help. He came straight home from the pit and stayed in at evening till Friday, and then he could not remain at home. But he was back again by 10 o'clock, almost quite sober. He always made his own breakfast. Being a man who rose early and had plenty of time, he did not, as some miners do, drag his wife out of bed at 6 o'clock. At 5, sometimes earlier, he woke, got straight out of bed, and went downstairs. When she could not sleep, his wife lay waiting for this time, as for a period of peace. The only real rest seemed to be when he was out of the house. He went downstairs in his shirt and then struggled into his pit trousers, which were left on the hearth to warm all night. There was always a fire because Mrs. Morel raked, and the first sound in the house was the bang-bang of the poker against the raker, as Morel smashed the remainder of the coal to make the kettle, which was filled and left on the hob, finally boil. His cup and knife and fork, all he wanted except just the food, was laid ready on the table on a newspaper. Then he got his breakfast, made the tea, packed the bottom of the doors with rugs to shut out the draught, piled a big fire, and sat down to an hour of joy. He toasted his bacon on a fork and caught the drops of fat on his bread. Then he put the rasher on his thick slice of bread and cut off chunks with a clasp knife, poured his tea into his saucer, and was happy. With his family about, meals were never so pleasant. He lolled a fork. It is a modern introduction which has still scarcely reached common people. What Morel preferred was a clasp knife. Then, in solitude, he ate and drank, often sitting in cold weather on a little stool with his back to the warm chimney-piece, his food on the fender, his cup on the hearth. And then he read the last night's newspaper, what of it he could, spelling it over laboriously. He preferred to keep the blinds down and the candle lit even when it was daylight. It was the habit of the mind. At 5:45 he rose, cut 2 thick slices of bread and butter, and put them in the white calico snap bag. He filled his tin bottle with tea. Cold tea without milk or sugar was the drink he preferred for the pit. Then he pulled off his shirt and put on his pit singlet, a vest of thick flannel cut low round the neck and with short sleeves like a chemist's. Then he went upstairs to his wife with a cup of tea because she was ill. And because it occurred to him, "I brought thee a cup o' tea, lass," he said. "Well, you needn't, for you know I don't like it," she replied. "Drink it up. It'll pop thee off to sleep again." She accepted the tea. It pleased him to see her take it and sip it. "I'll back my life there's no sugar in," she said. "Yeh, there's one big un," he replied, injured. "It's a wonder," she said, sipping again. She had a winsome face when her hair was loose. He loved her to grumble at him in this manner. He looked at her again and went, without any sort of leave. He never took more than 2 slices of bread and butter to eat in the pit, so an apple or an orange was a treat to him. He always liked it when she put one out for him. He tied a scarf round his neck, put on his great, heavy boots, his coat with the big pocket. They carried his snap bag and his bottle of tea, and went forth into the fresh morning air, closing, without locking, the door behind him. He loved the early morning and the walk across the fields. So he appeared at the pit top, often with a stalk from the hedge between his teeth, which he chewed all day to keep his mouth moist down the mine, feeling quite as happy as when he was in the field. Later, when the time for the baby grew nearer, he would bustle round in his slovenly fashion, poking out the ashes, rubbing the fireplace, sweeping the house before he went to work. Then, feeling very self-righteous, he went upstairs. "Now I'm cleaned up for thee. That's no cation's tear stir a peg all day, but sit and read thy books," which made her laugh in spite of her indignation. "And the dinner cooks itself," she answered. I know nowt about the dinner. You'd know if there weren't any." "'Appen so," he answered, departing. When she got downstairs, she would find the house tidy, but dirty. She could not rest until she had thoroughly cleaned, so she went down to the ash pit with her dustpan. Mrs. Kirk, spying her, would contrive to have to go to her own coal place at that minute. Then, across the wooden fence, she would call, "So you keep wagging on then?" "Aye," answered Mrs. Morel deprecatingly. "There's nothing else for it." "Have you seen Hose?" called a very small woman from across the road. It was Mrs. Anthony, a black-haired, strange little body who always wore a brown velvet dress, tight-fitting. "I haven't," said Mrs. Morel. I wish he'd come. I've got a copperful of clothes, and I'm sure I heard his bell. Hark, he's at the end." The 2 women looked down the alley. At the end of the bottoms a man stood in a sort of old-fashioned trap, bending over bundles of cream-colored stuff, while a cluster of women held up their arms to him, some with bundles. Mrs. Anthony herself had a heap of creamy, undyed stockings hanging over her arm. "I've done 10 dozen this week," she said proudly to Mrs. Morel. "T," went the other. "I don't know how you can find time." Said Mrs. Anthony. "You can find time if you make time." "I don't know how you do it," said Mrs. Morel. "And how much shall you get for those many?" "Tuppence a penny a dozen," replied the other. "Well," said Mrs. Morel, "I'd starve before I'd sit down and seam 24 stockings for tuppence a penny." "Oh, I don't know," said Mrs. Anthony. "You can rip along with 'em." Hose was coming along ringing his bell. Women were waiting at the yard ends with their seam stockings hanging over their arms. The man, a common fellow, made jokes with them, tried to swindle them, and bully them. Mrs. Morel went up her yard disdainfully. It was an understood thing that if one woman wanted her neighbor, she should put the poker in the fire and bang at the back of the fireplace, which, as the fires were back to back, would make a great noise in the adjoining house. One morning, Mrs. Kirk, mixing a pudding, nearly started out of her skin as she heard the thud, thud in her grate. With her hands all floury, she rushed to the fence. "Did you knock, Mrs. Morel? If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Kirk." Mrs. Kirk climbed onto her copper, got over the wall onto Mrs. Morel's copper, and ran into her neighbor. "Aw, dear, how are you feeling?" she cried in concern. "You might fetch Mrs. Bower," said Mrs. Morel. Mrs. Kirk went into the yard, lifted up her strong, shrill voice, and called, "Augie, Augie, Augie, Augie." The sound was heard from one end of the Bottoms to the other. At last Aggie came running up and was sent for Mrs. Bower, whilst Mrs. Kirk left her pudding and stayed with her neighbor. Mrs. Morel went to bed. Mrs. Kirk had Annie and William for dinner. Mrs. Bower, fat and waddling, bossed the house. "Hash some cold meat up for the master's dinner, and make him an apple charlotte pudding," said Mrs. Morel. "He may go without pudding this day," said Mrs. Bower. Morel was not, as a rule, one of the first to appear at the bottom of the pit, ready to come up. Some men were there before 4 o'clock, when the whistle blew loose all. But Morel, whose stall, a poor one, was at this time about 1.5 miles away from the bottom, worked usually till the first mate stopped. Then he finished also. This day, however, the miner was sick of the work. At 2 o'clock he looked at his watch. By the light of the green candle he was in a safe working, and again at 2:30 he was hewing at a piece of rock that was in the way for the next day's work. As he sat on his heels, or kneeled, giving hard blows with his pick, "Ussa, ussa," he went. "Shall tear finish, sorry?" cried Barker, his fellow buddy. "Finish? Niver while the world stands," growled Morel. And he went on striking. He was tired. "It's a heartbreaking job," said Barker. But Morel was too exasperated at the end of his tether to answer. Still he struck and hacked with all his might. "They might as well leave it, Walter," said Barker. "It'll do tomorrow without thee hacking thy guts out." "I'll lay no finger on this tomorrow, Easer," cried Morel. "Oh, well, if thou wanna, somebody else'll ha' to," said Israel. Then Morel continued to strike. "Hey up there, Lusa!" cried the men, leaving the next stall. Morel continued to strike. "Thou happen catch me up," said Barker, departing. When he had gone, Morel, left alone, felt savage. He had not finished his job. He had overworked himself into a frenzy. Rising, wet with sweat, he threw his tool down, pulled on his coat, blew out his candle, took his lamp, and went. Down the main road the lights of the other men went swinging. There was a hollow sound of many voices. It was a long, heavy tramp underground. He sat at the bottom of the pit, where the great drops of water fell plash. Many colliers were waiting their turns to go up, talking noisily. Morel gave his answers short and disagreeable. "It's rainin', sorry," said old Giles, who had had the news from the top. Morel found one comfort. He had his old umbrella, which he loved, in the lamp cabin. At last he took his stand on the chair, and was at the top in a moment. Then he handed in his lamp and got his umbrella, which he had bought at an auction for 1 and 6. He stood on the edge of the pit bank for a moment, looking out over the fields. Gray rain was falling. The trucks stood full of wet, bright coal. Water ran down the sides of the wagons. Over the white C.W. and Co. colliers, walking indifferent to the rain, were streaming down the line and up the field, a gray, dismal host. Morel put up his umbrella and took pleasure from the peppering of the drops thereon. All along the road to Bestwood the miners tramped, wet and gray and dirty, but their red mouths talking with animation. Morel also walked with a gang, but he said nothing. He frowned peevishly as he went. Many men passed into the Prince of Wales or into Ellen's. Morel, feeling sufficiently disagreeable to resist temptation, trudged along under the dripping trees that overhung the park wall and down the mud of Greenhill Lane. Mrs. Morel lay in bed, listening to the rain, and the feet of the colliers from Minton, their voices, and the bang-bang of the gates as they went through the stile up the field. "There's some herb beer behind the pantry door," she said. "The master will want a drink if he doesn't stop." But he was late, so she concluded he had called for a drink since it was raining. What did he care about the child or her? She was very ill when her children were born. "What is it?" she asked, feeling sick to death. "A boy." And she took consolation in that. The thought of being the mother of men was warming to her heart. She looked at the child. It had blue eyes and a lot of fair hair and was bonny. Her love came up hot in spite of everything. She had it in bed with her. Morel, thinking nothing, dragged his way up the garden path wearily and angrily. He closed his umbrella and stood it in the sink. Then he sluthered his heavy boots into the kitchen. Mrs. Bower appeared in the inner doorway. "Well," she said, "she's about as bad as she can be. It's a boy child." The miner grunted, put his empty snap bag and his tin bottle on the dresser, went back into the scullery and hung up his coat, then came and dropped into his chair. "Han yer got a drink?" he asked. The woman went into the pantry. There was heard the pop of a cork. She set the mug with a little disgusted rap on the table before Morel. He drank, gasped, wiped his big mustache on the end of a scarf, drank, gasped, and lay back in his chair. The woman would not speak to him again. She set his dinner before him and went upstairs. "Was that the master?" asked Mrs. Morel. "I've gave him his dinner," replied Mrs. Bower. After he had sat with his arms on the table, he resented the fact that Mrs. Bower put no cloth on for him and gave him a little plate instead of a full-size dinner plate. He began to eat. The fact that his wife was ill, that he had another boy, was nothing to him at that moment. He was too tired. He wanted his dinner. He wanted to sit with his arms lying on the board. He did not like having Mrs. Bower about. The fire was too small to please him. After he had finished his meal, he sat for 20 minutes. Then he stoked up a big fire. Then, in his stockinged feet, he went reluctantly upstairs. It was a struggle to face his wife at this moment, and he was tired. His face was black and smeared with sweat. His singlet had dried again, soaking the dirt in. He had a dirty woolen scarf round his throat, so he stood at the foot of the bed. "Well, how are ter then?" he asked. "I style all right," she answered. "I've—" He stood at a loss what to say next. He was tired, and this bother was rather a nuisance to him, and he didn't quite know where he was. "A lad that says," he stammered. She turned down the sheet and showed the child. "Bless him," he murmured, which made her laugh because he blessed by rote pretending paternal emotion which he did not feel just then. "Go now," she said. "I will, my lass," he answered, turning away. Dismissed, he wanted to kiss her, but he dared not. She half wanted him to kiss her, but could not bring herself to give any sign. She only breathed freely when he was gone out of the room again, leaving behind him a faint smell of pit dirt. Mrs. Morel had a visit every day from the Congregational clergyman. Mr. Heaton was young and very poor. His wife had died at the birth of his first baby, so he remained alone in the manse. He was a Bachelor of Arts of Cambridge, very shy and no preacher. Mrs. Morel was fond of him, and he depended on her. For hours he talked to her when she was well. He became the godparent of the child. Occasionally the minister stayed to tea with Mrs. Morel. Then she laid the coif early, got out her best cups, with a little green rim, and hoped Morel would not come too soon. Indeed, if he stayed for a pint, she would not mind this day. She had always 2 dinners to cook because she believed children should have their chief meal at midday, whereas Morel needed his at 5 o'clock. So Mr. Heaton would hold the baby, whilst Mrs. Morel beat up a batter pudding or peeled the potatoes, and he, watching her all the time, would discuss his next sermon. His ideas were quaint and fantastic. She brought him judiciously to earth. It was a discussion of the wedding at Cana. When he changed the water into wine at Cana, he said, that is a symbol that the ordinary life, even the blood of the married husband and wife, which had before been uninspired, like water, became filled with the Spirit and was as wine, because when love enters, the whole spiritual constitution of a man changes, is filled with the Holy Ghost, and almost his form is altered. Mrs. Morel thought to herself, yes, poor fellow, his young wife is dead, that is why he makes his love into the Holy Ghost. They were halfway down their first cup of tea when they heard the sluther of pit boots. Good gracious, exclaimed Mrs. Morel, in spite of herself. The minister looked rather scared. Morel entered. He was feeling rather savage. He nodded a how d'ye do to the clergyman, who rose to shake hands with him. Nay, said Morel, showing his hand, look thee at it. Thee never want ter shake hands wi' a hand like that, does ter? There's too much pick-haft and shovel dirt on it. The minister flushed with confusion and sat down again. Mrs. Morel rose, carried out the steaming saucepan. Morel took off his coat, dragged his armchair to table, and sat down heavily. Are you tired? asked the clergyman. Tired? I ham that, replied Morel. You don't know what it is to be tired as I'm tired. No, replied the clergyman. Why, look ye here, said the miner, showing the shoulders of his singlet. It's a bit dry now, but it's wet as a clout with sweat even yet. Feel it. Goodness, cried Mrs. Morel, Mr. Heaton doesn't want to feel your nasty singlet. The clergyman put out his hand gingerly. No, perhaps he doesn't, said Morel, but it's all come out of me whether or not, and ivery day alike my singlet's wringin' wet. Haven't you got a drink, missus, for a man when he comes home barkled up from the pit? You know you drank all the beer, said Mrs. Morel, pouring out his tea. And was there no more to be got? Turning to the clergyman, a man gets that caked up why a dust, you know, that clogged up down a coal mine. He needs a drink when he comes home. I'm sure he does, said the clergyman. But it's 10 to 1 if there's out for him. There's water and there's tea, said Mrs. Morel. Water, it's not water as'll clear his throat. He poured out a saucerful of tea, blew it, and sucked it up through his great black mustache, sighing afterwards. Then he poured out another saucerful, and stood his cup on the table. My cloth, said Mrs. Morel, putting it on a plate. A man as comes home as I do's, too tired to care about cloths, said Morel. Pity, exclaimed his wife, sarcastically. The room was full of the smell of meat and vegetables and pit clothes. He leaned over to the minister, his great mustache thrust forward, his mouth very red in his black face. Mr. Heaton, he said, a man as has been down the black hole all day, dinging away at a coal face, yet a sight harder than that wall, needn't away at a coal face, yet a sight harder than that wall, needn't make a moan of it, put in Mrs. Morel. She hated her husband because, whenever he had an audience, he whined and played for sympathy. William, sitting nursing the baby, hated him, with a boy's hatred for false sentiment and for the stupid treatment of his mother. Annie had never liked him, she merely avoided him. When the minister had gone, Mrs. Morel looked at her cloth. A fine mess, she said. Tosin think I'm going to sit while my arms dangling, 'cause that's got a parson for TYD, he bawled. They were both angry, but she said nothing. The baby began to cry, and Mrs. Morel, picking up a saucepan from the hearth, accidentally knocked Annie on the head, whereupon the girl began to whine, and Morel to shout at her. In the midst of this pandemonium, William looked up at the big glazed text over the mantelpiece and read distinctly, "God bless our home," whereupon Mrs. Morel, trying to soothe the baby, jumped up, rushed at him, boxed his ears, saying, "What are you putting in for?" And then she sat down and laughed till tears ran over her cheeks, while William kicked the stool he had been sitting on, and Morel growled, "I canna see what there is so much to laugh at." One evening, directly after the parson's visit, feeling unable to bear herself after another display from her husband, she took Annie and the baby and went out. Morel had kicked William, and the mother would never forgive him. She went over the sheep bridge and across a corner of the meadow to the cricket ground. The meadow seemed one space of ripe evening light, whispering with the distant mill race. She sat on a seat under the alders in the cricket ground and fronted the evening. Before her, level and solid, spread the big green cricket field, like the bed of a sea of light. Children played in the bluish shadow of the pavilion. Many rooks, high up, came cawing home across the softly woven sky. They stooped in a long curve down into the golden glow, concentrating, cawing, wheeling, like black flakes on a slow vortex over a tree clump that made a dark boss among the pasture. A few gentlemen were practicing, and Mrs. Morel could hear the chalk of the ball and the voices of men suddenly roused, could see the white forms of men shifting silently over the green upon which already the undershadows were smoldering. Away at the grange, one side of the haystacks was lit up, the other sides blue-gray. A wagon of sheaves rocked small across the melting yellow light. The sun was going down. Every open evening, the hills of Derbyshire were blazed over with red sunset. Mrs. Morel watched the sun sink from the glistening sky, leaving a soft flower blue overhead, while the western space went red, as if all the fire had swum down there, leaving the bell cast flawless blue. The mountain ashberries across the field stood fierily out from the dark leaves for a moment. A few shocks of corn in a corner of the fallow stood up as if alive. She imagined them bowing. Perhaps her son would be a Joseph. In the east, a mirrored sunset floated pink opposite the west scarlet. The big haystacks on the hillside that butted into the glare went cold. With Mrs. Morel, it was one of those still moments when the small frets vanish and the beauty of things stands out, and she had the peace and the strength to see herself. Now and again, a swallow cut close to her. Now and again, Annie came up with a handful of alder currants. The baby was restless on his mother's knee, clambering with his hands at the light. Mrs. Morel looked down at him. She had dreaded this baby like a catastrophe because of her feeling for her husband, and now she felt strangely towards the infant. Her heart was heavy because of the child, almost as if it were unhealthy or malformed. Yet it seemed quite well. But she noticed the peculiar knitting of the baby's brows and the peculiar heaviness of its eyes, as if it were trying to understand something that was pain. She felt, when she looked at her child's dark, brooding pupils, as if a burden were on her heart. "He looks as if he was thinking about something quite sorrowful," said Mrs. Kirk, suddenly looking at him. The heavy feeling at the mother's heart melted into passionate grief. She bowed over him, and a few tears shook swiftly out of her very heart. The baby lifted his fingers. "My lamb," she cried softly, and at that moment she felt, in some far inner place of her soul, that she and her husband were guilty. The baby was looking up at her. It had blue eyes like her own, but its look was heavy, steady, as if it had realized something that had stunned some point of its soul. In her arms lay the delicate baby. Its deep blue eyes, always looking up at her unblinking, seemed to draw her innermost thoughts out of her. She no longer loved her husband. She had not wanted this child to come, and there it lay in her arms and pulled at her heart. She felt as if the navel string that had connected its frail little body with hers had not been broken. A wave of hot love went over her to the infant. She held it close to her face and breast. With all her force, with all her soul, she would make up to it for having brought it into the world unloved. She would love it all the more now it was here. Carry it in her love. Its clear, knowing eyes gave her pain and fear. Did it know all about her? When it lay under her heart, had it been listening then? Was there a reproach in the look? She felt the marrow melt in her bones with fear and pain. Once more, she was aware of the sun lying red on the rim of the hill opposite. She suddenly held up the child in her hands. "Look," she said, "look, my pretty." She thrust the infant forward to the crimson, throbbing sun, almost with relief. She saw him lift his little fist. Then she put him to her bosom again, ashamed almost of her impulse to give him back again whence he came. If he lives, she thought to herself, what will become of him? What will he be? Her heart was anxious. "I will call him Paul," she said suddenly. She knew not why. After a while she went home. A fine shadow was flung over the deep green meadow, darkening all. As she expected, she found the house empty, but Morel was home by 10 o'clock, and that day, at least, ended peacefully. Walter Morel was, at this time, exceedingly irritable. His work seemed to exhaust him. When he came home, he did not speak civilly to anybody. If the fire were rather low, he bullied about that. He grumbled about his dinner. If the children made a chatter, he shouted at them in a way that made their mother's blood boil and made them hate him. On the Friday, he was not home by 11 o'clock. The baby was unwell and was restless, crying if he were put down. Mrs. Morel, tired to death and still weak, was scarcely under control. "I wish the nuisance would come," she said wearily to herself. The child at last sank down to sleep in her arms. She was too tired to carry him to the cradle. "But I'll say nothing, whatever time he comes," she said. "It only works me up. I won't say anything, but I know if he does anything, it'll make my blood boil," she added to herself. She sighed, hearing him coming, as if it were something she could not bear. He, taking his revenge, was nearly drunk. She kept her head bent over the child as he entered, not wishing to see him. But it went through her like a flash of hot fire when, in passing, he lurched against the dresser, setting the tins rattling, and clutched at the white pot knops for support. He hung up his hat and coat, then returned, stood glowering from a distance at her as she sat bowed over the child. "Is there nothing to eat in the house?" he asked insolently, as if to a servant. In certain stages of his intoxication he affected the clipped, mincing speech of the towns. Mrs. Morel hated him most in this condition. "You know what there is in the house," she said, so coldly it sounded impersonal. He stood and glared at her without moving a muscle. "I asked a civil question, and I expect a civil answer," he said affectedly. "And you got it," she said, still ignoring him. He glowered again. Then he came unsteadily forward. He leaned on the table with one hand, and with the other jerked at the table drawer to get a knife to cut bread. The drawer stuck because he pulled sideways. In a temper he dragged it, so that it flew out bodily, and spoons, forks, knives, 100 metallic things, splashed with a clatter and a clang upon the brick floor. The baby gave a little convulsed start. "What are you doing, clumsy drunken fool?" the mother cried. "Then tha should get the flammin' thing facin', tha should get up like other women have to, and wait on a man." Wait on you," she cried. "Yes, I see myself. Yis, and I'll learn thee that's got to. Wait on me, yes that shalt wait on me. "Never, my lord. I'd wait on a dog at the door first." "What?" He was trying to fit in the drawer. At her last speech he turned round. His face was crimson, his eyes bloodshot. He stared at her one silent second in threat. "PH," she went quickly, in contempt. He jerked at the drawer in his excitement. It fell, cut sharply on his shin, and on the reflex he flung it at her. One of the corners caught her brow as the shallow drawer crashed into the fireplace. She swayed, almost fell stunned from her chair. To her very soul she was sick. She clasped the child tightly to her bosom. A few moments elapsed. Then, with an effort, she brought herself to. The baby was crying plaintively. Her left brow was bleeding rather profusely. As she glanced down at the child, her brain reeling, some drops of blood soaked into its white shawl, but the baby was at least not hurt. She balanced her head to keep equilibrium so that the blood ran into her eye. Walter Morel remained as he had stood, leaning on the table with one hand, looking blank. When he was sufficiently sure of his balance, he went across to her, swayed, caught hold of the back of her rocking chair, almost tipping her out. Then leaning forward over her and swaying as he spoke, he said, in a tone of wondering concern, "Did it catch thee?" He swayed again, as if he would pitch onto the child. With the catastrophe he had lost all balance. "Go away," she said, struggling to keep her presence of mind. He hiccuped. Let's look at it," he said, hiccuping again. "Go away," she cried. Lemmy look at it, lass." She smelled him of drink, felt the unequal pull of his swaying grasp on the back of her rocking chair. "Go away," she said, and weakly she pushed him off. He stood uncertain in balance, gazing upon her, summoning all her strength. She rose, the baby on one arm. By a cruel effort of will, moving as if in sleep, she went across to the scullery, where she bathed her eye for a minute in cold water. But she was too dizzy. Afraid lest she should swoon, she returned to her rocking chair, trembling in every fiber. By instinct, she kept the baby clasped. Morel, bothered, had succeeded in pushing the drawer back into its cavity and was on his knees, groping, with numb paws, for the scattered spoons. Her brow was still bleeding. Presently Morel got up and came craning his neck towards her. "What has it done to thee, lass?" he asked in a very wretched, humble tone. "You can see what it's done," she answered. He stood, bending forward, supported on his hands, which grasped his legs just above the knee. He peered to look at the wound. She drew away from the thrust of his face with its great mustache, averting her own face as much as possible. As he looked at her, who was cold and impassive as stone, with mouth shut tight, he, sickened with feebleness and hopelessness of spirit, he was turning drearily away when he saw a drop of blood fall from the averted wound into the baby's fragile, glistening hair. Fascinated, he watched the heavy dark drop hang in the glistening cloud and pull down the gossamer. Another drop fell. It would soak through to the baby's scalp. He watched, fascinated, feeling it soak in. Then finally his manhood broke. "What of this child?" was all his wife said to him. But her low, intense tones brought his head lower. She softened. "Get me some wadding out of the middle drawer," she said. He stumbled away very obediently, presently returning with a pad, which she singed before the fire, then put on her forehead as she sat with the baby on her lap. "Now that clean pet scarf." Again he rummaged and fumbled in the drawer, returning presently with a red, narrow scarf. She took it and with trembling fingers proceeded to bind it round her head. "Let me tie it for thee," he said humbly. "I can do it myself," she replied. When it was done, she went upstairs, telling him to rake the fire and lock the door. In the morning Mrs. Morel said, "I knocked against the latch of the coal place when I was getting a raker in the dark because the candle blew out." Her two small children looked up at her with wide, dismayed eyes. They said nothing, but their parted lips seemed to express the unconscious tragedy they felt. Walter Morel lay in bed next day until nearly dinner time. He did not think of the previous evening's work. He scarcely thought of anything, but he would not think of that. He lay and suffered like a sulking dog. He had hurt himself most, and he was the more damaged because he would never say a word to her or express his sorrow. He tried to wriggle out of it. It was her own fault, he said to himself. Nothing, however, could prevent his inner consciousness inflicting on him the punishment which ate into his spirit like rust and which he could only alleviate by drinking. He felt as if he had not the initiative to get up, or to say a word, or to move, but could only lie like a log. Moreover, he had himself violent pains in the head. It was Saturday. Towards noon he rose, cut himself food in the pantry, ate it with his head dropped, then pulled on his boots and went out, to return at 3 o'clock slightly tipsy and relieved, then once more straight to bed. He rose again at 6 in the evening, had tea, and went straight out. Sunday was the same, bed till noon, the Palmerston Arms till 2:30, dinner and bed, scarcely a word spoken. When Mrs. Morel went upstairs, towards 4 o'clock, to put on her Sunday dress, he was fast asleep. She would have felt sorry for him if he had once said, "Wife, I'm sorry." But no, he insisted to himself it was her fault, and so he broke himself. So she merely left him alone. There was this deadlock of passion between them, and she was stronger. The family began tea. Sunday was the only day when all sat down to meals together. "Isn't my father going to get up?" asked William. "Let him lie," the mother replied. There was a feeling of misery over all the house. The children breathed the air that was poisoned, and they felt dreary. They were rather disconsolate, did not know what to do, what to play at. Immediately, Morel woke Huguette straight out of bed. That was characteristic of him all his life. He was all for activity. The prostrated inactivity of 2 mornings was stifling him. It was near 6 o'clock when he got down. This time he entered without hesitation, his wincing sensitiveness having hardened again. He did not care any longer what the family thought or felt. The tea things were on the table. William was reading aloud from the child's own, Annie listening and asking eternally, "Why?" Both children hushed into silence as they heard the approaching thud of their father's stockinged feet and shrank as he entered. Yet he was usually indulgent to them. Morel made the meal alone, brutally. He ate and drank more noisily than he had need. No one spoke to him. The family life withdrew, shrank away, and became hushed as he entered, but he cared no longer about his alienation. Immediately he had finished tea, he rose with alacrity to go out. It was this alacrity, this haste to be gone, which so sickened Mrs. Morel. As she heard him sousing heartily in cold water, heard the eager scratch of the steel comb on the side of the bowl, as he wetted his hair, she closed her eyes in disgust. As he bent over, lacing his boots, there was a certain vulgar gusto in his movement that divided him from the reserved, watchful rest of the family. He always ran away from the battle with himself. Even in his own heart's privacy, he excused himself, saying, "If she hadn't said so and so, it would never have happened. She asked for what she's got." The children waited in restraint during his preparations. When he had gone, they sighed with relief. He closed the door behind him and was glad. It was a rainy evening. The view Palmerston would be the cozier. He hastened forward in anticipation. All the slate roofs of the bottoms shone black with wet. The roads, always dark with coal dust, were full of blackish mud. He hastened along. The Palmerston windows were steamed over. The passage was paddled with wet feet, but the air was warm, if foul, and full of the sound of voices and the smell of beer and smoke. "What schulte, Walter?" cried a voice as soon as Morel appeared in the doorway. "Oh, Jim, my lad, wherever have thee sprung fra?" The men made a seat for him and took him in warmly. He was glad. In a minute or two they had thought all responsibility out of him, all shame, all trouble, and he was clear as a bell for a jolly night. On the Wednesday following, Morel was penniless. He dreaded his wife. Having hurt her, he hated her. He did not know what to do with himself that evening, having not even twopence with which to go to the Palmerston, and being already rather deeply in debt. So, while his wife was down the garden with the child, he hunted in the top drawer of the dresser where she kept her purse, found it, and looked inside. It contained a half-crown, 2 half-pennies, and a 6-pence, so he took the 6-pence, put the purse carefully back, and went out. The next day, when she wanted to pay the greengrocer, she looked in the purse for her 6-pence, and her heart sank to her shoes. Then she sat down and thought, was there a 6-pence? I hadn't spent it, had I? And I hadn't left it anywhere else. She was much put about. She hunted round everywhere for it, and, as she sought, the conviction came into her heart that her husband had taken it. What she had in her purse was all the money she possessed, but that he should sneak it from her thus was unbearable. He had done so twice before. The first time she had not accused him, and at the week-end he had put the shilling again into her purse, so that was how she had known he had taken it. The second time he had not paid back. This time she felt it was too much. When he had had his dinner, he came home early that day. She said to him coldly, "Did you take 6-pence out of my purse last night?" "Me?" he said, looking up in an offended way. "No, I didna. I niver clapped eyes on your purse." But she could detect the lie. "Why, you know you did," she said quietly. "Why, you know you did," she said quietly. "I tell you I didn't," he shouted. "Ye're at me again, are yer? I've had about enough ondent. So you filched 6-pence out of my purse while I'm taking the clothes in. I'll may yer pay for this," he said, pushing back his chair in desperation. He bustled and got washed, then went determinedly upstairs. Presently he came down dressed, and with a big bundle in a blue-checked enormous handkerchief. "And now," he said, "you'll see me again when you do." "It'll be before I want to," she replied, and at that he marched out of the house with his bundle. She sat trembling slightly, but her heart brimming with contempt. What would she do if he went to some other pit, obtained work, and got in with another woman? But she knew him too well he couldn't. She was dead sure of him. Nevertheless, her heart was gnawed inside her. "Where's my dad?" said William, coming in from school. "He says he's run away," replied the mother. "Where to?" "Ah, I don't know. He's taken a bundle in the blue handkerchief and says he's not coming back." "What shall we do?" cried the boy. "Ah, never trouble, he won't go far." "But if he doesn't come back," wailed Annie. And she and William retired to the sofa and wept. Mrs. Morel sat and laughed. "You pair of gabies," she exclaimed. "You'll see him before the night's out." But the children were not to be consoled. Twilight came on. Mrs. Morel grew anxious from very weariness. One part of her said it would be a relief to see the last of him. Another part fretted because of keeping the children, and inside her, as yet, she could not quite let him go. At the bottom she knew very well he could not go. When she went down to the coal place at the end of the garden, however, she felt something behind the door. So she looked, and there in the dark lay the big blue bundle. She sat on a piece of coal and laughed. Every time she saw it, so fat and yet so ignominious, slunk into its corner in the dark, with its ends flopping like dejected ears from the knots, she laughed again. She was relieved. Mrs. Morel sat waiting. He had not any money, she knew, so if he stopped he was running up a bill. She was very tired of him, tired to death. He had not even the courage to carry his bundle beyond the yard end. As she meditated, at about 9 o'clock, He opened the door and came in, slinking and yet sulky. She said not a word. He took off his coat and slunk to his armchair, where he began to take off his boots. "You'd better fetch your bundle before you take your boots off," she said quietly. "You may thank your stars I've come back tonight," he said, looking up from under his dropped head, sulkily, trying to be impressive. "Why, where should you have gone? You daren't even get your parcel through the yard end," she said. He looked such a fool. She was not even angry with him. He continued to take his boots off and prepare for bed. "I don't know what's in your blue handkerchief," she said, "but if you leave it, the children shall fetch it in the morning." Whereupon he got up and went out of the house, returning presently and crossing the kitchen with averted face, hurrying upstairs. As Mrs. Morel saw him slink quickly through the inner doorway, holding his bundle, she laughed to herself, but her heart was bitter because she had loved him. Chapter 3. The Casting Off of Morel, the Taking on of William. During the next week, Morel's temper was almost unbearable. Like all miners, he was a great lover of medicines, which, strangely enough, he would often pay for himself. "You mun get me a drop o' laxy vitral," he said. "It's a winder as we canna hae a sup at thous." So Mrs. Morel bought him elixir of vitriol, his favorite first medicine, and he made himself a jug of wormwood tea. He had hanging in the attic great bunches of dried herbs, wormwood, rue, horehound, elderflowers, parsley-pert, marshmallow, hyssop, dandelion, and centaury. Usually there was a jug of one or other decoction standing on the hob, from which he drank largely. "Grand," he said, smacking his lips after wormwood. "Grand." And he exhorted the children to try. "It's better than any of your tea or your cocoa stews," he vowed. But they were not to be tempted. This time, however, neither pills nor vitriol nor all his herbs would shift the nasty pains in his head. He was sickening for an attack of an inflammation of the brain. He had never been well since his sleeping on the ground when he went with Jerry to Nottingham. Since then he had drunk and stormed. Now he fell seriously ill, and Mrs. Morel had him to nurse. He was one of the worst patients imaginable. But in spite of all, and putting aside the fact that he was breadwinner, she never quite wanted him to die. Still, there was one part of her wanted him for herself. The neighbors were very good to her. Occasionally some had the children into meals. Occasionally some would do the downstairs work for her. One would mind the baby for a day. But it was a great drag nevertheless. It was not every day the neighbors helped. Then she had nursing of baby and husband, cleaning and cooking, everything to do. She was quite worn out, but she did what was wanted of her. And the money was just sufficient. She had 17 shillings a week from clubs, and every Friday Barker and the other buddy put by a portion of the stall's profits for Morel's wife, and the neighbors made broths and gave eggs and such invalids' trifles. If they had not helped her so generously in those times, Mrs. Morel would never have pulled through without incurring debts that would have dragged her down. The weeks passed. Morel, almost against hope, grew better. He had a fine constitution, so that once on the mend, he went straight forward to recovery. Soon he was pottering about downstairs. During his illness, his wife had spoiled him a little. Now he wanted her to continue. He often put his band to his head, pulled down the corners of his mouth, and shammed pains he did not feel. But there was no deceiving her. At first she merely smiled to herself. Then she scolded him sharply. "Goodness, man, don't be so lachrymose." That wounded him slightly, but still he continued to feign sickness. "I wouldn't be such a mardy baby," said the wife shortly. Then he was indignant and cursed under his breath, like a boy. He was forced to resume a normal tone and to cease to whine. Nevertheless, there was a state of peace in the house for some time. Mrs. Morel was more tolerant of him, and he, depending on her almost like a child, was rather happy. Neither knew that she was more tolerant because she loved him less. Up till this time, in spite of all, he had been her husband and her man. She had felt that, more or less, what he did to himself, he did to her. Her living depended on him. There were many, many stages in the ebbing of her love for him, but it was always ebbing. Now, with the birth of this third baby, herself no longer sat towards him, helplessly, but was like a tide that scarcely rose, standing off from him. After this she scarcely desired him, and, standing more aloof from him, not feeling him so much part of herself, but merely part of her circumstances, she did not mind so much what he did, could leave him alone. There was the halt, the wistfulness about the ensuing year, which is like autumn in a man's life. His wife was casting him off, half regretfully, but relentlessly, casting him off and turning now for love and life to the children. Henceforward he was more or less a husk, and he himself acquiesced, as so many men do, yielding their place to their children. During his recuperation, when it was really over between them, both made an effort to come back somewhat to the old relationship of the first months of their marriage. He sat at home, and when the children were in bed and she was sewing, she did all her sewing by hand, made all shirts and children's clothing he would read to her from the newspaper, slowly pronouncing and delivering the words like a man pitching quote. Often she hurried him on, giving him a phrase in anticipation, and then he took her words humbly. The silences between them were peculiar. There would be the swift, slight cluck of her needle, the sharp pop of his lips as he let out the smoke, the warmth, the sizzle on the bars as he spat in the fire. Then her thoughts turned to William. Already he was getting a big boy. Already he was top of the class, and the master said he was the smartest lad in the school. She saw him a man, young, full of vigor, making the world glow again for her. And Morel, sitting there, quite alone and having nothing to think about, would be feeling vaguely uncomfortable. His soul would reach out in its blind way to her and find her gone. He felt a sort of emptiness, almost like a vacuum in his soul. He was unsettled and restless. Soon he could not live in that atmosphere, and he affected his wife. Both felt an oppression on their breathing when they were left together for some time. Then he went to bed, and she settled down to enjoy herself alone, working, thinking, living. Meanwhile another infant was coming, fruit of this little peace and tenderness between the separating parents. Paul was 17 months old when the new baby was born. He was then a plump, pale child, quiet, with heavy blue eyes, and still the peculiar slight knitting of the brows. The last child was also a boy, fair and bonny. Mrs. Morel was sorry when she knew she was with child, both for economic reasons and because she did not love her husband, but not for the sake of the infant. They called the baby Arthur. He was very pretty, with a mop of gold curls, and he loved his father from the first. Mrs. Morel was glad this child loved the father. Hearing the miner's footsteps, the baby would put up his arms and crow. And if Morel were in a good temper, he called back immediately, in his hearty, mellow voice, "What then, my beauty? I shall come to thee in a minute." And as soon as he had taken off his petticoat, Mrs. Morel would put an apron round the child and give him to his father. "What a sight the lad looks!" she would exclaim sometimes, taking back the baby that was smutted on the face from his father's kisses and play. Then Morel laughed joyfully. "He's a little collier, bless his biddle mutton," he exclaimed. And these were the happy moments of her life now, when the children included the father in her heart. Meanwhile, William grew bigger and stronger and more active, while Paul, always rather delicate and quiet, got slimmer and trotted after his mother like her shadow. He was usually active and interested, but sometimes he would have fits of depression. Then the mother would find the boy of 3 or 4 crying on the sofa. "What's the matter?" she asked, and got no answer. "What's the matter?" she insisted, getting cross. "I don't know," sobbed the child. so she tried to reason him out of it or to amuse him, but without effect. It made her feel beside herself. Then the father, always impatient, would jump from his chair and shout, "If he doesn't stop, I'll smack him till he does." "You'll do nothing of the sort," said the mother coldly. And then she carried the child into the yard, plumped him into his little chair, and said, "Now cry there, misery." And then a butterfly on the rhubarb leaves perhaps caught his eye, or at last he cried himself to sleep. These fits were not often, but they caused a shadow in Mrs. Morel's heart, and her treatment of Paul was different from that of the other children. Suddenly, one morning, as she was looking down the alley of the Bottoms for the barman, she heard a voice calling her. It was the thin little Mrs. Anthony in brown velvet. "Here, Mrs. Morel, I want to tell you about your Willie." "Oh, do you?" replied Mrs. Morel. "Why, what's the matter? A lad as gets 'old of another and rips his clothes off, Miss back," Mrs. Anthony said. "Wants showing something. Your Alfred's as old as my William," said Mrs. Morel. "Appen he is, but that doesn't give him a right to get hold of the boy's collar and fair rip it clean off his back." "Well," said Mrs. Morel, "I don't thrash my children, and even if I did, I should want to hear their side of the tale." "They'd happen be a bit better if they did get a good hiding," retorted Mrs. Anthony. "When it comes to ripping the lad's clean collar often his back a purpose." "I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose," said Mrs. Morel. "Make me a liar," shouted Mrs. Anthony. Mrs. Morel moved away and closed her gate. Her hand trembled as she held her mug of barm. "But I saw let your mester know," Mrs. Anthony cried after her. At dinner time, when William had finished his meal and wanted to be off again, he was then 11 years old. His mother said to him, "What did you tear Alfred Anthony's collar for?" "When did I tear his collar?" "I don't know when, but his mother says you did." "Why, it was yesterday, and it was torn a'ready." "But you tore it more." "Well, I'd got a cobber as at lick 17, and Alfie Anthony says, Adam and Eve and pinch me, went down to a river to bade. Adam and Eve got drownded, who do yer think got saved? Adam and Eve got drownded, who do yer think got saved? And so I says, 'Oh, pinch you?' And so I pinched him and was mad, and so he snatched my cobbler and run off with it. And so I run after him, and when I was getting hold of him, dodged, and it ricked his collar. But I got my cobbler." He pulled from his pocket a black old horse chestnut hanging on a string. This old cobbler had cobbled, hit, and smashed 17 other cobblers on similar strings, so the boy was proud of his veteran. "Well," said Mrs. Morel, "you know you've got no right to rip his collar." "Well, our mother," he answered, "I never meant tra done it, and it was on an old inder rubber collar as was torn a'ready." "Next time," said his mother, "you be more careful. I shouldn't like it if you came home with your collar torn off." "I don't care, our mother, I never did it a purpose." The boy was rather miserable at being reprimanded. "No, well, you be more careful." William fled away, glad to be exonerated, and Mrs. Morel, who hated any bother with the neighbors, thought she would explain to Mrs. Anthony, and the business would be over. But that evening Morel came in from the pit looking very sour. He stood in the kitchen and glared round, but did not speak for some minutes. Then, "Where's that Willie?" he asked. "What do you want him for?" asked Mrs. Morel, who had guessed. "I'll let him know when I get him," said Morel, banging his pit bottle onto the dresser. "I suppose Mrs. Anthony's got hold of you and been yarning to you about Alfie's collar," said Mrs. Morel, rather sneering. "Niver mind who's got hold of me," said Morel. "When I get hold of I'll make his bones rattle." "It's a poor tale," said Mrs. Morel, "that you're so ready to side with any snipey vixen who likes to come telling tales against your own children." "I'll learn 'im," said Morel. "It none matters to me whose lead is, 'e's none goin' rippin' and tearin' about just as he's a mind. ripping and tearing about, just as he's a mind. Ripping and tearing about, repeated Mrs. Morel. He was running after that Alfie, who'd taken his cobbler, and he accidentally got hold of his collar, because the other dodged as an Anthony would. I know, shouted Morel threateningly. You would before you're told, replied his wife bitingly. Never you mind, stormed Morel. I know my business. That's more than doubtful, said Mrs. Morel. Supposing some loud-mouthed creature had been getting you to thrash your own children. I know, repeated Morel, and he said no more, but sat and nursed his bad temper. Suddenly William ran in, saying, Can I have my tea, mother? Far more than that, shouted Morel. Hold your noise, man, said Mrs. Morel, and don't look so ridiculous. He'll look ridiculous before I've done one of him, shouted Morel, rising from his chair and glaring at his son. William, who was a tall lad for his years, but very sensitive, had gone pale, and was looking in a sort of horror at his father. Go out, Mrs. Morel commanded her son. William had not the wit to move. Suddenly Morel clenched his fist and crouched. I'll gie him go out, he shouted like an insane thing. What? Cried Mrs. Morel, panting with rage. You shall not touch him for her telling. You shall not. Shauna I, shouted Morel. Shauna I, shouted Ot, shouted I. And, glaring at the boy, he ran forward. Mrs. Morel sprang in between them with her fist lifted. Don't you dare, she cried. What? He shouted, baffled for the moment. What? She spun round to her son. Go out of the house, she commanded him in fury. The boy, as if hypnotized by her, turned suddenly and was gone. Morel rushed to the door, but was too late. He returned, pale under his pit dirt with fury. But now his wife was fully roused. Only dare, she said in a loud, ringing voice. Only dare, my lord, to lay a finger on that child. You'll regret it forever. He was afraid of her. In a towering rage he sat down. When the children were old enough to be left, Mrs. Morel joined the Women's Guild. It was a little club of women attached to the Cooperative Wholesale Society, which met on Monday night in the long room over the grocery shop of the Bestwood Co-op. The women were supposed to discuss the benefits to be derived from cooperation and other social questions. Sometimes Mrs. Morel read a paper. It seemed queer to the children to see their mother, who was always busy about the house, sitting writing in her rapid fashion, thinking, referring to books, and writing again. They felt for her on such occasions the deepest respect, but they loved the guild. It was the only thing to which they did not grudge their mother, and that partly because she enjoyed it, partly because of the treats they derived from it. The guild was called by some hostile husbands who found their wives getting too independent, the clatfart shop, that is, the gossip shop. It is true, from off the basis of the guild, the women could look at their homes, at the conditions of their own lives, and find fault. So, the colliers found their women had a new standard of their own, rather disconcerting. And also, Mrs. Morel always had a lot of news on Monday nights, so that the children liked William to be in when their mother came home, because she told him things. Then, when the lad was 13, she got him a job in the co-op office. He was a very clever boy, frank, with rather rough features, and real Viking blue eyes. What dost want ter my a stoolhair's jack on him for? Said Morel. All he'll do is to wear his breeches behind out and earn nout. What's a startin' why? It doesn't matter what he's starting with, said Mrs. Morel. It wouldna put a my thet pit wee me and eller'n a easy 10 shillin' a wick from thet start, but 6 shillin' wear in his truck and out on a stool's better than 10 shillin' a thet pit wi my may, I know. He is not going in the pit, said Mrs. Morel, and there's an end of it. It were good enough for me, but it's non good enough for 'im. If your mother put you in the pit at 12, it's no reason why I should do the same with my lad. 12! It were a sight afore that, whenever it was, said Mrs. Morel. She was very proud of her son. He went to the night school and learned shorthand so that by the time he was 16, he was the best shorthand clerk and bookkeeper on the place, except one. Then he taught in the night schools, but he was so fiery that only his good nature and his size protected him. All the things that men do, the decent things, William did. He could run like the wind. When he was 12, he won a first prize in a race, an inkstand of glass shaped like an anvil. It stood proudly on the dresser and gave Mrs. Morel a keen pleasure. The boy only ran for her. He flew home with his anvil, breathless, with a "Look, mother." That was the first real tribute to herself. She took it like a queen. "How pretty!" she exclaimed. Then he began to get ambitious. He gave all his money to his mother. When he earned 14 shillings a week, she gave him back 2 for himself, and, as he never drank, he felt himself rich. He went about with the bourgeois of Bestwood. The townlet contained nothing higher than the clergyman. Then came the bank manager, then the doctors, then the tradespeople, and after that the hosts of colliers. Willem began to consort with the sons of the chemist, the schoolmaster, and the tradesman. He played billiards in the mechanics' hall. Also, he danced this in spite of his mother. All the life that Bestwood offered he enjoyed, from the sixpenny hops down Church Street to sports and billiards. Paul was treated to dazzling descriptions of all kinds of flower-like ladies, most of whom lived like cut blooms in William's heart for a brief fortnight. Occasionally some flame would come in pursuit of her errant swain, Mrs. Morel. Would find a strange girl at the door, and immediately she sniffed the air. "Is Mr. Morel in?" the damsel would ask appealingly. "My husband is at home," Mrs. Morel replied. "I mean young Mr. Morel," repeated the maiden painfully. "Which one? There are several." Whereupon much blushing and stammering from the fair one. I met Mr. Morel at Ripley," she explained. "Oh, at a dance. Yes. I don't approve of the girls my son meets at dances, and he is not at home." Then he came home angry with his mother for having turned the girl away so rudely. He was a careless yet eager-looking fellow who walked with long strides, sometimes frowning, often with his cap pushed jauly to the back of his head. Now he came in frowning. He threw his cap onto the sofa and took his strong jaw in his hand and glared down at his mother. She was small, with her hair taken straight back from her forehead. She had a quiet air of authority and yet of rare warmth. Knowing her son was angry, she trembled inwardly. "Did a lady call for me yesterday, mother?" he asked. "I don't know about a lady. There was a girl came." "And why didn't you tell me?" "Because I forgot, simply." He fumed a little. "A good-looking girl seen the lady? I didn't look at her. Big brown eyes? I did not look. And tell your girls, my son, that when they're running after you, they're not to come and ask your mother for you. Tell them that brazen baggages you meet at dancing classes. I'm sure she was a nice girl, and I'm sure she wasn't." There ended the altercation. Over the dancing there was a great strife between the mother and the son. The grievance reached its height when William said he was going to Hucknall Torkard, considered a low town to a fancy dress ball. He was to be a Highlander. There was a dress he could hire, which one of his friends had had, and which fitted him perfectly. The Highland suit came home. Mrs. Morel received it coldly and would not unpack it. "My suit come," cried William. "There's a parcel in the front room." He rushed in and cut the string. "How do you fancy your son and miss?" he said, enraptured, showing her the suit. "You know I don't want to fancy you in it." On the evening of the dance, when he had come home to dress, Mrs. Morel put on her coat and bonnet. "Aren't you going to stop and see me, mother?" he asked. "No, I don't want to see you," she replied. She was rather pale, and her face was closed and hard. She was afraid of her son's going the same way as his father. He hesitated a moment, and his heart stood still with anxiety. Then he caught sight of the Highland bonnet with its ribbons. He picked it up gleefully, forgetting her. She went out. When he was 19, he suddenly left the co-op office and got a situation in Nottingham. In his new place, he had 30 shillings a week instead of 18. This was indeed a rise. His mother and his father were brimmed up with pride. Everybody praised William. It seemed he was going to get on rapidly. Mrs. Morel hoped, with his aid, to help her younger sons. Annie was now studying to be a teacher. Paul, also very clever, was getting on well, having lessons in French and German from his godfather, the clergyman, who was still a friend to Mrs. Morel. Arthur, a spoilt and very good-looking boy, was at the board school, but there was talk of his trying to get a scholarship for the high school in Nottingham. William remained a year at his new post in Nottingham. He was studying hard and growing serious. Something seemed to be fretting him. Still, he went out to the dances and the river parties. He did not drink. The children were all rabid teetotalers. He came home very late at night and sat yet longer studying. His mother implored him to take more care, to do one thing or another. Dance if you want to dance, my son, but don't think you can work in the office and then amuse yourself and then study on top of all. You can't. The human frame won't stand it. Do one thing or the other, amuse yourself or learn Latin, but don't try to do both. Then he got a place in London at 120 a year. This seemed a fabulous sum. His mother doubted almost whether to rejoice or to grieve. "They want me in Lime Street on Monday week, mother," he cried, his eyes blazing as he read the letter. Mrs. Morel felt everything go silent inside her. He read the letter. "And will you reply by Thursday whether you accept? Yours faithfully. They want me, mother, at 120 a year, and don't even ask to see me. Didn't I tell you I could do it? Think of me in London. And I can give you £20 a year, mater. We so all be rolling in money." "We shall, my son," she answered sadly. It never occurred to him that she might be more hurt at his going away than glad of his success. Indeed, as the days drew near for his departure, her heart began to close and grow dreary with despair. She loved him so much. More than that, she hoped in him so much. Almost she lived by him. She liked to do things for him. She liked to put a cup for his tea and to iron his collars, of which he was so proud. It was a joy to her to have him proud of his collars. There was no laundry, so she used to rub away at them with her little convex iron to polish them, till they shone from the sheer pressure of her arm. Now she would not do it for him. Now he was going away. She felt almost as if he were going as well out of her heart. He did not seem to leave her inhabited with himself. That was the grief and the pain to her. He took nearly all himself away. A few days before his departure, he was just 20. He burned his love letters. They had hung on a file at the top of the kitchen cupboard. From some of them he had read extracts to his mother. Some of them she had taken the trouble to read herself, but most were too trivial. Now, on the Saturday morning, he said, "Come on, Postal. Let's go through my letters, and you can have the birds and flowers." Mrs. Morel had done her Saturday's work on the Friday because he was having a last day's holiday. She was making him a rice cake which he loved to take with him. He was scarcely conscious that she was so miserable. He took the first letter off the file. It was mauve tinted and had purple and green thistles. William sniffed the page. "Nice scent, smell," and he thrust the sheet under Paul's nose. Said Paul, breathing in. "What you call it? Smell, mother." His mother ducked her small, fine nose down to the paper. "I don't want to smell their rubbish," she said, sniffing. "This girl's father," said William, "is as rich as Seuss. He owns property without end. She calls me Lafayette because I know French. You will see, I've forgiven you. I like her forgiving me. I told Mother about you this morning, and she will have much pleasure if you come to tea on Sunday, but you will have to get Father's consent also. I sincerely hope he will agree. I will let you know how it transpires. If, however, let you know how it, what? Interrupted Mrs. Morel. Transpires? Oh, yes, transpires. Oh, yes, transpires, repeated Mrs. Morel mockingly. I thought she was so well educated. William felt slightly uncomfortable and abandoned this maiden, giving Paul the corner with the thistles. He continued to read extracts from his letters, some of which amused his mother, some of which saddened her and made her anxious. For him, "My lad," she said, "they're very wise. They know they've only got to flatter your vanity, and you press up to them like a dog that has its head scratched." "Well, they can't go on scratching forever," he replied, "and when they've done, I trot away." "But one day you'll find a string round your neck that you can't pull off," she answered. "Not me. I'm equal to any of 'em, mater. They needn't flatter themselves. You flatter yourself," she said quietly. Soon there was a heap of twisted black pages, all that remained of the file of scented letters, except that Paul had 30 or 40 pretty tickets from the corners of the notepaper, swallows and forget-me-notes, and ivy sprays. And William went to London to start a new life. Chapter 4. The Young Life of Paul. Paul would be built like his mother, slightly and rather small. His fair hair went reddish and then dark brown. His eyes were gray. He was a pale, quiet child, with eyes that seemed to listen and with a full, dropping underlip. As a rule, he seemed old for his years. He was so conscious of what other people felt, particularly his mother. When she fretted, he understood and could have no peace. His soul seemed always attentive to her. As he grew older, he became stronger. William was too far removed from him to accept him as a companion, so the smaller boy belonged at first almost entirely to Annie. She was a tomboy and a fly-by-sky, as her mother called her, but she was intensely fond of her second brother, so Paul was towed round at the heels of Annie, sharing her game. She raced wildly at Lurkey with the other young wild cats of the bottoms, and always Paul flew beside her, living her share of the game, having as yet no part of his own. He was quiet and not noticeable, but his sister adored him. He always seemed to care for things if she wanted him to. She had a big doll of which she was fearfully proud, though not so fond. So she laid the doll on the sofa and covered it with an antimacassar to sleep. Then she forgot it. Meantime, Paul must practice jumping off the sofa arm, so he jumped crash into the face of the hidden doll. Annie rushed up, uttered a loud wail, and sat down to weep a dirge. Paul remained quite still. "You couldn't tell it was there, mother. You couldn't tell it was there," he repeated over and over. So long as Annie wept for the doll, he sat helpless with misery. Her grief wore itself out. She forgave her brother, he was so much upset. But a day or two afterwards she was shocked. "Let's make a sacrifice of Arabella," he said. "Let's burn her." She was horrified, yet rather fascinated. She wanted to see what the boy would do. He made an altar of bricks, pulled some of the shavings out of Arabella's body, put the waxen fragments into the hollow face, poured on a little paraffin, and set the whole thing alight. He watched with wicked satisfaction the drops of wax melt off the broken forehead of Arabella and drop like sweat into the flame. So long as the stupid big doll burned, he rejoiced in silence. At the end he poked among the embers with a stick, fished out the arms and legs, all blackened, and smashed them under stones. "That's the sacrifice of Mrs. Arabella," he said. "Anne, I'm glad there's nothing left of her," which disturbed Annie inwardly, although she could say nothing. He seemed to hate the doll so intensely because he had broken it. All the children, but particularly Paul, were peculiarly against their father, along with their mother. Morel continued to bully and to drink. He had periods, months at a time, when he made the whole life of the family a misery. Paul never forgot coming home from the Band of Hope one Monday evening and finding his mother with her eyes swollen and discolored, his father standing on the hearthrug, feet astride, his head down, and William, just home from work, glaring at his father. There was a silence as the young children entered, but none of the elders looked round. William was white to the lips, and his fists were clenched. He waited until the children were silent, watching with children's rage and hate. Then he said, "You coward, you daren't do it when I was in." But Morel's blood was up. He swung round on his son. William was bigger, but Morel was hard-muscled and mad with fury. "Dossn't I," he shouted, "dossn't I hae much more o' thy chelp, my young jockey, and I'll rattle my fist about thee. Aye, and I shall that, do see." Morel crouched at the knees and showed his fist in an ugly, almost beast-like fashion. William was white with rage. "Will yer," he said, quiet and intense. "It 'ud be the last time, though." Morel danced a little nearer, crouching, drawing back his fist to strike. William put his fists ready. A light came into his blue eyes, almost like a laugh. He watched his father. Another word and the men would have begun to fight. Paul hoped they would. The three children sat pale on the sofa. "Stop it, both of you," cried Mrs. Morel in a hard voice. "We've had enough for one night. And you," she said, turning on to her husband, "look at your children." Morel glanced at the sofa. "Look at the children, you nasty little bitch," he sneered. "Why, what have I done to the children, I should like to know? But they're like yourself. You've put 'em up to your own tricks and nasty ways. You've learned 'em in it. You, Av." She refused to answer him. No one spoke. After a while, he threw his boots under the table and went to bed. "Why didn't you let me have a go at him?" said William, when his father was upstairs. "I could easily have beaten him." "A nice thing, your own father," she replied. "Father," repeated William. "Call him my father," she replied. "Father," repeated William. "Well, he is, and so, but why don't you let me settle him? I could do, easily." "The idea," she cried. "It hasn't come to that yet." "No," he said. "It's come to worse. Look at yourself. Why didn't you let me give it him?" "Because I couldn't bear it, so never think of it," she cried quickly. And the children went to bed miserably. When William was growing up, the family moved from the Bottoms to a house on the brow of the hill, commanding a view of the valley, which spread out like a convex cockleshell or a clampshell before it. In front of the house was a huge old ash tree. The west wind, sweeping from Derbyshire, caught the houses with full force, and the tree shrieked again. Morel liked it. "It's music," he said. "It sends me to sleep." But Paul and Arthur and Annie hated it. To Paul it became almost a demoniacal noise. The winter of their first year in the new house, their father was very bad. The children played in the street, on the brim of the wide, dark valley, until 8 o'clock. Then they went to bed. Their mother sat sewing below. Having such a great space in front of the house gave the children a feeling of night, of vastness, and of terror. This terror came in from the shrieking of the tree and the anguish of the home discord. Often Paul would wake up after he had been asleep a long time, aware of thuds downstairs. Instantly he was wide awake. Then he heard the booming shouts of his father, "Come home nearly drunk." Then the sharp replies of his mother. Then the bang, bang of his father's fist on the table, and the nasty snarling shout as the man's voice got higher. And then the whole was drowned in a piercing medley of shrieks and cries from the great wind-swept ash tree. The children lay silent in suspense, waiting for a lull in the wind to hear what their father was doing. He might hit their mother again. There was a feeling of horror, a kind of bristling in the darkness, and a sense of blood. They lay with their hearts in the grip of an intense anguish. The wind came through the tree fiercer and fiercer. All the chords of the great harp hummed, whistled, and shrieked, And then came the horror of the sudden silence, silence everywhere, outside and downstairs. What was it? Was it a silence of blood? What had he done? The children lay and breathed the darkness. And then, at last, they heard their father throw down his boots and tramp upstairs in his stockinged feet. Still they listened. Then at last, if the wind allowed, they heard the water of the tap drumming into the kettle, which their mother was filling for morning, and they could go to sleep in peace. So they were happy in the morning, happy, very happy playing, dancing at night round the lonely lamp-post in the midst of the darkness. But they had one tight place of anxiety in their hearts, one darkness in their eyes, which showed all their lives. Paul hated his father. As a boy he had a fervent private religion. Make him stop drinking, he prayed every night. Lord, let my father die, he prayed very often. Let him not be killed at pit, he prayed when, after tea, the father did not come home from work. That was another time when the family suffered intensely. The children came from school and had their teas. On the hob, the big black saucepan was simmering. The stew jar was in the oven, ready for Morel's dinner. He was expected at 5 o'clock. But for months he would stop and drink every night on his way from work. In the winter nights, when it was cold and grew dark early, Mrs. Morel would put a brass candlestick on the table, light a tallow candle to save the gas. The children finished their bread and butter, or dripping, and were ready to go out to play. But if Morel had not come, they faltered. The sense of his sitting in all his pit dirt, drinking after a long day's work, not coming home and eating and washing, but sitting, getting drunk on an empty stomach, made Mrs. Morel unable to bear herself. From her the feeling was transmitted to the other children. She never suffered alone any more. The children suffered with her. Paul went out to play with the rest. Down in the great trough of twilight, tiny clusters of lights burned where the pits were. A few last colliers straggled up the dim field path. The lamplighter came along. No more colliers came. Darkness shut down over the valley. Work was done. It was night. Then Paul ran anxiously into the kitchen. The one candle still burned on the table. The big fire glowed red. Mrs. Morel sat alone. On the hob, the saucepan steamed. The dinner plate lay waiting on the table. All the room was full of the sense of waiting, waiting for the man who was sitting in his pit, dirt, dinnerless, some mile away from home, across the darkness, drinking himself drunk. Paul stood in the doorway. "Has my dad come?" he asked. "You can see he hasn't," said Mrs. Morel, cross with the futility of the question. Then the boy dawdled about near his mother. They shared the same anxiety. Presently Mrs. Morel went out and strained the potatoes. "They're ruined and black," she said. "But what do I care?" Not many words were spoken. Paul almost hated his mother for suffering because his father did not come home from work. "What do you bother yourself for?" he said. "If he wants to stop and get drunk, why don't you let him?" "Let him!" flashed Mrs. Morel. "You may well say let him." She knew that the man who stops on the way home from work is on a quick way to ruining himself and his home. The children were yet young and depended on the breadwinner. William gave her the sense of relief, providing her at last with someone to turn to if Morel failed. But the tense atmosphere of the room on these waiting evenings was the same. The minutes ticked away. At 6 o'clock still the cloth lay on the table. Still the dinner stood waiting, still the same sense of anxiety and expectation in the room. The boy could not stand it any longer. He could not go out and play, so he ran in to Mrs. Inger, next door but one, for her to talk to him. She had no children. Her husband was good to her, but was in a shop and came home late. So when she saw the lad at the door, she called, "Come in, Paul." The two sat talking for some time when suddenly the boy rose, saying, "Well, I'll be going and seeing if my mother wants an errand doing." He pretended to be perfectly cheerful and did not tell his friend what ailed him. Then he ran indoors. Morel at these times came in churlish and hateful. "This is a nice time to come home," said Mrs. Morel. "Why's it matter to yo what time I come? Whame!" he shouted, and everybody in the house was still, because he was dangerous. He ate his food in the most brutal manner possible, and, when he had done, pushed all the pots in a heap away from him to lay his arms on the table. Then he went to sleep. Paul hated his father so. The collier's small, mean head, with its black hair slightly soiled with gray, lay on the bare arms, and the face, dirty and inflamed, with a fleshy nose and thin, paltry brows, was turned sideways, asleep with beer and weariness and nasty temper. If anyone entered suddenly, or a noise were made, the man looked up and shouted, "I'll lay my fist about thy yeed, I'm telling thee. If thou doesn't stop that clatter, dost hear?" And the two last words, shouted in a bullying fashion, usually at Annie, made the family writhe with hate of the man. He was shut out from all family affairs. No one told him anything. The children, alone with their mother, told her all about the day's happenings, everything. Nothing had really taken place in them until it was told to their mother. But as soon as the father came in, everything stopped. He was like the Scotch in the smooth, happy machinery of the home, and he was always aware of this fall of silence on his entry, the shutting off of life, the unwelcome. But now it was gone too far to alter. He would dearly have liked the children to talk to him, but they could not. Sometimes Mrs. Morel would say, "You ought to tell your father." Paul won a prize in a competition in a child's paper. Everybody was highly jubilant. "Now you better tell your father when he comes in," said Mrs. Morel. "You know how he carries on and says he's never told anything." "All right," said Paul, but he would almost rather have forfeited the prize than have to tell his father. "I've won a prize in a competition, Dad," he said. Morel turned round to him. "Have you, my boy? What sort of a competition?" "Oh, nothing about famous women." "And how much is the prize, then, as you've got?" "It's a book." "Oh, indeed. About birds." And that was all. Conversation was impossible between the father and any other member of the family. He was an outsider. He had denied the God in him. The only times when he entered again into the life of his own people was when he worked, and was happy at work. Sometimes in the evening he cobbled the boots or mended the kettle or his pit bottle. Then he always wanted several attendants, and the children enjoyed it. They united with him in the work, in the actual doing of something, when he was his real self again. He was a good workman, dexterous, and one who, when he was in a good humor, always sang. He had whole periods, months, almost years of friction and nasty temper. Then sometimes he was jolly again. It was nice to see him run with a piece of red-hot iron into the scullery, crying, "Out of my road! Out of my road!" Then he hammered the soft, red, glowing stuff on his iron goose, and made the shape he wanted. Or he sat absorbed for a moment, soldering. Then the children watched with joy as the metal sank suddenly molten and was shoved about against the nose of the soldering iron, while the room was full of a scent of burnt resin and hot tin, and Morel was silent and intent for a minute. He always sang when he mended boots because of the jolly sound of hammering. And he was rather happy when he sat putting great patches on his moleskin pit trousers, which he would often do, considering them too dirty, and the stuff too hard for his wife to mend. But the best time for the young children was when he made fuses. Morel fetched a sheaf of long, sound wheat straws from the attic. These he cleaned with his hand, till each one gleamed like a stalk of gold, after which he cut the straws into lengths of about 6 inches, leaving, if he could, a notch at the bottom of each piece. He always had a beautifully sharp knife that could cut a straw clean without hurting it. Then he set in the middle of the table a heap of gunpowder, a little pile of black grains upon the white scrubbed board. He made and trimmed the straws while Paul and Annie rifled and plugged them. Paul loved to see them. Black grains trickled down a crack in his palm into the mouth of the straw, peppering jollily downwards till the straw was full. Then he bunged up the mouth with a bit of soap which he got on his thumbnail from a pat in a saucer, and the straw was finished. "Look, Dad," he said. "That's right, my beauty," replied Morel, who was peculiarly lavish of endearments to his second son. Paul popped the fuse into the powder tin, ready for the morning, when Morel would take it to the pit and use it to fire a shot that would blast the coal down. Meantime Arthur, still fond of his father, would lean on the arm of Morel's chair and say, "Tell us about Down Pit, Daddy." This Morel loved to do. "Well, there's one little oss, we call him Taffy," he would begin, "and he's a fos un." Morel had a warm way of telling a story. He made one feel Taffy's cunning. "He's a brown un," he would answer, "and not very high. Well, he comes at thou wi' a rattle, and then yo' 'ear him sneeze. 'Ello, Taff, you say, what art sneezin' for? Been tine some snuff, and tine some snuff?" Anti-Dado sneezes again. Then he slivs up and shoves a side op in here that cadden. "What's want, Taff?" Yo say. "And what does he?" Arthur always asked. "He wants a biddle bacca, my ducky." This story of Taffy would go on interminably, and everybody loved it. Or sometimes it was a new tale. "And what dost think, my darlin', when I went to put my coat on at snap time, what should go runnin' up my arm but a mouse? 'Hey up theer,' I shouts. And I were just in time ter get him by this tail." "And did you kill it?" "I did, for they're a nuisance. The place is fair sneed whyam." "And what do they live on?" "The corn as the osses drops in. They'll get in your pocket and eat your snap, if you'll let 'em, no matter where yo' hing your coat. The slivin', nibblin' little nuisances, for they are." These happy evenings could not take place unless Morel had some job to do, and then he always went to bed very early, often before the children. There was nothing remaining for him to stay up for when he had finished tinkering and had skimmed the headlines of the newspaper. And the children felt secure when their father was in bed. They lay and talked softly a while. Then they started as the lights went suddenly sprawling over the ceiling from the lamps that swung in the hands of the colliers tramping by outside, going to take the 9 o'clock shift. They listened to the voices of the men, imagined them dipping down into the dark valley. Sometimes they went to the window and watched the 3 or 4 lamps growing tinier and tinier, swaying down the fields in the darkness. Then it was a joy to rush back to bed and cuddle closely in the warmth. Paul was rather a delicate boy, subject to bronchitis. The others were all quite strong, so this was another reason for his mother's difference in feeling for him. One day he came home at dinner time feeling ill. But it was not a family to make any fuss. "What's the matter with you?" his mother asked sharply. "Nothing," he replied. But he ate no dinner. "If you eat no dinner, you're not going to school," she said. "Why?" he asked. "That's why." So after dinner he lay down on the sofa, on the warm chintz cushions the children loved. Then he fell into a kind of doze. That afternoon Mrs. Morel was ironing. She listened to the small, restless noise the boy made in his throat as she worked. Again rose in her heart the old, almost weary feeling towards him. She had never expected him to live, and yet he had a great vitality in his young body. Perhaps it would have been a little relief to her if he had died. She always felt a mixture of anguish in her love for him. He, in his semi-conscious sleep, was vaguely aware of the clatter of the iron on the iron stand, of the faint thud, thud on the ironing board. Once roused, he opened his eyes to see his mother standing on the hearthrug with the hot iron near her cheek, listening, as it were, to the heat. Her still face, with the mouth closed tight from suffering and disillusion and self-denial, and her nose the smallest bit on one side, and her blue eye so young, quick, and warm, made his heart contract with love. When she was quiet, so, she looked brave and rich with life. but as if she had been done out of her rights. It hurt the boy keenly, this feeling about her that she had never had her life's fulfillment, and his own incapability to make up to her hurt him with a sense of impotence, yet made him patiently dogged inside. It was his childish aim. She spat on the iron, and a little ball of spit bounded, raced off the dark, glossy surface. Then kneeling, she rubbed the iron on the sack lining of the hearthrug vigorously. She was warm in the ruddy firelight. Paul loved the way she crouched and put her head on one side. Her movements were light and quick. It was always a pleasure to watch her. Nothing she ever did, no movement she ever made, could have been found fault with by her children. The room was warm and full of the scent of hot linen. Later on, the clergyman came and talked softly with her. Paul was laid up with an attack of bronchitis. He did not mind much. What happened happened, and it was no good kicking against the pricks. He loved the evenings after 8 o'clock, when the light was put out and he could watch the fire flames spring over the darkness of the walls and ceiling, could watch huge shadows waving and tossing, till the room seemed full of men who battled silently. On retiring to bed, the father would come into the sick room. He was always very gentle if anyone were ill, but he disturbed the atmosphere for the boy. "Are Tara asleep, my darlin'?" Morel asked softly. "No, is my mother comin'? She's just finishin' foldin' the clothes. Do you want anything?" Morel rarely feed his son. "I don't want nothin'. But how long will she be?" "Not long, my ducky." The father waited undecidedly on the hearthrug for a moment or two. He felt his son did not want him. Then he went to the top of the stairs and said to his wife, "This child taxin' for thee. How long art goin' to be?" "Until I've finished. Good gracious, tell him to go to sleep." "She says you're to go to sleep," the father repeated gently to Paul. "Well, I want her to come," insisted the boy. "He says he can't go off till you come," Morel called downstairs. Dear, I shan't be long. And do stop shouting downstairs. There's the other children." Then Morel came again and crouched before the bedroom fire. He loved the fire dearly. "She says she won't be long," he said. He loitered about indefinitely. The boy began to get feverish with irritation. His father's presence seemed to aggravate all his sick impatience. At last Morel, after having stood looking at his son a while, said softly, "Good night, my darling." "Good night," Paul replied, turning round in relief to be alone. Paul loved to sleep with his mother. Sleep is still most perfect, in spite of hygienists, when it is shared with a beloved. The warmth, the security and peace of soul, the utter comfort from the touch of the other, knits the sleep, so that it takes the body and soul completely in its healing. Paul lay against her and slept, and got better, while she, always a bad sleeper, fell later on into a profound sleep that seemed to give her faith. In convalescence, he would sit up in bed, see the fluffy horses feeding at the troughs in the field, scattering their hay on the trodden yellow snow, watch the miners troop home small black figures trailing slowly in gangs across the white field. Then the night came up in dark blue vapor from the snow. In convalescence, everything was wonderful. The snowflakes, suddenly arriving on the window pane, clung there a moment like swallows, then were gone, and a drop of water was crawling down the glass. The snowflakes whirled round the corner of the house, like pigeons dashing by. Away across the valley the little black train crawled doubtfully over the great whiteness. While they were so poor, the children were delighted if they could do anything to help economically. Annie and Paul and Arthur went out early in the morning in summer looking for mushrooms, hunting through the wet grass from which the larks were rising, for the white-skinned, wonderful naked bodies crouched secretly in the green. And if they got half a pound, they felt exceedingly happy. There was the joy of finding something, the joy of accepting something straight from the hand of nature, and the joy of contributing to the family exchequer. But the most important harvest, after gleaning for Frementi, was the blackberries. Mrs. Morel must buy fruit for puddings on Saturdays. Also, she liked blackberries. So Paul and Arthur scoured the coppices and woods and old quarries, so long as a blackberry was to be found, every weekend going on their search. In that region of mining villages, blackberries became a comparative rarity. But Paul hunted far and wide. He loved being out in the country, among the bushes, but he also could not bear to go home to his mother empty, that he felt would disappoint her, and he would have died rather. "Good gracious!" she would exclaim as the lads came in, "late and tired to death, and hungry. Wherever have you been?" "Well," replied Paul, "there wasn't any, so we went over Miss Kill's. And look here, our mother." She peeped into the basket. "Now, those are fine ones," she exclaimed. "And there's over 2 pounds, isn't there? Over 2 pounds?" She tried the basket. "Yes," she answered doubtfully. Then Paul fished out a little spray. He always brought her one spray, the best he could find. "Pretty," she said, in a curious tone of a woman accepting a love token. The boy walked all day, went miles and miles, rather than own himself beaten and come home to her empty-handed. She never realized this whilst he was young. She was a woman who waited for her children to grow up, and William occupied her chiefly. But when William went to Nottingham and was not so much at home, the mother made a companion of Paul. The latter was unconsciously jealous of his brother, and William was jealous of him. At the same time, they were good friends. Mrs. Morel's intimacy with her second son was more subtle and fine, perhaps not so passionate as with her eldest. It was the rule that Paul should fetch the money on Friday afternoons. The colliers of the 5 pits were paid on Fridays, but not individually. All the earnings of each stall were put down to the chief buddy as contractor, and he divided the wages again, either in the public house or in his own home, so that the children could fetch the money. School closed early on Friday afternoons. Each of the Morel children, William, then Annie, then Paul, had fetched the money on Friday afternoons until they went themselves to work. Paul used to set off at 3:30 with a little calico bag in his pocket. Down all the paths, women, girls, children, and men were seen trooping to the offices. These offices were quite handsome. A new, red brick building, almost like a mansion, standing in its own grounds at the end of Greenhill Lane. The waiting room was the hall, a long bare room paved with blue brick and having a seat all round against the wall. Here sat the colliers in their pit dirt. They had come up early. The women and children usually loitered about on the red gravel paths. Paul always examined the grass border and the big grass bank, because in it grew tiny pansies and tiny forget-me-nots. There was a sound of many voices. The women had on their Sunday hats. The girls chattered loudly. Little dogs ran here and there. The green shrubs were silent all around. Then from inside came the cry, "Spinney Park, Spinney Park, Spinney Park." All the folk for Spinney Park trooped inside. When it was time for Breddy to be paid, Paul went in among the crowd. The pay room was quite small. A counter went across, dividing it into half. Behind the counter stood 2 men, Mr. Braithwaite and his clerk, Mr. Winterbottom. Mr. Braithwaite was large, somewhat of the stern patriarch in appearance, having a rather thin white beard. He was usually muffled in an enormous silk neckerchief, and right up to the hot summer a huge fire burned in the open grate. No window was open. Sometimes in winter the air scorched the throats of the people, coming in from the freshness. Mr. sold. Winterbottom was rather small and fat and very bald. He made remarks that were not witty, whilst his chief launched forth patriarchal admonitions against the colliers. The room was crowded with miners in their pit dirt, men who had been home and changed, and women, and 1 or 2 children, and usually a dog. Paul was quite small, so it was often his fate to be jammed behind the legs of the men near the fire which scorched him. He knew the order of the names. They went according to stall number. "Holiday," came the ringing voice of Mr. Braithwaite. Then Mrs. Holiday stepped silently forward, was paid, drew aside. Bower John Bower. A boy stepped to the counter. Mr. Braithwaite, large and irascible, glowered at him over his spectacles. "John Bower," he repeated. "It's me," said the boy. "Why, you used to 'ave a different nose than that," said glossy Mr. Winterbottom, peering over the counter. The people tittered, thinking of John Bower Sr. "How is it your father's not come?" said Mr. Braithwaite in a large and magisterial voice. "He's badly," piped the boy. "You should tell him to keep off the drink," pronounced the great cashier. "And never mind if he puts his foot through your," said a mocking voice from behind. All the men laughed. The large and important cashier looked down at his next sheet. "Fred Pilkington," he called, quite indifferent. Mr. Braithwaite was an important shareholder in the firm. Paul knew his turn was next but one, and his heart began to beat. He was pushed against the chimney-piece. His calves were burning. But he did not hope to get through the wall of men. "Walter Morel," came the ringing voice. "Here," piped Paul, small and inadequate. "More Walter Morel," the cashier repeated, his finger and thumb on the invoice, ready to pass on. Paul was suffering convulsions of self-consciousness and could not or would not shout. The bats of the men obliterated him. Then Mr. Winterbottom came to the rescue. "He's here. Where is he? Morel, lad?" The fat, red, bald little man peered round with keen eyes. He pointed at the fireplace. The colliers looked round, moved aside, and disclosed the boy. "Here he is," said Mr. Winterbottom. Paul went to the counter. £17 11 5. "Why don't you shout up when you're called?" said Mr. Braithwaite. He banged on to the invoice a £5 bag of silver, then in a delicate and pretty movement picked up a little £10 column of gold and plumped it beside the silver. The gold slid in a bright stream over the paper. The cashier finished counting off the money. The boy dragged the whole down the counter to Mr. Winterbottom, to whom the stoppages for rent and tools must be paid. Here he suffered again. 16 6, said Mr. Winterbottom. The lad was too much upset to count. He pushed forward some loose silver and half a sovereign. "How much do you think you given me?" asked Mr. Winterbottom. The boy looked at him, but said nothing. He had not the faintest notion. "Haven't you got a tongue in your head?" Paul bit his lip and pushed forward some more silver. "Don't they teach you to count at the board school?" he asked. "Nas donc, but algebra in French," said a collier. "And cheek and impudence," said another. Paul was keeping someone waiting. With trembling fingers, he got his money into the bag and slid out. He suffered the tortures of the damned on these occasions. His relief, when he got outside and was walking along the Mansfield Road, was infinite. On the park wall, the mosses were green. There were some gold and some white fowls pecking under the apple trees of an orchard. The colliers were walking home in a stream. The boy went near the wall, self-consciously. He knew many of the men, but could not recognize them in their dirt. And this was a new torture to him. When he got down to the New Inn at Bertie, his father was not yet come. Mrs. Warmby, the landlady, knew him. His grandmother, Morel's mother, had been Mrs. Warmby's friend. "Your father's not come yet," said the landlady in the peculiar half-scornful, half-patronizing voice of a woman who talks chiefly to grown men. "Sit you down." Paul sat down on the edge of the bench in the bar. Some colliers were reckoning, sharing out their money in a corner. Others came in. They all glanced at the boy without speaking. At last Morel came, brisk and with something of an air even in his blackness. "Hello," he said rather tenderly to his son. "Have you bested me? Shall you have a drink of something?" Paul and all the children were bred up fierce anti-alcoholists, and he would have suffered more in drinking a lemonade before all the men than in having a tooth drawn. The landlady looked at him de hat en bas, rather pitying, and at the same time resenting his clear, fierce morality. Paul went home glowering. He entered the house silently. Friday was baking day, and there was usually a hot bun. His mother put it before him. Suddenly he turned on her in a fury, his eyes flashing. "I'm not going to the office anymore," he said. "Why, what's the matter?" his mother asked in surprise. His sudden rages rather amused her. "I'm not going anymore," he declared. "Oh, very well. Tell your father so." He chewed his bun as if he hated it. I'm not going to fetch the money." "Then one of Carlin's children can go. They'd be glad enough of the sixpence," said Mrs. Morel. This sixpence was Paul's only income. It mostly went in buying birthday presents, but it was an income, and he treasured it. "But they can have it then," he said. "I don't want it." "Oh, very well," said his mother. "But you needn't bully me about it." "They're hateful and common, and hateful they are, and I'm not going any more." Mr. Braithwaite drops his esh, and Mr. Winterbottom says, "You was." "And is that why you won't go any more?" smiled Mrs. Morel. The boy was silent for some time. His face was pale, his eyes dark and furious. His mother moved about at her work, taking no notice of him. "They always stand in front of me, so as I can't get out," he said. "Well, my lad, you've only to ask them," she replied. And then Alfred Winterbottom says, "What did they teach you at the board school?" "They never taught him much," said Mrs. Morel. "That is the fact, neither manners nor wit, and his cunning he was born with." So, in her own way, she soothed him. His ridiculous hypersensitiveness made her heart ache, and sometimes the fury in his eyes roused her, made her sleeping soul lift up its head a moment, surprised. "What was the cheque?" she asked. £17 11 and 5 pence, and 16 and 6 stoppages, replied the boy. "It's a good week, and only 5 shilling stoppages for my father." So she was able to calculate how much her husband had earned, and could call him to account if he gave her short money. Morel always kept to himself the secret of the week's amount. Friday was the baking night and market night. It was the rule that Paul should stay at home and bake. He loved to stop in and draw or read. He was very fond of drawing. Annie always gallivanted on Friday nights. Arthur was enjoying himself as usual, so the boy remained alone. Mrs. Morel loved her marketing. In the tiny marketplace on the top of the hill where 4 roads from Nottingham and Derby, Ilkeston and Mansfield meet, many stalls were erected. Brakes ran in from surrounding villages. The marketplace was full of women, the streets packed with men. It was amazing to see so many men everywhere in the streets. Mrs. Morel usually quarreled with her lace woman, sympathized with her fruit man who was a gaby, but his wife was a bad unlaughed with the fish man who was a scamp, but so droll put the linoleum man in his place, was cold with the odd wares man, and only went to the crockery man when she was driven or drawn by the cornflowers on a little dish. Then she was coldly polite. "I wondered how much that little dish was," she said. "7 pence to you." "Thank you." She put the dish down and walked away, but she could not leave the marketplace without it. Again she went by where the pots lay coldly on the floor, and she glanced at the dish furtively, pretending not to. She was a little woman, in a bonnet and a black costume. Her bonnet was in its 3rd year. It was a great grievance to Annie. "Mother," the girl implored, "don't wear that nubbly little bonnet." "Then what else shall I wear?" replied the mother tartly. "And I'm sure it's right enough." It had started with a tip, then had had flowers, now was reduced to black lace and a bit of jet. "It looks rather come down," said Paul. "Couldn't you give it a pick-me-up?" "I'll jowl your head for impudence," said Mrs. Morel, and she tied the strings of the black bonnet valiantly under her chin. She glanced at the dish again. Both she and her enemy, the potman, had an uncomfortable feeling, as if there were something between them. Suddenly he shouted, "Do you want it for 5 pence?" She started. Her heart hardened, but then she stooped and took up her dish. "I'll have it," she said. "You'll do me the favor, like," he said. "Yer better spit in it, like yer do when you've something give yer." Mrs. Morel paid him the 5 pence in a cold manner. "I don't see you give it me," she said. "You wouldn't let me have it for 5 pence if you didn't want to. In this flammin' scrattlin' place you may count yourself lucky if you can give your things away," he growled. "Yes, there are bad times and good," said Mrs. Morel. But she had forgiven the potman. They were friends. She dare now finger his pots, so she was happy. Paul was waiting for her. He loved her homecoming. She was always her best, so triumphant, tired, laden with parcels, feeling rich in spirit. He heard her quick, light step in the entry and looked up from his drawing. "Oh," she sighed, smiling at him from the doorway. "My word, you are loaded," he exclaimed, putting down his brush. "I am," she gasped. "That brazen Annie said she'd meet me. Such a wait!" She dropped her string bag and her packages on the table. "Is the bread done?" she asked, going to the oven. "The last one is soaking," he replied. "You needn't look. I've not forgotten it." "Oh, that potman," she said, closing the oven door. "You know what a wretch I've said he was. Well, I don't think he's quite so bad. Don't you?" The boy was attentive to her. She took off her little black bonnet. "No, I think he can't make any money well. It's everybody's cry alike nowadays, and it makes him disagreeable." "It would me," said Paul. "Well, one can't wonder at it. And he let me have, how much do you think he let me have this for?" She took the dish out of its rag of newspaper and stood looking on it with joy. "Show me," said Paul. The two stood together, gloating over the dish. "I love cornflowers on things," said Paul. "Yes, and I thought of the teapot you bought me." 1 and 3, said Paul. 5 pence. It's not enough, mother. No. Do you know, I fairly sneaked off with it. But I'd been extravagant. I couldn't afford any more. And he needn't have let me have it if he hadn't wanted to. No, he need he? Said Paul, and the two comforted each other from the fear of having robbed the potman. "We saidn't have stewed fruit in it," said Paul. "Or custard, or a jelly," said his mother. "Or radishes and lettuce," said he. "Don't forget that bread," she said, her voice bright with glee. Paul looked in the oven, tapped the loaf on the base. "It's done," he said, giving it to her. She tapped it also. "Yes," she replied, going to unpack her bag. "Oh, and I'm a wicked, extravagant woman. I know all I'll come to want." He hopped to her side eagerly to see her latest extravagance. She unfolded another lump of newspaper and disclosed some roots of pansies and of crimson daisies. 4 penn'orth, she moaned. "How cheap," he cried. "Yes, but I couldn't afford it this week of all weeks. But lovely," he cried. "Aren't they?" she exclaimed, giving way to pure joy. "Paul, look at this yellow one, isn't it? And a face just like an old man." "Just," cried Paul, stooping to sniff. "And smells that nice, but he's a bit splashed." He ran in the scullery, came back with the flannel, and carefully washed the pansy. "Now look at him now, he's wet," he said. "Yes," she exclaimed, brimful of satisfaction. The children of Scargill Street felt quite select. At the end, where the Morels lived, there were not many young things, so the few were more united. Boys and girls played together, the girls joining in the fights and the rough games, the boys taking part in the dancing games and rings and make-believe of the girls. Annie and Paul and Arthur loved the winter evenings when it was not wet. They stayed indoors till the Colliers were all gone home, till it was thick dark and the street would be deserted. Then they tied their scarves round their necks, for they scorned overcoats, as all the colliers' children did, and went out. The entry was very dark, and at the end the whole great night opened out, in a hollow, with a little tangle of lights below where Minton Pit lay, and another far away opposite for Selby. The farthest tiny lights seemed to stretch out the darkness forever. The children looked anxiously down the road at the one lamp-post which stood at the end of the field path. If the little luminous space were deserted, the two boys felt genuine desolation. They stood with their hands in their pockets under the lamp, turning their backs on the night, quite miserable, watching the dark houses. Suddenly a pinafore under a short coat was seen, and a long-legged girl came flying up. "Where's Billy Pillins and your Annie and Eddie Dakin?" "I don't know," but it did not matter so much. There were three now. They set up a game round the lamp-post till the others rushed up, yelling. Then the play went fast and furious. There was only this one lamp-post. Behind was the great scoop of darkness, as if all the night were there. In front, another wide, dark way opened over the hill brow. Occasionally somebody came out of this way and went into the field down the path. In a dozen yards the night had swallowed them. The children played on. They were brought exceedingly close together owing to their isolation. If a quarrel took place, the whole play was spoiled. Arthur was very touchy, and Billy Pillins, really Phillips, was worse. Then Paul had to side with Arthur, and on Paul's side went Alice, while Billy Pillins always had Emmy Limb and Eddie Dakin to back him up. Then the six would fight, hate with a fury of hatred, and flee home in terror. Paul never forgot, after one of these fierce internecine fights, seeing a big red moon lift itself up, slowly, between the waste road over the hilltop, steadily, like a great bird. And he thought of the Bible, that the moon should be turned to blood. And the next day he made haste to be friends with Billy Pillins. And then the wild, intense games went on again under the lamp-post, surrounded by so much darkness. Mrs. Morel, going into her parlor, would hear the children singing away. "My shoes are made of Spanish leather. My socks are made of silk. I wear a ring on every finger. I wash myself in milk." They sounded so perfectly absorbed in the game as their voices came out of the night, that they had the feel of wild creatures singing. It stirred the mother, and she understood when they came in at 8 o'clock, ruddy, with brilliant eyes and quick, passionate speech. They all loved the Scargill Street house for its openness, for the great scallop of the world it had in view. On summer evenings, the women would stand against the field fence, gossiping, facing the west, watching the sunsets flare quickly out, till the Derbyshire hills ridged across the crimson far away, like the black crest of a newt. In this summer season, the pits never turned full time, particularly the soft coal. Mrs. Dakin, who lived next door to Mrs. Morel, going to the field fence to shake her hearthrug, would spy men coming slowly up the hill. She saw at once they were colliers. Then she waited, a tall, thin, shrew-faced woman standing on hill-brow, almost like a menace to the poor colliers who were toiling up. It was only 11 o'clock. From the far-off wooded hills, the haze that hangs like fine black crape at the back of a summer morning had not yet dissipated. The first man came to the stile. "Chock, chock!" went the gate under his thrust. "What, han you're knocked off?" cried Mrs. Dakin. "We han, missus. It's a pity as they let'n yer goo," she said sarcastically. "It is dat," replied the man. "Nay, you know you're flig to come up again," she said, and the man went on. Mrs. Dakin, going up her yard, spied Mrs. Morel taking the ashes to the ash pit. "I reckon Minton's knocked off, missus," she cried. "Isn't it sickenin'?" exclaimed Mrs. Morel in wrath. "Ha! But I just see Jaunt Hutchby." "They might as well have saved their shoe leather," said Mrs. Morel, and both women went indoors disgusted. The colliers, their faces scarcely blackened, were trooping home again. Morel hated to go back. He loved the sunny morning. But he had gone to pit to work, and to be sent home again spoilt his temper. "Good gracious, at this time!" exclaimed his wife as he entered. "Can I help it, woman?" he shouted, "and I've not done half enough dinner." "Then I'll eat my bit o' snap as I took with me," he bawled pathetically. He felt ignominious and sore, and the children, coming home from school, would wonder to see their father eating with his dinner the 2 thick slices of rather dry and dirty bread and butter that had been to pit and back. "What's my dad eating his snap for now?" asked Arthur. "I should hae hauled at me if I didna," snorted Morel. "What a story!" exclaimed his wife. "And is it going to be wasted?" said Morel. "I'm not such a extravagant mortal as you lot, with your waste. If I drop a bit of bread at pit, in all the dust and dirt, I pick it up and eat it." "The mice would eat it," said Paul. "It wouldn't be wasted." "Good bread and butter's not for mice either," said Morel. "Dirty or not dirty, I'd eat it rather than it should be wasted." "You might leave it for the mice and pay for it out of your next pint," said Mrs. Morel. "Oh, might I?" he exclaimed. They were very poor that autumn. William had just gone away to London, and his mother missed his money. He sent 10 shillings once or twice, but he had many things to pay for at first. His letters came regularly once a week. He wrote a good deal to his mother, telling her all his life, how he made friends and was exchanging lessons with a Frenchman, how he enjoyed London. His mother felt again he was remaining to her just as when he was at home. She wrote to him every week, her direct, rather witty letters. All day long, as she cleaned the house, she thought of him. He was in London, he would do well. Almost, he was like her knight who wore her favor in the battle. He was coming at Christmas for 5 days. There had never been such preparations. Paul and Arthur scoured the land for holly and evergreens. Annie made the pretty paper hoops in the old-fashioned way, and there was unheard of extravagance in the larder. Mrs. Morel made a big and magnificent cake. Then, feeling queenly, she showed Paul how to blanch almonds. He skinned the long nuts reverently, counting them all, to see not one was lost. It was said that eggs whisked better in a cold place. So the boy stood in the scullery, where the temperature was nearly at freezing point, and whisked and flew in excitement to his mother as the white of egg grew stiffer and more snowy. "Just look, mother. Isn't it lovely?" And he balanced a bit on his nose, then blew it in the air. "Now, don't waste it," said the mother. Everybody was mad with excitement. William was coming on Christmas Eve. Mrs. Morel surveyed her pantry. There was a big plum cake and a rice cake, jam tarts, lemon tarts, and mince pies, 2 enormous dishes. She was finishing cooking Spanish tarts and cheesecakes. Everywhere was decorated. The kissing bunch of berried holly hung with bright and glittering things, spun slowly over Mrs. Morel's head as she trimmed her little tarts in the kitchen. A great fire roared. There was a scent of cooked pastry. He was due at 7 o'clock, but he would be late. The 3 children had gone to meet him. She was alone, but at 6:45 Morel came in again. Neither wife nor husband spoke. He sat in his armchair, quite awkward with excitement, and she quietly went on with her baking. Only by the careful way in which she did things could it be told how. Much moved she was. The clock ticked on. "What time does say he's coming?" Morel asked for the 5th time. "The train gets in at 6:30, she replied emphatically. "Then he'll be here at 7:10. Bless you, it'll be hours late on the Midland," she said indifferently. But she hoped, by expecting him late, to bring him early. Morel went down the entry to look for him. Then he came back. "Goodness, man," she said, "you're like an ill-sitting hen." "Hadna you better be getting him summat to eat ready?" asked the father. "There's plenty of time," she answered. "There's not so much as I can see on," he answered. turning crossly in his chair. She began to clear her table. The kettle was singing. They waited and waited. Meantime, the three children were on the platform at Setley Bridge on the Midland Main Line, 2 miles from home. They waited 1 hour. But train came. He was not there. Down the line, the red and green lights shone. It was very dark and very cold. "Ask him if the London trains come," said Paul to Annie, when they saw a man in a tip-cap. "I'm not," said Annie. "You be quiet, he might send us off." But Paul was dying for the man to know they were expecting someone by the London train. It sounded so grand. Yet he was too much scared of broaching any man, let alone one in a peaked cap, to dare to ask. The three children could scarcely go into the waiting room for fear of being sent away, and for fear something should happen whilst they were off the platform. Still they waited in the dark and cold. "It's an hour and a half late," said Arthur pathetically. "Well," said Annie, "it's Christmas Eve." They all grew silent. He wasn't coming. They looked down the darkness of the railway. There was London. It seemed the uttermost of distance. They thought anything might happen if one came from London. They were all too troubled to talk. Cold and unhappy and silent, they huddled together on the platform. At last, after more than 2 hours, they saw the lights of an engine peering round, away down the darkness. A porter ran out. The children drew back with beating hearts. A great train bound for Manchester drew up. 2 doors opened, and from one of them, William. They flew to him. He handed parcels to them cheerily, and immediately began to explain that this great train had stopped for his sake at such a small station as Setley Bridge. It was not booked to stop. Meanwhile, the parents were getting anxious. The table was set, the chop was cooked, everything was ready. Mrs. Morel put on her black apron. She was wearing her best dress. Then she sat, pretending to read. The minutes were a torture to her. Said Morel. "It's an hour and a half, and those children waiting," she said. "The train can ha come in yet," he said. "I tell you, on Christmas Eve they're hours wrong." They were both a bit cross with each other, so gnawed with anxiety. The ash tree moaned outside in a cold, raw wind. And all that space of night from London home, Mrs. Morel suffered. The slight click of the works inside the clock irritated her. It was getting so late, it was getting unbearable. At last there was a sound of voices and a footstep in the entry. "Ha's here!" cried Morel, jumping up. Then he stood back. The mother ran a few steps towards the door and waited. There was a rush and a patter of feet. The door burst open. William was there. He dropped his Gladstone bag and took his mother in his arms. "Mater," he said. "My boy!" she cried. And for 2 seconds, no longer, she clasped him and kissed him. Then she withdrew and said, trying to be quite normal, "But how late you are." "Aren't I?" he cried, turning to his father. "Well, Dad?" The 2 men shook hands. "Well, my lad?" The 2 men shook hands. "Well, my lad." Moore's eyes were wet. "We thought they'd never be comin'," he said. "Oh, I'd come," exclaimed William. Then the son turned round to his mother. "But you look well," she said proudly, laughing. "Well?" he exclaimed. "I should think so, coming home." He was a fine fellow, big, straight, and fearless looking. He looked round at the evergreens and the kissing bunch and the little tarts that lay in their tins on the hearth. "By Jove! Mother, it's not different," he said as if in relief. Everybody was still for a second. Then he suddenly sprang forward, picked a tart from the hearth, and pushed it whole into his mouth. "Well, did ever you see such a parish oven?" the father exclaimed. He had brought them endless presents. Every penny he had spent on them. There was a sense of luxury overflowing in the house. For his mother there was an umbrella with gold on the pale handle. She kept it to her dying day, and would have lost anything rather than that. Everybody had something gorgeous, and besides, there were pounds of unknown sweets. Turkish delight, crystallized pineapple, and such like things which the children thought only the splendor of London could provide. And Paul boasted of these sweets among his friends. Real pineapple cut off in slices and then turned into crystal fair grand. Everybody was mad with happiness in the family. Home was home, and they loved it with a passion of love, whatever the suffering had been. There were parties, there were rejoicings. People came in to see William, to see what difference London had made to him, and they all found him such a gentleman and such a fine fellow, my word. When he went away again, the children retired to various places to weep alone. Morel went to bed in misery, and Mrs. Morel felt as if she were numbed by some drug, as if her feelings were paralyzed. She loved him passionately. He was in the office of a lawyer connected with a large shipping firm, and at the midsummer his chief offered him a trip in the Mediterranean on one of the boats for quite a small cost. Mrs. Morel wrote, "Go, go, go, my boy. You may never have a chance again, and I should love to think of you cruising there in the Mediterranean, almost better than to have you at home." But William came home for his fortnight's holiday. Not even the Mediterranean, which pulled at all his young man's desire to travel and at his poor man's wonder at the glamorous South, could take him away when he might come home. That compensated his mother for much. Chapter 5. Paola Lunges into Life. Morel was rather a heedless man, careless of danger, so he had endless accidents. Now, when Mrs. Morel heard the rattle of an empty coal cart cease at her entry end, she ran into the parlor to look, expecting almost to see her husband seated in the wagon, his face gray under his dirt, his body limp and sick with some hurt or other. If it were he, she would run out to help. About a year after William went to London, and just after Paul had left school, before he got work, Mrs. Morel was upstairs, and her son was painting in the kitchen. He was very clever with his brush. When there came a knock at the door, crossly he put down his brush to go. At the same moment his mother opened a window upstairs and looked down. A pit lad in his dirt stood on the threshold. "Is this Walter Morel's?" he asked. "Yes," said Mrs. Morel. "What is it?" But she had guessed already. "Your mester's got hurt," he said. "Eh, dear me!" she exclaimed. "It's a wonder if he hadn't, lad. And what's he done this time?" "I don't know for sure, but it's 'is legs somewhere. They tine him ter hospital. Ades his legs somewhere. They tine him ter hospital." "Good gracious me!" she exclaimed. "Eh, dear, what a one he is! There's not 5 minutes of peace. I'll be hanged if there is. His thumb's nearly better, and now did you see him? I seed him at the bottom, and I seed him bring him up in a tub, and oh warna, dead faint. But he shouted like anythink when Dr. Fraser examined him. I the left cabin in cost, and Cawson swore, and said as he were going to be teen wheem, and whim tot vive warn't going ter those ca. The boy faltered to an end. He would want to come home so that I can have all the bother. Thank you, my lad. Dear, if I'm not sick and surfeited, I am." She came downstairs. Paul had mechanically resumed his painting. "And it must be pretty bad if they've taken him to the hospital," she went on. "But what a careless creature he is. Other men don't have all these accidents. Yes, he would want to put all the burden on me. Dear, just as we were getting easy a bit at last. Put those things away. There's no time to be painting now. What time is there a train? I know I shall have to go trailing to Keston. I shall have to leave that bedroom." "I can finish it," said Paul. "You needn't. I shall catch the 7 o'clock back, I should think. Oh, my blessed heart, the fuss and commotion he'll make! And those granite sets at Tinder Hill, he might well call them kidney pebbles. They'll jolt him almost to bits. I wonder why they can't mend them, the state they're in, and all the men as go across in that ambulance. You'd think they'd have a hospital here. The men bought the ground, and, my sirs, there'd be accidents enough to keep it going. But no, they must trail them 10 miles in a slow ambulance to Nottingham. It's a crying shame. Oh, and the fuss he'll make. I know he will. I wonder who's with him. Barker, I think. Poor beggar. He'll wish himself anywhere rather. But he'll look after him, I know. Now there's no telling how long he'll be stuck in that hospital, and won't he hate it? But if it's only his leg, it's not so bad. All the time she was getting ready, hurriedly taking off her bodice, she crouched at the boiler while the water ran slowly into her lading can. I wish this boiler was at the bottom of the sea, she exclaimed, wriggling the handle impatiently. She had very handsome, strong arms, rather surprising on a smallish woman. Paul cleared away, put on the kettle, and set the table. "There isn't a train till 4:20, he said. "You've time enough." "Oh no, I haven't," she cried, blinking at him over the towel as she wiped her face. "Yes, you have. You must drink a cup of tea at any rate. Should I come with you to Keston?" "Come with me? What for, I should like to know? Now what have I to take him? Dear, his clean shirt, and it's a blessing it is clean. But it had better be aired, and stockings he won't want them, and a towel, I suppose, and handkerchiefs. Now what else?" "A comb, a knife and fork and spoon," said Paul. His father had been in the hospital before. "Goodness knows what sort of state his feet were in," continued Mrs. Morel, as she combed her long brown hair, that was fine as silk, and was touched now with gray. "He's very particular to wash himself to the waist, but below he thinks doesn't matter. But there, I suppose they see plenty like it." Paul had laid the table. He cut his mother 1 or 2 pieces of very thin bread and butter. "Here you are," he said, putting her cup of tea in her place. "I can't be bothered," she exclaimed crossly. "Well, you've got to, so there, now it's put out ready," he insisted. So she sat down and sipped her tea and ate a little in silence. She was thinking. In a few minutes she was gone, to walk the 2½ miles to Keston Station. All the things she was taking him she had in her bulging string bag. Paul watched her go up the road between the hedges a little, quick-stepping figure, and his heart ached for her, that she was thrust forward again into pain and trouble. And she, tripping so quickly in her anxiety, felt at the back of her son's heart waiting on her, felt him bearing what part of the burden he could, even supporting her. And when she was at the hospital she thought, "It will upset that lad when I tell him how bad it is. I better be careful." And when she was trudging home again, she felt he was coming to share her burden. "Is it bad?" asked Paul as soon as she entered the house. "It's bad enough," she replied. "What?" She sighed and sat down, undoing her bonnet strings. Her son watched her face as it was lifted and her small, work-hardened hands fingering at the bow under her chin. "Well," she answered, "it's not really dangerous, but the nurse says it's a dreadful smash. You see, a great piece of rock fell on his leg here, and it's a compound fracture. There are pieces of bone sticking through." "Ugh, how horrid!" exclaimed the children. "And," she continued, "of course he says he's going to die. It wouldn't be him if he didn't. I'm done for, my lass," he said, looking at me. "Don't be so silly," I said to him. "You're not going to die of a broken leg, however badly it's smashed." "I shall never come out of air but in a wooden box," he groaned. "Well," I said, "if you want them to carry you into the garden in a wooden box when you're better, I've no doubt they will." "If we think it's good for him," said the sister. She's an awfully nice sister, but rather strict. Mrs. Morel took off her bonnet. The children waited in silence. "Of course he is bad," she continued, "and he will be. It's a great shock, and he's lost a lot of blood, and of course it is a very dangerous smash. It's not at all sure that it will mend so easily. And then there's the fever and the mortification if it took bad ways he'd quickly be gone. But there, he's a clean-blooded man, with wonderful healing flesh, and so I see no reason why it should take bad ways. Of course there's a wound." She was pale now with emotion and anxiety. The three children realized that it was very bad for their father, and the house was silent, anxious. "But he always gets better," said Paul after a while. "That's what I tell him," said the mother. Everybody moved about in silence. "And he really looked nearly done for," she said. "But the sister says that is the pain." Annie took away her mother's coat and bonnet, and he looked at me when I came away. I said, "I still have to go now, Walter, because of the train and the children." And he looked at me. "It seems hard." Paul took up his brush again and went on painting. Arthur went outside for some coal. Annie sat looking dismal. And Mrs. Morel, in her little rocking chair that her husband had made for her when the first baby was coming, remained motionless, brooding. She was grieved and bitterly sorry for the man who was hurt so much. But still, in her heart of hearts, where the love should have burned, there was a blank. Now, when all her woman's pity was roused to its full extent, when she would have slaved herself to death to nurse him and to save him, when she would have taken the pain herself if she could, somewhere far away inside her, she felt indifferent to him and to his suffering. It hurt her most of all, this failure to love him, even when he roused her strong emotions. She brooded a while. "And there," she said suddenly, "when I'd got halfway to Keston, I found I'd come out in my working boots and look at them. They were an old pair of Paul's, brown and rubbed through at the toes. I didn't know what to do with myself, for shame," she added. In the morning, when Annie and Arthur were at school, Mrs. Morel talked again to her son, who was helping her with her housework. "I found Barker at the hospital. He did look bad, poor little fellow." "Well," I said to him, "what sort of a journey did you have with him?" "Dunna ax me, missus," he said. I said, "I know what he be. But it were bad for him, Mrs. Morel, it were that," he said. "I know," I said. "At every jolts I thought my 'art would flown clean out o' my mouth," he said. "And the scream 'e gives sometimes, missus, not for a fortune would I go through why it again." "I can quite understand it," I said. "It's a nasty job though," he said, "and one as'll be a long while afore it's right again." "I'm afraid it will," I said. "I like Mr. Barker, I do like him. There's something so manly about him." Paul resumed his task silently. "And of course," Mrs. Morel continued, "for a man like your father, the hospital is hard. He can't understand rules and regulations, and he won't let anybody else touch him, not if he can help it. When he smashed the muscles of his thigh, and it had to be dressed 4 times a day, would he let anybody but me or his mother do it? He wouldn't. So of course he'll suffer in there with the nurses. And I didn't like leaving him. I'm sure when I kissed him and came away, it seemed a shame." So she talked to her son, almost as if she were thinking aloud to him, and he took it in as best he could by sharing her trouble to lighten it, and in the end she shared almost everything with him without knowing. Morel had a very bad time. For a week he was in a critical condition. Then he began to mend, and then, knowing he was going to get better, the whole family sighed with relief and proceeded to live happily. They were not badly off whilst Morel was in the hospital. There were 14 shillings a week from the pit, 10 shillings from the sick club, and 5 shillings from the disability fund. And then, every week, the buddies had something for Mrs. Morel, 5 or 7 shillings, so that she was quite well to do. And whilst Morel was progressing favorably in the hospital, the family was extraordinarily happy and peaceful. On Saturdays and Wednesdays, Mrs. Morel went to Nottingham to see her husband. Then she always brought back some little thing, a small tube of paints for Paul, or some thick paper, a couple of postcards for Annie, that the whole family rejoiced over for days before the girl was allowed to send them away, or a fret saw for Arthur, or a bit of pretty wood. She described her adventures into the big shops with joy. Soon the folk in the picture shop knew her and knew about Paul. The girl in the bookshop took a keen interest in her. Mrs. Morel was full of information when she got home from Nottingham. The three sat round till bedtime, listening, putting in, arguing. Then Paul often raked a fire. "I'm the man in the house now," he used to say to his mother with joy. They learned how perfectly peaceful the home could be, and they almost regretted, though none of them would have owned to such callousness, that their father was soon coming back. Paul was now 14 and was looking for work. He was a rather small and rather finely made boy, with dark brown hair and light blue eyes. His face had already lost its youthful chubbiness, and was becoming somewhat like William's, rough-featured, almost rugged, and it was extraordinarily mobile. Usually he looked as if he saw things, was full of life and warm. Then his smile, like his mother's, came suddenly and was very lovable. And then, when there was any clog in his soul's quick running, his face went stupid and ugly. He was the sort of boy that becomes a clown and a lout as soon as he is not understood or feels himself held cheap, and again is adorable at the first touch of warmth. He suffered very much from the first contact with anything. When he was 7, the starting school had been a nightmare and a torture to him, but afterwards he liked it. And now that he felt he had to go out into life, he went through agonies of shrinking self-consciousness. He was quite a clever painter for a boy of his years, and he knew some French and German and mathematics that Mr. Heaton had taught him. But nothing he had was of any commercial value. He was not strong enough for heavy manual work, his mother said. He did not care for making things with his hands, preferred racing about, or making excursions into the country, or reading, or painting. "What do you want to be?" his mother asked. "Anything. That was an airy." "That is no answer," said Mrs. Morel, but it was quite truthfully the only answer he could give. His ambition, as far as this world's gear went, was quietly to earn his 30 or 35 shillings a week somewhere near home, and then, when his father died, have a cottage with his mother, paint and go out as he liked, and live happy ever after. That was his program as far as doing things went. But he was proud within himself, measuring people against himself, and placing them inexorably. And he thought that perhaps he might also make a painter, the real thing. But that he left alone. Then, said his mother, "You must look in the paper for the advertisements." He looked at her. It seemed to him a bitter humiliation and an anguish to go through. But he said nothing. When he got up in the morning, his whole being was knotted up over this one thought. "I've got to go and look for advertisements for a job." It stood in front of the morning, that thought, killing all joy and even life for him. His heart felt like a tight knot. And then, at 10 o'clock, he set off. He was supposed to be a queer, quiet child. Going up the sunny street of the little town, he felt as if all the folk he met said to themselves, "He's going to the co-op reading room to look in the papers for a place. He can't get a job. I suppose he's living on his mother." Then he crept up the stone stairs behind the drapery shop at the co-op and peeped in the reading room. Usually 1 or 2 men were there, either old, useless fellows or colliers on the club. So he entered, full of shrinking and suffering. When they looked up, seated himself at the table and pretended to scan the news. He knew they would think, "What does a lad of 13 want in a reading room with a newspaper?" And he suffered. Then he looked wistfully out of the window. Already he was a prisoner of industrialism. Large sunflowers stared over the old red wall of the garden opposite, looking in their jolly way down on the women who were hurrying with something for dinner. The valley was full of corn, brightening in the sun. 2 collieries among the fields waved their small white plumes of steam. Far off on the hills were the woods of Annesley, dark and fascinating. Already his heart went down. He was being taken into bondage. His freedom in the beloved home valley was going now. The brewers' wagons came rolling up from Keston with enormous barrels, 4 aside, like beans in a burst bean pod. The wagoner, throned aloft, rolling massively in his seat, was not so much below Paul's eye. The man's hair on his small bullet head was bleached almost white by the sun, and on his thick red arms, rocking idly on his sack apron, the white hairs glistened. His red face shone and was almost asleep with sunshine. The horses, handsome and brown, went on by themselves, looking by far the masters of the show. Paul wished he were stupid. I wish, he thought to himself, I was fat like him, and like a dog in the sun. I wish I was a pig and a brewer's wagoner. Then, the room being at last empty, he would hastily copy an advertisement on a scrap of paper, then another, and slip out in immense relief. His mother would scan over his copies. Yes, she said, you may try. William had written out a letter of application, couched in admirable business language, which Paul copied, with variations. The boy's handwriting was execrable, so that William, who did all things well, got into a fever of impatience. The older brother was becoming quite swanky. In London he found that he could associate with men far above his Bestwood friends in station. Some of the clerks in the office had studied for the law, and were more or less going through a kind of apprenticeship. William always made friends among men wherever he went, he was so jolly. Therefore he was soon visiting and staying in houses of men who, in Bestwood, would have looked down on the unapproachable bank manager and would merely have called indifferently on the rector. So he began to fancy himself as a great gun. He was, indeed, rather surprised at the ease with which he became a gentleman. His mother was glad. He seemed so pleased. And his lodging in Walthamstow was so dreary, but now there seemed to come a kind of fever into the young man's letters. He was unsettled by all the change. He did not stand firm on his own feet, but seemed to spin rather giddily on the quick current of the new life. His mother was anxious for him. She could feel him losing himself. He had danced and gone to the theater, boated on the river, been out with friends, and she knew he sat up afterwards in his cold bedroom grinding away at Latin, because he intended to get on in his office and in the law as much as he could. He never sent his mother any money now. It was all taken, the little he had, for his own life. And she did not want any, except sometimes, when she was in a tight corner and when 10 shillings would have saved her much worry. She still dreamed of William and of what he would do, with herself behind him. Never for a minute would she admit to herself how heavy and anxious her heart was because of him. Also, he talked a good deal now of a girl he had met at a dance, a handsome brunette, quite young, and a lady after whom the men were running thick and fast. I wonder if you would run, my boy, his mother wrote to him, unless you saw all the other men chasing her too. You feel safe enough and vain enough in a crowd. But take care and see how you feel when you find yourself alone and in triumph. William resented these things and continued the chase. He had taken the girl on the river. If you saw her, mother, if you would know how I feel. Tall and elegant, with the clearest of clear, transparent olive complexions, hair as black as jet, and such gray eyes bright, mocking, like lights on water at night. It is all very well to be a bit satirical till you see her, and she dresses as well as any woman in London. I tell you, your son doesn't half put his head up when she goes walking down Piccadilly with him. Mrs. Morel wondered in her heart if her son did not go walking down Piccadilly with an elegant figure in fine clothes, rather than with a woman who was near to him. But she congratulated him in her doubtful fashion, and, as she stood over the washing tub, the mother brooded over her son. She saw him saddled with an elegant and expensive wife, earning little money, dragging along and getting draggled in some small, ugly house in a suburb. But there, she told herself, I am very likely a silly meeting trouble halfway. Nevertheless, the load of anxiety scarcely ever left her heart lest William should do the wrong thing by himself. Presently Paul was bidden call upon Thomas Jordan, manufacturer of surgical appliances, at 21 Spaniel Row, Nottingham. Mrs. Morel was all joy. There, you see, she cried, her eyes shining. You've only written 4 letters, and the third is answered. You're lucky, my boy, as I always said you were." Paul looked at the picture of a wooden leg adorned with elastic stockings and other appliances that figured on Mr. Jordan's notepaper, and he felt alarmed. He had not known that elastic stockings existed, and he seemed to feel the business world, with its regulated system of values and its impersonality, and he dreaded it. It seemed monstrous also that a business could be run on wooden legs. Mother and son set off together one Tuesday morning. It was August, and, blazing hot, Paul walked with something screwed up tight inside him. He would have suffered much physical pain rather than this unreasonable suffering at being exposed to strangers, to be accepted or rejected. Yet he chattered away with his mother. He would never have confessed to her how he suffered over these things, and she only partly guessed. She was gay, like a sweetheart. She stood in front of the ticket office at Bestwood, and Paul watched her take from her purse the money for the tickets. As he saw her hands in their old black kid gloves getting the silver out of the worn purse, his heart contracted with pain of love of her. She was quite excited and quite gay. He suffered because she would talk aloud in presence of the other travelers. "Now look at that silly cow," she said, careering round as if it thought it was a circus. "It's most likely a botfly," he said very low. "A what?" she asked brightly and unashamed. They thought a while. He was sensible all the time of having her opposite him. Suddenly their eyes met, and she smiled to him, a rare, intimate smile, beautiful with brightness and love. Then each looked out of the window. The 16 slow miles of railway journey passed. The mother and son walked down Station Street, feeling the excitement of lovers having an adventure together. In Carrington Street they stopped to hang over the parapet and look at the barges on the canal below. "It's just like Venice," he said, seeing the sunshine on the water that lay between high factory walls. "Perhaps," she answered, smiling. They enjoyed the shops immensely. "Now you see that blouse," she would say. "Wouldn't that just suit our Annie? And for 1 and 11.3, isn't that cheap? And made of needlework as well," he said. Yes, they had plenty of time, so they did not hurry. The town was strange and delightful to them, but the boy was tied up inside in a knot of apprehension. He dreaded the interview with Thomas Jordan. It was nearly 11 o'clock by St. Peter's Church. They turned up a narrow street that led to the castle. It was gloomy and old-fashioned, having low, dark shops and dark green house doors with brass knockers, and yellow ochre doorsteps projecting onto the pavement. Then another old shop whose small window looked like a cunning, half-shut eye. Mother and son went cautiously, looking everywhere for Thomas Jordan and Son. It was like hunting in some wild place. They were on tiptoe of excitement. Suddenly they spied a big, dark archway in which were names of various firms, Thomas Jordan among them. "Here it is," said Mrs. Morel. "But now where is it?" They looked round. On one side was a queer, dark cardboard factory, on the other a commercial hotel. "It's up the entry," said Paul, and they ventured under the archway as into the jaws of the dragon. They emerged into a wide yard, like a well, with buildings all round. It was littered with straw and boxes and cardboard. The sunshine actually caught one crate. Whose straw was streaming onto the yard like gold, but elsewhere the place was like a pit. There were several doors and 2 flights of steps. Straight in front, on a dirty glass door at the top of a staircase, loomed the ominous words, "Thomas Jordan and Son Surgical Appliances." Mrs. Morel went first, her son followed her. Charles I mounted his scaffold with a lighter heart and had Paul Morel as he followed his mother up the dirty steps to the dirty door. She pushed open the door and stood in pleased surprise. In front of her was a big warehouse with creamy paper parcels everywhere, and clerks, with their shirt sleeves rolled back, were going about in an at-home sort of way. The light was subdued. The glossy cream parcels seemed luminous. The counters were of dark brown wood. All was quiet and very homely. Mrs. Morel took 2 steps forward, then waited. Paul stood behind her. She had on her Sunday bonnet and a black veil. He wore a boy's broad white collar and a Norfolk suit. One of the clerks looked up. He was thin and tall, with a small face. His way of looking was alert. Then he glanced round to the other end of the room, where was a glass office, and then he came forward. He did not say anything, but leaned in a gentle, inquiring fashion towards Mrs. Morel. "Can I see Mr. Jordan?" she asked. "I'll fetch him," answered the young man. He went down to the glass office. A red-faced, white-whiskered old man looked up. He reminded Paul of a Pomeranian dog. Then the same little man came up the room. He had short legs, was rather stout, and wore an alpaca jacket. So, with one ear up, as it were, he came stoutly and inquiringly down the room. "Good morning," he said, hesitating before Mrs. Morel, in doubt as to whether she were a customer or not. "Good morning. I came with my son, Paul Morel. You asked him to call this morning." "Come this way," said Mr. Jordan, in a rather snappy little manner intended to be businesslike. They followed the manufacturer into a grubby little room, upholstered in black American leather, glossy with the rubbing of many customers. On the table was a pile of trusses, yellow wash leather hoops tangled together. They looked new and living. Paul sniffed the odor of new wash leather. He wondered what the things were. By this time he was so much stunned that he only noticed the outside things. "Sit down," said Mr. Jordan irritably, pointing Mrs. Morel to a horsehair chair. She sat on the edge in an uncertain fashion. Then the little old man fidgeted and found a paper. "Did you write this letter?" he snapped, thrusting what Paul recognized as his own notepaper in front of him. "Yes," he answered. At that moment he was occupied in 2 ways. First, in feeling guilty for telling a lie, since William had composed the letter. Second, in wondering why his letter seemed so strange and different in the fat red hand of the man from what it had been when it lay on the kitchen table. It was like part of himself, gone astray. He resented the way the man held it. "Where did you learn to write?" said the old man crossly. Paul merely looked at him shamedly and did not answer. "He is a bad writer," put in Mrs. Morel apologetically. Then she pushed up her veil. Paul hated her for not being prouder with this common little man, and he loved her face clear of the veil. "And you say you know French?" inquired the little man, still sharply. "Yes," said Paul. "What school did you go to?" "The board school." "And did you learn it there?" "No. The boy went crimson and got no farther. His godfather gave him lessons," said Mrs. Morel, half pleading and rather distant. Mr. Jordan hesitated. Then, in his irritable manner he always seemed to keep, his hands ready for action, he pulled another sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it. The paper made a crackling noise. He handed it to Paul. "Read that," he said. It was a note in French, in thin, flimsy foreign handwriting that the boy could not decipher. He stared blankly at the paper. "Monsieur," he began. Then he looked in great confusion at Mr. Jordan. It's the, he wanted to say handwriting, but his wits would no longer work even sufficiently to supply him with the word. Feeling an utter fool, and hating Mr. Jordan, he turned desperately to the paper again. "Sir, please send me, I can't tell the year 2 pairs gris-fil gray thread stockings, s-ons without, I can't tell the words. Doig's fingers, I can't tell the," he wanted to say handwriting, but the words still refused to come. Seeing him stuck, Mr. Jordan snatched the paper from him. "Please send by return 2 pairs gray thread stockings without toes." "Well," flashed Paul, "doids means fingers as well as a rule." The little man looked at him. He did not know whether Dwight's meant fingers. He knew that for all his purposes it meant toes. "Fingers to stockings," he snapped. Well, it does mean fingers, the boy persisted. He hated the little man who made such a clod of him. Mr. Jordan looked at the pale, stupid, defiant boy, then at the mother, who sat quiet, and with that peculiar shut-off look of the poor who have to depend on the favor of others. "And when could he come?" he asked. "Well," said Mrs. Morel, "as soon as you wish. He has finished school now. He would live in Bestwood? Yes, but he could be in at the station at 7:45. Yes, but he could be in at the station at 7:45. It ended by Paul's being engaged as junior spiral clerk at 8 shillings a week. The boy did not open his mouth to say another word after having insisted that Deutsch meant fingers. He followed his mother down the stairs. She looked at him with her bright blue eyes full of love and joy. "I think you'll like it," she said. "Deutsch does mean fingers, Mother, and it was the writing. I couldn't read the writing." "Never mind, my boy. I'm sure he'll be all right, and you won't see much of him. Wasn't that first young fellow nice? I'm sure you'll like them. But was it Mr. Jordan common, Mother? Does he own it all?" "I suppose he was a workman who has got on," she said. "You mustn't mind people so much. They're not being disagreeable to you. It's their way. You always think people are meaning things for you, but they don't." It was very sunny. Over the big, desolate space of the marketplace, the blue sky shimmered, and the granite cobbles of the paving glistened. Shops down the long row were deep in obscurity, and the shadow was full of color. Just where the horse trams trundled across the market was a row of fruit stalls with fruit blazing in the sun, apples and piles of reddish oranges, small green gauge plums and bananas. There was a warm scent of fruit as mother and son passed. Gradually his feeling of ignominy and of rage sank. "Where should we go for dinner?" asked the mother. It was felt to be a reckless extravagance. Paul had only been in an eating house once or twice in his life, and then only to have a cup of tea and a bun. Most of the people of Bestwood considered that tea and bread and butter, and perhaps potted beef, was all they could afford to eat in Nottingham. Real cooked dinner was considered great extravagance. Paul felt rather guilty. They found a place that looked quite cheap, but when Mrs. Morel scanned the bill of fare, her heart was heavy. Things were so dear, so she ordered kidney pies and potatoes as the cheapest available dish. "We oughtn't to have come here, Mother," said Paul. "Never mind," she said, "we won't come again." She insisted on his having a small currant tart, because he likes sweets. "I don't want it, Mother," he pleaded. "Yes," she insisted, "you'll have it," and she looked round for the waitress. But the waitress was busy, and Mrs. Morel did not like to bother her then, so the mother and son waited for the girl's pleasure whilst she flirted among the men. "Brazen hussy," said Mrs. Morel to Paul. "Look now, she's taking that man his pudding, and he came long after us." "It doesn't matter, Mother," said Paul. Mrs. Morel was angry, but she was too poor and her orders were too meager, so that she had not the courage to insist on her rights just then. They waited and waited. "Should we go, Mother?" he said. Then Mrs. Morel stood up. The girl was passing near. "Will you bring one currant tart?" said Mrs. Morel clearly. The girl looked round insolently. "Directly," she said. "We have waited quite long enough," said Mrs. Morel. In a moment the girl came back with the tart. Mrs. Morel asked coldly for the bill. Paul wanted to sink through the floor. He marveled at his mother's hardness. He knew that only years of battling had taught her to insist even so little on her rights. She shrank as much as he. "It's the last time I go there for anything," she declared when they were outside the place, thankful to be clear. "We'll go," she said, "and look at Keeps and Boots, and one or two places, shall we?" They had discussions over the pictures, and Mrs. Morel wanted to buy him a little sable brush that he hankered after, but this indulgence he refused. He stood in front of milliners' shops and drapers' shops, almost bored, but content for her to be interested. They wandered on. "Now, "Just look at those black grapes," she said. "They make your mouth water. I've wanted some of those for years, but I shall have to wait a bit before I get them." Then she rejoiced in the florists standing in the doorway sniffing. "Oh, oh, oh, isn't it simply lovely?" Paul saw, in the darkness of the shop, an elegant young lady in black peering over the counter curiously. "They're looking at you," he said, trying to draw his mother away. "But what is it?" she exclaimed, refusing to be moved. "Stocks," he answered, sniffing hastily. "Look, there's a tubful. So there is red and white, but really, I never knew stocks to smell like it." And, to his great relief, she moved out of the doorway, but only to stand in front of the window. "Paul," she cried to him, who was trying to get out of sight of the elegant young lady in black, the shop girl. "Paul, just look here." He came reluctantly back. "Now, just look at that fuchsia," she exclaimed, pointing. He made a curious, interested sound. "You'd think every second as the flowers was going to fall off. They hang so big and heavy, and such an abundance," she cried. "And the way they drop downwards with the threads and knots." "Yes," she exclaimed. "Lovely. I wonder who'll buy it," he said. "I wonder who'll buy it," he said. "I wonder," she answered. "Not us." It would die in our parlor. Yes, beastly cold, sunless hole. It kills every bit of a plant you put in, and the kitchen chokes them to death. They bought a few things and set off towards the station. Looking up the canal, through the dark pass of the buildings, they saw the castle on its bluff of brown, green-bushed rock, in a positive miracle of delicate sunshine. "Won't it be nice for me to come out at dinner times?" said Paul. "I can go all round here and see everything. I shall love it." "You will," assented his mother. He had spent a perfect afternoon with his mother. They arrived home in the mellow evening, happy and glowing and tired. In the morning he filled in the form for his season ticket and took it to the station. When he got back, his mother was just beginning to wash the floor. He sat crouched up on the sofa. "He says it'll be here on Saturday," he said. "And how much will it be?" "About £1.11, he said." She went on washing her floor in silence. "Is it a lot?" he asked. "It's no more than I thought," she answered. "And I shall earn 8 shillings a week," he said. She did not answer, but went on with her work. At last she said, "That William promised me, when he went to London, as he'd give me £1 a month. He has given me 10 shillings twice, and now I know he hasn't a farthing if I asked him. Not that I wanted. Only just now you'd think he might be able to help with this ticket, which I'd never expected." "He earns a lot," said Paul. "He earns £130, but they're all alike. They're large in promises, but it's precious little fulfillment you get." "He spends over 50 shillings a week on himself," said Paul. "And I keep this house on less than 30, she replied, "and am supposed to find money for extras. But they don't care about helping you, once they've gone. He'd rather spend it on that dressed-up creature." "She should have her own money if she's so grand," said Paul. "She should, but she hasn't. I asked him, and I know he doesn't buy her a gold bangle for nothing. I wonder whoever bought me a gold bangle." William was succeeding with his gypsy, as he called her. He asked the girl, her name was Louisa Lily Deniz Western, for a photograph to send to his mother. The photo came a handsome brunette, taken in profile, smirking slightly and, it might be, quite naked, for on the photograph not a scrap of clothing was to be seen, only a naked bust. "Yes," wrote Mrs. Morel to her son, "the photograph of Louis is very striking, and I can see she must be attractive. But do you think, my boy, it was very good taste of a girl to give her young man that photo to send to his mother the first? Certainly the shoulders are beautiful, as you say, but I hardly expected to see so much of them at the first view." Morel found the photograph standing on the chiffonier in the parlor. He came out with it between his thick thumb and finger. "Who dost reckon this is?" he asked of his wife. "It's the girl our William is going with," replied Mrs. Morel. "Heim. 'Ere's a bright spark, from the look on her, an' one as wunna do him ower much good neither." "Who is she?" "Her name is Louisa Lily de Nis Western." "Anne come again to Marrere," exclaimed the miner. "Anne is an actress? She is not. She's supposed to be a lady, I'll bet," he exclaimed, still staring at the photo. "A lady is she? And how much does she reckon ter keep up this sort of game on?" "On nothing. She lives with an old aunt whom she hates and takes what bit of money's given her." "Heim," said Morel, laying down the photograph. "Then he's a fool to hae ta'en up wi' such a one as that." "Dear mater," William replied, "I'm sorry you didn't like the photograph." "I'm sorry you didn't like the photograph. It never occurred to me when I sent it that you mightn't think it decent. However, I told Jip that it didn't quite suit your prim and proper notions, so she's going to send you another that I hope will please you better. She's always being photographed. In fact, the photographers ask her if they may take her for nothing." Presently the new photograph came, with a little silly note from the girl. This time the young lady was seen in the black satin evening bodice, cut square with little puff sleeves and black lace hanging down her beautiful arms. "I wonder if she ever wears anything except evening clothes," said Mrs. Morel sarcastically. "I'm sure I ought to be impressed." "You are disagreeable, mother," said Paul. "I think the first one with bare shoulders is lovely." "Do you?" answered his mother. "Well, I don't." On the Monday morning the boy got up at 6 to start work. He had the season ticket, which had caused such bitterness, in his waistcoat pocket. He loved it with its bars of yellow across. His mother packed his dinner in a small shut-up basket, and he set off at 6:45 to catch the 7:15 train. Mrs. Morel came to the entry inn to see him off. It was a perfect morning. From the ash tree the slender green fruits that the children call pigeons were twinkling gaily down on the little breeze into the front gardens of the houses. The valley was full of a lustrous dark haze, to which the ripe corn shimmered, and in which the steam from Mitten Pit melted swiftly. Puffs of wind came. Paul looked over the high woods of Aldersley, where the country gleamed, and home had never pulled at him so powerfully. "Good morning, mother," he said, smiling, but feeling very unhappy. "Good morning," she replied cheerfully and tenderly. She stood in her white apron on the open road, watching him as he crossed the field. He had a small, compact body that looked full of life. She felt, as she saw him trudging over the field, that where he determined to go he would get. She thought of William. He would have leaped the fence instead of going round the stile. He was away in London, doing well. Paul would be working in Nottingham. Now she had 2 sons in the world. She could think of 2 places, great centers of industry, and feel that she had put a man into each of them, that these men would work out what she wanted. They would derive from her, they were of her, and their works also would be hers. All the morning long she thought of Paul. At 8 o'clock he climbed the dismal stairs of Jordan's surgical appliance factory and stood helplessly against the first great parcel rack, waiting for somebody to pick him up. The place was still not awake. Over the counters were great dust sheets. 2 men only had arrived and were heard talking in a corner as they took off their coats and rolled up their shirt sleeves. It was 8:10. Evidently there was no rush of punctuality. Paul listened to the voices of the 2 clerks. Then he heard someone cough and saw in the office at the end of the room an old, decaying clerk in a round smoking cap of black velvet embroidered with red and green, opening letters. He waited and waited. One of the junior clerks went to the old man, greeted him cheerily and loudly. Evidently the old chief was deaf. Then the young fellow came striding importantly down to his counter. He spied Paul. "Hello," he said. "You the new lad?" "Yes," said Paul. "Hein, what's your name?" "Paul Morel. Paul Morel." "All right, you come on round here." Paul followed him round the rectangle of counters. The room was second story. It had a great hole in the middle of the floor, fenced as with a wall of counters, and down this wide shaft the lifts went and the light for the bottom story. Also, there was a corresponding big oblong hole in the ceiling, and one could see above, over the fence of the top floor, some machinery, and right away. Overhead was the glass roof, and all light for the 3 stories came downwards, getting dimmer, so that it was always night on the ground floor and rather gloomy on the second floor. The factory was the top floor, the warehouse the second, the storehouse the ground floor. It was an insanitary, ancient place. Paul was led round to a very dark corner. "This is the spiral corner," said the clerk. "Your spiral, with Pappleworth. He's your boss, but he's not come yet. He doesn't get here till 8:30. So you can fetch the letters, if you like, from Mr. Melling down there." The young man pointed to the old clerk in the office. "All right," said Paul. "Here's a peg to hang your cap on. Here are your entry ledgers. Mr. Pappleworth won't be long." And the thin young man stalked away with long, busy strides over the hollow wooden floor. After a minute or two, Paul went down and stood in the door of the glass office. The old clerk in the smoking cap looked down over the rim of his spectacles. "Good morning," he said, kindly and impressively. "You want the letters for the spiral department, Thomas?" Paul resented being called Thomas, but he took the letters and returned to his dark place, where the counter made an angle, where the great parcel rack came to an end, and where there were 3 doors in the corner. He sat on a high stool and read the letters, those whose handwriting was not too difficult. They ran as follows: "Will you please send me at once a pair of ladies' silk spiral thigh hose, without feet, such as I had from you last year, length, thigh to knee, etc." Or, "Major Chamberlain wishes to repeat his previous order for a silk non-elastic suspensory bandage." Many of these letters, some of them in French or Norwegian, were a great puzzle to the boy. He sat on his stool nervously, awaiting the arrival of his boss. He suffered tortures of shyness when, at 8:30, the factory girls who were upstairs trooped past him. Mr. Pappleworth arrived, chewing a chlorodyne gum, at about 8:20, when all the other men were at work. He was a thin, sallow man with a red nose, quick, staccato, and smartly but stiffly dressed. He was about 36 years old. There was something rather doggy, rather smart, rather cute and shrewd, and something warm, and something slightly contemptible about him. "You my new lad," he said. Paul stood up and said he was. "Fetch the letters?" Mr. Pappleworth gave a chew to his gum. "Yes." "Copied 'em?" "No." "Well, come on then, let's look slippy. Changed your coat?" "No." "You want to bring an old coat and leave it here?" He pronounced the last words with the chlorodyne gum between his side teeth. He vanished into the darkness. Behind the great parcel rack reappeared, coatless, turning up a smart striped shirt cuff over a thin and hairy arm. Then he slipped into his coat. Paul noticed how thin he was, and that his trousers were in folds behind. He seized a stool, dragged it beside the boys, and sat down. "Sit down," he said. Paul took a seat. Mr. Pappleworth was very close to him. The man seized the letters, snatched a long entry book out of a rack in front of him, flung it open, seized a pen, and said, "Now look here. You want to copy these letters in here." He sniffed twice, gave a quick chew at his gum, stared fixedly at a letter, then went very still and absorbed, and wrote the entry rapidly in a beautiful flourishing hand. He glanced quickly at Paul. "See that? Yes? Think you can do it all right? Yes? All right then, let's see you." He sprang off his stool. Paul took a pen. Mr. Pappleworth disappeared. Paul rather liked copying the letters, but he wrote slowly, laboriously, and exceedingly badly. He was doing the fourth letter and feeling quite busy and happy. He was doing the fourth letter and feeling quite busy and happy when Mr. Pappleworth reappeared. "Now then, how are we getting on?" "Dunning." He leaned over the boy's shoulder, chewing and smelling of chlorodyne. "Strike my bob, lad, but you're a beautiful writer," he exclaimed satirically. "Near mind, how many hired done? Only 3. I'd 'a' eaten 'em. Get on, my lad, and put numbers on 'em. Here, look, get on, my lad, and put numbers on 'em. Here, look, get on." Paul ground away at the letters, whilst Mr. Pappleworth fussed over various jobs. Suddenly, the boy started as a shrill whistle sounded near his ear. Mr. Pappleworth came, took a plug out of a pipe, and said, in an amazingly cross and bossy voice, "Yes?" Paul heard a faint voice, like a woman's, out of the mouth of the tube. He gazed in wonder, never having seen a speaking tube before. "Well," said Mr. Pappleworth disagreeably into the tube, "you'd better get some of your back work done." Then, again the woman's tiny voice was heard, sounding pretty and cross. "I've not time to stand here while you talk," said Mr. Pappleworth, and he pushed the plug into the tube. "Come, my lad," he said imploringly to Paul, "there's Polly crying out for them orders. Can't you buck up a bit? Here, come out." He took the book, to Paul's immense chagrin, and began the copying himself. He worked quickly and well. This done, he seized some strips of long yellow paper about 3 inches wide and made out the day's orders for the work girls. "You'd better watch me," he said to Paul, working all the while rapidly. Paul watched the weird little drawings of legs and thighs and ankles, with the strokes across and the numbers, and the few brief directions which his chief made upon the yellow paper. Then Mr. Pappleworth finished and jumped up. "Come on with me," he said, and the yellow papers flying in his hands, he dashed through a door and down some stairs into the basement where the gas was burning. They crossed the cold, damp storeroom, then a long, dreary room with a long table on trestles, into a smaller, cozy apartment, not very high, which had been built onto the main building. In this room, a small woman with a red serge blouse and her black hair done on top of her head was waiting like a proud little bantam. "Here you are," said Pappleworth. "I think it is here you are," exclaimed Polly. "The girls have been here nearly half an hour waiting." "Just think of the time wasted. You think of getting your work done and not talking so much," said Mr. Firm. Pappleworth: "You could have been finishing off." "You know quite well we finished everything off on Saturday," cried Polly, flying at him, her dark eyes flashing. "Toot, toot, toot, turter," he mocked. "Here's your new lad. Don't ruin him as you did the last." "As we did the last," repeated Polly. "Yes, we do a lot of ruining, we do. My word, a lad would take some ruining after he'd been with you." "It's time for work now, not for talk," said Mr. Pappleworth severely and coldly. "It was time for work some time back," said Polly, marching away with her head in the air. She was an erect little body of 40. In that room were 2 round spiral machines on the bench under the window. Through the inner doorway was another longer room with 6 more machines. A little group of girls, nicely dressed in white aprons, stood talking together. "Have you nothing else to do but talk?" said Mr. Pappleworth. "Only wait for you," said one handsome girl, laughing. "Well, get on, he said. "Come on, my lad, you'll know your road down here again." And Paul ran upstairs after his chief. He was given some checking and invoicing to do. He stood at the desk, laboring in his execrable handwriting. Presently Mr. Jordan came strutting down from the glass office and stood behind him, to the boy's great discomfort. Suddenly a red and fat finger was thrust on the form he was filling in. "Mr. J. A. Bates, Esquire," exclaimed the cross voice just behind his ear. Paul looked at Mr. J. A. Bates, Esquire, in his own vile writing, and wondered what was the matter now. Didn't they teach you any better than that while they were at it? If you put Mr., you don't put Esquire. A man can't be both at once. The boy regretted his too much generosity in disposing of honors, hesitated, and with trembling fingers scratched out the Mr. Then, all at once, Mr. Jordan snatched away the invoice. "Make another. Are you going to send that to a gentleman?" And he tore up the blue form irritably. Paul, his ears red with shame, began again. Still Mr. Jordan watched. "I don't know what they do teach in schools. You'll have to write better than that. Lads learn nothing nowadays but how to recite poetry and play the fiddle." "Have you seen his writing?" he asked of Mr. Pappleworth. "Yes, prime, isn't it?" replied Mr. Pappleworth indifferently. Mr. Jordan gave a little grunt, not unamiable. Paul divined that his master's bark was worse than his bite. Indeed, the little manufacturer, although he spoke bad English, was quite gentleman enough to leave his men alone and to take no notice of trifles. But he knew he did not look like the boss and owner of the show, so he had to play his role of proprietor at first to put things on a right footing. "Let's see, what's your name?" asked Mr. Pappleworth of the boy. "Paul Morel." It is curious that children suffer so much at having to pronounce their own names. "Paul Morel, is it? Oh, right, you Paul Morel, through them things there." And then Mr. Pappleworth subsided onto a stool and began writing. A girl came up from out of a door just behind, put some newly pressed elastic web appliances on the counter, and returned. Mr. Pappleworth picked up the whitey blue knee-band, examined it and its yellow order paper quickly, and put it on one side. Next was a flesh-pink leg. He went through the few things, wrote out a couple of orders, and called to Paul to accompany him. This time they went through the door whence the girl had emerged. There Paul found himself at the top of a little wooden flight of steps, and below him saw a room with windows round two sides, and at the farther end, half a dozen girls sitting bending over the benches in the light from the window, sewing. They were singing together, two little girls in blue. Hearing the door opened, they all turned round to see Mr. Pappleworth and Paul looking down on them from the far end of the room. They stopped singing. "Can't you make a bit less row?" said Mr. Pappleworth. "Folk'll think we keep cats." A hunchback woman on a high stool turned her long, rather heavy face towards Mr. Pappleworth and said in a contralto voice, "They're all tone cats then." In vain Mr. Pappleworth tried to be impressive for Paul's benefit. He descended the steps into the finishing off room and went to the hunchback Fanny. She had such a short body on her high stool that her head, with its great bands of bright brown hair, seemed overlarge, as did her pale, heavy face. She wore a dress of green-black cashmere, and her wrists, coming out of the narrow cuffs, were thin and flat, as she put down her work nervously. He showed her something that was wrong with a kneecap. "Well," she said, "you needn't come blaming it on to me. It's not my fault." Her color mounted to her cheek. "I never said it was your fault. Will you do as I tell you?" replied Mr. Pappleworth shortly. "You don't say it's my fault, but you'd like to make out as it was," the hunchback woman cried, almost in tears. Then she snatched the kneecap from her boss, saying, "Yes, I'll do it for you, but you needn't be snappy." "Here's your new lad," said Mr. Pappleworth. Fanny turned, smiling very gently on Paul. "Oh," she said. "Yes, they'll make a softy of him between you." "It's not us as 'ould make a softy of him," she said indignantly. "Come on then, Paul," said Mr. Pappleworth. "Au revoir, Paul," said one of the girls. There was a titter of laughter. Paul went out, blushing deeply, not having spoken a word. The day was very long. All morning the work people were coming to speak to Mr. Pappleworth. Paul was writing or learning to make up parcels, ready for the midday post. At 1 o'clock, or rather at 1:45, Mr. Pappleworth disappeared to catch his train. He lived in the suburbs. At 1 o'clock, Paul, feeling very lost, took his dinner basket down into the stockroom in the basement that had the long table on trestles, and ate his meal hurriedly, alone in that cellar of gloom and desolation. Then he went out of doors. The brightness and the freedom of the streets made him feel adventurous and happy. But at 2 o'clock he was back in the corner of the big room. Soon the work girls went trooping past, making remarks. It was the commoner girls who worked upstairs at the heavy tasks of truss-making and the finishing of artificial limbs. He waited for Mr. Pappleworth, not knowing what to do, sitting scribbling on the yellow order paper. Mr. Pappleworth came at 20 minutes to 3. Then he sat and gossiped with Paul, treating the boy entirely as an equal, even in age. In the afternoon there was never very much to do, unless it were near the weekend and the accounts had to be made up. At 5 o'clock all the men went down into the dungeon with the table on trestles, and there they had tea, eating bread and butter on the bare dirty boards, talking with the same kind of ugly haste and slovenliness with which they ate their meal. And yet upstairs the atmosphere among them was always jolly and clear. The cellar and the trestles affected them. After tea, when all the gases were lighted, work went more briskly. There was the big evening post to get off. The hose came up warm and newly pressed from the workrooms. Paul had made out the invoices. Now he had the packing up and addressing to do. Then he had to weigh his stock of parcels on the scales. Everywhere voices were calling weights. There was the chink of metal, the rapid snapping of string, the hurrying to old Mr. Melling for stamps. And at last the postman came with his sack, laughing and jolly. Then everything slacked off, and Paul took his dinner basket and ran to the station to catch the 8:20 train. The day in the factory was just 12 hours long. His mother sat waiting for him rather anxiously. He had to walk from Keston, so was not home until about 20 past 9, and he left the house before 7 in the morning. Mrs. Morel was rather anxious about his health, but she herself had had to put up with so much that she expected her children to take the same odds. They must go through with what came, and Paul stayed at Jordan's. Although all the time he was there his health suffered from the darkness and lack of air and the long hours. He came in pale and tired. His mother looked at him. She saw he was rather pleased, and her anxiety all went. "Well, and how was it?" she asked. "Ever so funny, Mother," he replied. "You don't have to work a bit hard, and they're nice with you." "And did you get on all right?" "Yes, they only say my writing's bad. But Mr. Pappleworth, he's my man, said to Mr. Jordan, I should be all right. I'm Spiral, Mother. You must come and see. It's ever so nice." Soon he liked Jordan's. Mr. Pappleworth, who had a certain saloon bar flavor about him, was always natural, and treated him as if he had been a comrade. Sometimes the Spiral boss was irritable, and chewed more lozenges than ever. Even then, however, he was not offensive, but one of those people who hurt themselves by their own irritability more than they hurt other people. "Haven't you done that yet?" he would cry. "Go on, be a month of Sundays." Again, and Paul could understand him least then. He was jocular and in high spirits. "I'm going to bring my little Yorkshire Terrier bitch tomorrow," he said jubilantly to Paul. "What's a Yorkshire Terrier? Don't know what a Yorkshire Terrier is? Don't know a Yorkshire Terrier is? Don't know a Yorkshire Terrier is?" Pappleworth was aghast. "Is it a little silky one, colors of iron and rusty silver? That's it, my lad. She's a gem. She's had 5 pounds worth of pups already, and she's worth over 7 pounds herself, and she doesn't weigh 20 ounces. The next day the bitch came. She was a shivering, miserable morsel. Paul did not care for her. She seemed so like a wet rag that would never dry. Then a man called for her and began to make coarse jokes. But Mr. Pappleworth nodded his head in the direction of the boy, and the talk went on sotto voce. Mr. Jordan only made one more excursion to watch Paul, And then the only fault he found was seeing the boy lay his pen on the counter. Put your pen in your ear if you're going to be a clerk. Pen in your ear. And one day he said to the lad, "Why don't you hold your shoulders straighter? Come down here," when he took him into the glass office and fitted him with special braces for keeping the shoulders square. But Paul liked the girls best. The men seemed common and rather dull. He liked them all, but they were uninteresting. Polly, the little brisk overseer downstairs, finding Paul eating in the cellar, asked him if she could cook him anything on her little stove. Next day, his mother gave him a dish that could be heated up. He took it into the pleasant, clean room to Polly, and very soon it grew to be an established custom that he should have dinner with her. When he came in at 8 in the morning, he took his basket to her, and when he came down at 1 o'clock, she had his dinner ready. He was not very tall, and pale, with thick chestnut hair, irregular features, and a wide, full mouth. She was like a small bird. He often called her a robinet. Though naturally rather quiet, he would sit and chatter with her for hours, telling her about his home. The girls all liked to hear him talk. They often gathered in a little circle while he sat on a bench, and held forth to them, laughing. Some of them regarded him as a curious little creature, so serious, yet so bright and jolly, and always so delicate in his way with them. They all liked him, and he adored them. Polly, he felt he belonged to. Then Connie, with her mane of red hair, her face of apple blossom, her murmuring voice, such a lady in her shabby black frock, appealed to his romantic side. "When you sit winding," he said, "it looks as if you were spinning at a spinning wheel. It looks ever so nice. You remind me of Elaine in the Idylls of the King. I'd draw you if I could." And she glanced at him blushing shyly. And later on he had a sketch he prized very much. Connie sitting on the stool before the wheel, her flowing mane of red hair on her rusty black frock, her red mouth shut and serious, running the scarlet. Thread off the hank onto the reel. With Louis, handsome and brazen, who always seemed to thrust her hip at him, he usually joked. Emma was rather plain, rather old, and condescending, but to condescend to him made her happy, and he did not mind. "How do you put needles in?" he asked. "Go away and don't bother." "But I ought to know how to put needles in." She ground at her machine all the while steadily. "There are many things you ought to know," she replied. "Tell me then how to stick needles in the machine." "Oh, the boy, what a nuisance he is. Why, this is how you do it." He watched her attentively. Suddenly a whistle piped. Then Polly appeared and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Barr, Pappleworth wants to know how much longer you're going to be down here playing with the girls, Paul." Paul flew upstairs, calling, "Goodbye," and Emma drew herself up. "It wasn't me who wanted him to play with the machine," she said. As a rule, when all the girls came back at 2 o'clock, he ran upstairs to Fanny, the hunchback, in the finishing-off room. Mr. Pappleworth did not appear till 20 to 3, and he often found his boy sitting beside Fanny, talking, or drawing, or singing with the girls. Often, after a minute's hesitation, Fanny would begin to sing. She had a fine contralto voice. Everybody joined in the chorus, and it went well. Paul was not at all embarrassed after a while, sitting in the room with half a dozen work girls. At the end of the song, Fanny would say, "I know you've been laughing at me." "Don't be so soft, Fanny," cried one of the girls. Once there was mention of Connie's red hair. "Fanny's is better to my fancy," said Emma. "You needn't try to make a fool of me," said Fanny, flushing deeply. "No, but she has, Paul. She's got beautiful hair." "It's a treat of a color," said he. "That coldish color like earth, and yet shiny. It's like bog water." "Goodness me," exclaimed one girl, laughing. "How I do but get criticized," said Fanny. "But you should see it down, Paul," cried Emma earnestly. "It's simply beautiful. Put it down for him, Fanny, if he wants something to paint." Fanny would not, and yet she wanted to. "Then I'll take it down myself," said the lad. "Well, you can if you like," said Fanny. And he carefully took the pins out of the knot, and the rush of hair, of uniform dark brown, slid over the humped back. "What a lovely lot!" he exclaimed. The girls watched. There was silence. The youth shook the hair loose from the coil. "It's splendid," he said, smelling its perfume. "I'll bet it's worth pounds." "I'll leave it you when I die, Paul," said Fanny, half joking. "You look just like anybody else sitting drying their hair," said one of the girls to the long-legged hunchback. Poor Fanny was morbidly sensitive, always imagining insults. Polly was curt and businesslike. The two departments were forever at war, and Paul was always. Finding Fanny in tears, then he was made the recipient of all her woes, and he had to plead her case with Polly. So the time went along happily enough. The factory had a homely feel. No one was rushed or driven. Paul always enjoyed it when the work got faster, towards post time, and all the men united in labor. He liked to watch his fellow clerks at work. The man was the work, and the work was the man. One thing for the time being. It was different with the girls. The real woman never seemed to be there at the task, but as if left out, waiting. From the train going home at night, he used to watch the lights of the town, sprinkled thick on the hills, fusing together in a blaze in the valleys. He felt rich in life and happy. Drawing farther off, there was a patch of lights at Bulwell like myriad petals shaken to the ground from the shed stars, and beyond was the red glare of the furnaces, playing like hot breath on the clouds. He had to walk 2 and more miles from Keston home, up 2 long hills, down 2 short hills. He was often tired, and he counted the lamps climbing the hill above him, how many more to pass. And from the hilltop on pitch-dark nights he looked round on the villages 5 or 6 miles away, that shone like swarms of glittering living things, almost a heaven against his feet. Marlpole and Henor scattered the far-off darkness with brilliance, and occasionally the black valley space between was traced, violated by a great train rushing south to London or north to Scotland. The trains roared by like projectiles level on the darkness, fuming and burning, making the valley clang with their passage. They were gone, and the lights of the towns and villages glittered in silence. And then he came to the corner at home which faced the other side of the night. The ash tree seemed a friend now. His mother rose with gladness as he entered. He put his 8 shillings proudly on the table. "It'll help, Mother?" he asked wistfully. "There's precious little left," she answered, "after your ticket and dinners and such are taken off." Then he told her the budget of the day. His life story, like an Arabian Nights, was told night after night to his mother. It was almost as if it were her own life. Chapter 6. Death in the Family. Arthur Morel was growing up. He was a quick, careless, impulsive boy, a good deal like his father. He hated study, made a great moan if he had to work, and escaped as soon as possible to his sport again. In appearance, he remained the flower of the family, being well-made, graceful, and full of life. His dark brown hair and fresh coloring, and his exquisite dark blue eyes shaded with long lashes, together with his generous manner and fiery temper, made him a favorite. But as he grew older his temper became uncertain. He flew into rages over nothing, seemed unbearably raw and irritable. His mother, whom he loved, wearied of him sometimes. He thought only of himself. When he wanted amusement, all that stood in his way he hated, even if it were she. When he was in trouble he moaned to her ceaselessly. "Goodness, boy," she said, when he groaned about a master who, he said, hated him. "If you don't like it, alter it, and if you can't alter it, put up with it." And his father, whom he had loved and who had worshipped him, he came to detest. As he grew older, Morel fell into a slow ruin. His body, which had been beautiful in movement and in being, shrink, did not seem to ripen with the years, but to get mean and rather despicable. There came over him a look of meanness and of paltriness, and when the mean-looking elderly man bullied or ordered the boy about, Arthur was furious. Moreover, Morel's manners got worse and worse, his habits somewhat disgusting. When the children were growing up and in the crucial stage of adolescence, the father was like some ugly irritant to their souls. His manners in the house were the same as he used among the colliers down pit. "Dirty nuisance," Arthur would cry, jumping up and going straight out of the house when his father disgusted him, and Morel persisted the more because his children hated it. He seemed to take a kind of satisfaction in disgusting them and driving them nearly mad, while they were so irritably sensitive at the age of 14 or 15, so that Arthur, who was growing up when his father was degenerate and elderly, hated him worst of all. Then sometimes the father would seem to feel the contemptuous hatred of his children. "There's not a man tries harder for his family," he would shout. "He does his best for them and then gets treated like a dog. But I'm not going to stand it, I tell you." But for the threat and the fact that he did not try so hard as he imagined, they would have felt sorry. As it was, the battle now went on nearly all between father and children, he persisting in his dirty and disgusting ways, just to assert his independence. They loathed him. Arthur was so inflamed and irritable at last that when he won a scholarship for the grammar school in Nottingham, his mother decided to let him live in town with one of her sisters and only come home at weekends. Annie was still a junior teacher in the board school, earning about 4 shillings a week. But soon she would have 15 shillings, since she had passed her examination, and there would be financial peace in the house. Mrs. Morel clung now to Paul. He was quiet and not brilliant, but still he stuck to his painting, and still he stuck to his mother. Everything he did was for her. She waited for his coming home in the evening, and then she unburdened herself of all she had pondered or of all that had occurred to her during the day. He sat and listened with his earnestness. The two shared lives. William was engaged now to his brunette, and had bought her an engagement ring that cost 8 guineas. The children gasped at such a fabulous price. 8 guineas, said Morel. More fool him. If he'd gin me some on it, ud've looked better on 'em. Given you some of it, cried Mrs. Morel. Why give you some of it? She remembered he had bought no engagement ring at all, and she preferred William, who was not mean if he were foolish. But now the young man talked only of the dances to which he went with his betrothed and the different resplendent clothes she wore. Or he told his mother with glee how they went to the theater like great swells. He wanted to bring the girl home. Mrs. Morel said she should come at the Christmas. This time William arrived with a lady, but with no presents. Mrs. Morel had prepared supper. Hearing footsteps, she rose and went to the door. William entered. "Hello, Mother." He kissed her hastily, then stood aside to present a tall, handsome girl who was wearing a costume of fine black and white check and furs. "Here's Gip." Miss Western held out her hand and showed her teeth in a small smile. "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Morel?" she exclaimed. "I am afraid you will be hungry," said Mrs. Morel. "Oh, no, we had dinner in the train. Have you got my gloves, Chubby?" William Morel, big and raw-boned, looked at her quickly. "How should I?" he said. "Then I've lost them. Don't be cross with me." A frown went over his face, but he said nothing. She glanced round the kitchen. It was small and curious to her, with its glittering kissing bunch, its evergreens behind the pictures, its wooden chairs and little deal table. At that moment, Morel came in. "Hello, Dad. Hello, my son. There's let on me." The two shook hands, and William presented the lady. She gave the same smile that showed her teeth. "How do you do, Mr. Morel?" Morel obsequiously. "I'm very well, and I hope so are you. You must make yourself very welcome." "Oh, thank you," she replied, rather amused. "You will like to go upstairs," said Mrs. Morel, "if you don't mind, but not if it is any trouble to you." "It is no trouble. Annie will take you. Walter, carry up this box. And don't be an hour dressing yourself up," said William to his betrothed. Annie took a brass candlestick and, too shy almost to speak, preceded the young lady to the front bedroom, which Mr. and Mrs. Morel had vacated for her. It, too, was small and cold by candlelight. The colliers' wives only lit fires in bedrooms in case of extreme illness. "Shall I unstrap the box?" asked Annie. "Oh, thank you very much." Annie played the part of maid, then went downstairs for hot water. "I think she's rather tired, Mother," said William. "It's a beastly journey, and we had such a rush. Is there anything I can give her?" asked Mrs. Morel. "Oh, no, she'll be all right." But there was a chill in the atmosphere. After half an hour Miss Western came down, having put on a purplish-colored dress, very fine for the collier's kitchen. "I told you you'd no need to change," said William to her. "Oh, Chubby!" Then she turned with that Swedish smile to Mrs. Morel. "Don't you think he's always grumbling, Mrs. Morel?" "Is he?" said Mrs. Morel. "That's not very nice of him." "It isn't really. You are cold," said the mother. "Won't you come near the fire?" Morel jumped out of his armchair. "Come and sit you here," he cried. "Come and sit you here," he cried. "Come and sit you here. No, Dad, keep your own chair." "Sit on the sofa, Gip," said William. "No, no," cried Morel. "This chair's warmest. Come and sit here, Miss Wesson." "Thank you so much," said the girl, seating herself in the collier's armchair, the place of honor. She shivered, feeling the warmth of the kitchen penetrate her. "Fetch me a hanky, Chubby dear," she said, putting up her mouth to him and using the same intimate tone as if they were alone, which made the rest of the family feel as if they ought not to be present. The young lady evidently did not realize them as people. They were creatures to her for the present. William winced. In such a household, in Streatham, Miss Western would have been a lady condescending to her inferiors. These people were to her certainly clownish and short, the working classes. How was she to adjust herself? "I'll go," said Annie. Miss Western took no notice, as if a servant had spoken, but when the girl came downstairs again with the handkerchief, she said, "Oh, thank you," in a gracious way. She sat and talked about the dinner on the train, which had been so poor, about London, about dances. She was really very nervous and chattered from fear. Morel sat all the time smoking his thick twist tobacco, watching her, and listening to her glib London speech as he puffed. Mrs. Morel, dressed up in her best black silk blouse, answered quietly and rather briefly. The three children sat round in silence and admiration. Miss Western was the princess. Everything of the best was got out for her, the best cups, the best spoons, the best tablecloth, the best coffee jug. The children thought she must find it quite grand. She felt strange, not able to realize the people, not knowing how to treat them. William joked and was slightly uncomfortable. At about 10 o'clock he said to her, "Aren't you tired, Gup?" "Rather, Chubby," she answered at once in the intimate tones and putting her head slightly on one side. "I'll light her the candle, Mother," he said. "Very well," replied the mother. Miss Western stood up, held out her hand to Mrs. Morel. "Good night, Mrs. Morel," she said. Paul sat at the boiler, letting the water run from the tap into a stone beer bottle. Annie swathed the bottle in an old flannel pit singlet and kissed her mother good night. She was to share the room with the lady because the house was full. "You wait a minute," said Mrs. Morel to Annie, and Annie sat nursing the hot water bottle. Miss Western shook hands all round, to everybody's discomfort, and took her departure, preceded by William. In 5 minutes he was downstairs again. His heart was rather sore. He did not know why. He talked very little till everybody had gone to bed but himself and his mother. Then he stood with his legs apart, in his old attitude on the hearthrug, and said hesitatingly, "Well, mother." "Well, my son." She sat in the rocking chair, feeling somehow hurt and humiliated for his sake. "Do you like her?" "Yes," came the slow answer. "She's shy yet, mother. She's shy yet, mother. She's not used to it. It's different from her aunt's house, you know." "Of course it is, my boy, and she must find it difficult." "She does." Then he frowned swiftly. "If only she wouldn't put on her blessed airs. It's only her first awkwardness, my boy. She'll be all right." "That's it, mother," he replied gratefully, but his brow was gloomy. "You know she's not like you, mother. She's not serious, and she can't think. She's young, my boy." "Yes, and she's had no sort of show. Her mother died when she was a child. Since then she's lived with her aunt, whom she can't bear, and her father was a rake. She's had no love. No." "Well, you must make up to her. And so you have to forgive her a lot of things." "What do you have to forgive her, my boy?" "I don't know. When she seems shallow, you have to remember she's never had anybody to bring her deeper side out, and she's fearfully fond of me. Anybody can see that. But you know, mother, she's different from us. Those sort of people, like those she lives amongst, they don't seem to have the same principles." "You mustn't judge too hastily," said Mrs. Morel. But he seemed uneasy within himself. In the morning, however, he was up singing and larking round the house. "Hello," he called, sitting on the stairs. "Are you getting up?" "Yes," her voice called faintly. "Merry Christmas," he shouted to her. Her laugh, pretty and tinkling, was heard in the bedroom. She did not come down in half an hour. Was she really getting up when she said she was? He asked of Annie. "Yes, she was," replied Annie. He waited a while, then went to the stairs again. "Happy New Year," he called. "Thank you, Chubby dear," came the laughing voice far away. "Buck up," he implored. It was nearly an hour, and still he was waiting for her. Morel, who always rose before 6, looked at the clock. "Well, it's a winder," he exclaimed. The family had breakfasted, all but William. He went to the foot of the stairs. "Shall I have to send you an Easter egg up there?" he called rather crossly. She only laughed. The family expected, after that time of preparation, something like magic. At last she came, looking very nice in a blouse and skirt. "Have you really been all this time getting ready?" he asked. "Chubby dear, that question is not permitted, is it, Mrs. Morel?" She played the grand lady at first. When she went with William to chapel, he in his frock coat and silk hat, she in her furs and London-made costume. Paul and Arthur and Annie expected everybody to bow to the ground in admiration, and Morel, standing in his Sunday suit at the end of the road, watching the gallant pair go, felt he was the father of princes and princesses. And yet she was not so grand. For a year now she had been a sort of secretary or clerk in a London office. But while she was with the Morels, she queened it. She sat and let Annie or Paul wait on her as if they were her servants. She treated Mrs. Morel with a certain glibness, and Morel with patronage, but after a day or so she began to change her tune. William always wanted Paul or Annie to go along with them on their walks. It was so much more interesting. And Paul really did admire Gypsy wholeheartedly. In fact, his mother scarcely forgave the boy for the adulation with which he treated the girl. On the second day, when Lily said, "Oh, Annie, do you know where I left my muff?" William replied, "You know it is in your bedroom. Why do you ask Annie?" And Lily went upstairs with a cross, shut mouth. But it angered the young man that she made a servant of his sister. On the third evening, William and Lily were sitting together in the parlor by the fire in the dark. At 11:15, Mrs. Morel was heard raking the fire. William came out to the kitchen, followed by his beloved. "Is it as late as that, mother?" he said. She had been sitting alone. "It is not late, my boy, but it is as late as I usually sit up." "Won't you go to bed then?" he asked. "And leave you too? No, my boy, I don't believe in it. Can't you trust us, Mother? Whether I can or not, I won't do it. You can stay till 11 if you like, and I can read." "Go to bed, Gip," he said to his girl. "We won't keep Mater waiting." "Annie has left the candle burning, Lily," said Mrs. Morel. "I think you will see." "Yes, thank you. Good night, Mrs. Morel." William kissed his sweetheart at the foot of the stairs, and she went. He returned to the kitchen. "Can't you trust us, Mother?" he repeated, rather offended. "My boy, I tell you I don't believe in leaving two young things like you alone downstairs when everyone else is in bed." And he was forced to take this answer. He kissed his mother good night. At Easter he came over alone, and then he discussed his sweetheart endlessly with his mother. "You know, Mother, when I'm away from her, I don't care for her a bit. I shouldn't care if I never saw her again. But then, when I'm with her in the evenings, I am awfully fond of her." "It's a queer sort of love to marry on," said Mrs. Morel. "If she holds you no more than that, it is funny," he exclaimed. It worried and perplexed him. "But yet there's so much between us now I couldn't give her up." "You know best," said Mrs. Morel. "But if it is as you say, I wouldn't call it love at any rate. It doesn't look much like it." "Oh, I don't know, Mother. She's an orphan, and they never came to any sort of conclusion." He seemed puzzled and rather fretted. She was rather reserved. All his strength and money went in keeping this girl. He could scarcely afford to take his mother to Nottingham when he came over. Paul's wages had been raised at Christmas to 10 shillings, to his great joy. He was quite happy at Jordan's, but his health suffered from the long hours and the confinement. His mother, to whom he became more and more significant, thought how to help. His half-day holiday was on Monday afternoon. On a Monday morning in May, as the two sat alone at breakfast, she said, "I think it will be a fine day." He looked up in surprise. This meant something. "You know Mr. Levers has gone to live on a new farm. Well, he asked me last week if I wouldn't go and see Mrs. Levers, and I promised to bring you on Monday if it's fine. Shall we go?" "I say, little woman, how lovely," he cried. "And we'll go this afternoon." Paul hurried off to the station, jubilant. Down Derby Road was a cherry tree that glistened. The old brick wall by the statutes ground burned scarlet. Spring was a very flame of green. And the steep swoop of highroad lay in its cool morning dust, splendid with patterns of sunshine and shadow, perfectly still. The trees sloped their great green shoulders proudly, and inside the warehouse all. The morning, the boy had a vision of spring outside. When he came home at dinner time, his mother was rather excited. "Are we going?" he asked. "When I'm ready," she replied. Presently he got up. "Go and get dressed while I wash up," he said. She did so. He washed the pots, straightened, and then took her boots. They were quite clean. Mrs. Morel was one of those naturally exquisite people who can walk in mud without dirtying their shoes. But Paul had to clean them for her. They were kid boots at 8 shillings a pair. He, however, thought them the most dainty boots in the world, and he cleaned them with as much reverence as if they had been flowers. Suddenly she appeared in the inner doorway rather shyly. She had got a new cotton blouse on. Paul jumped up and went forward. "Oh, my stars!" he exclaimed. "What a bobby dazzler!" She sniffed in a little haughty way and put her head up. "It's not a bobby dazzler at all," she replied. "It's very quiet." She walked forward whilst he hovered round her. "Well," she asked, quite shy but pretending to be high and mighty, "do you like it?" "Awfully. You are a fine little woman to go jaunting out with." He went and surveyed her from the back. "Well," he said, "if I was walking down the street behind you, I should say, 'Doesn't that little person fancy herself?'" "Well, she doesn't," replied Mrs. Morel. "She's not sure it suits her." "Oh, no. She wants to be in dirty black, looking as if she was wrapped in burnt paper. It does suit you. "And I say you look nice." She sniffed in her little way, pleased, but pretending to know better. "Well," she said, "it's cost me just 3 shillings. You couldn't have got it ready-made for that price, could you?" "I should think you couldn't," he replied, "and, you know, it's good stuff." "Awfully pretty," he said. The blouse was white, with a little sprig of heliotrope and black. "Too young for me, though, I'm afraid," she said. "Too young for you," he exclaimed in disgust. "Why don't you buy some false white hair and stick it on your head? I'll soon have no need," she replied. "I'm going white fast enough." "Well, you've no business to," he said. "What do I want with a white-haired mother?" "I'm afraid you'll have to put up with one, my lad," she said rather strangely. They set off in great style, she carrying the umbrella William had given her because of the sun. Paul was considerably taller than she, though he was not big. He fancied himself on the fallow land. The young wheat shone silkily. Minton Pitt waved its plumes of white steam, coughed, and rattled hoarsely. "Now look at that," said Mrs. Morel. Mother and son stood on the road to watch. Along the ridge of the great pit hill crawled a little group in silhouette against the sky, a horse, a small truck, and a man. They climbed the incline against the heavens. At the end the man tipped the wagon. There was an undue rattle as the waste fell down the sheer slope of the enormous bank. "You sit a minute, Mother," he said, and she took a seat on a bank whilst he sketched rapidly. She was silent whilst he worked, looking round at the afternoon, the red cottages shining among their greenness. "The world is a wonderful place," she said, "and wonderfully beautiful." "And so's the pit," he said. "Look how it heaps together, like something alive, almost a big creature that you don't know." "Yes," she said, "perhaps. And all the trucks standing waiting, like a string of beasts to be fed," he said. "And very thankful I am they are standing," she said, "for that means they'll turn middling time this week. But I like the feel of men on things while they're alive. There's a feel of men about trucks because they've been handled with men's hands, all of them." "Yes," said Mrs. Morel. They went along under the trees of the highroad. He was constantly informing her, but she was interested. They passed the end of Nethermere. That was tossing, its sunshine like petals lightly in its lap. Then they turned on a private road and in some trepidation approached a big farm. A dog barked furiously. A woman came out to see. "Is this the way to Willey Farm?" Mrs. Morel asked. Paul hung behind in terror of being sent back, but the woman was amiable and directed them. The mother and son went through the wheat and oats, over a little bridge into a wild meadow. Peewits, with their white breasts glistening, wheeled and screamed about them. The lake was still and blue. High overhead a heron floated. Opposite, the wood heaped on the hill, green and still. "It's a wild road, Mother," said Paul. "Just like Canada." "Isn't it beautiful?" said Mrs. Morel, looking round. "See that heron? See her legs?" He directed his mother what she must see and what not, and she was quite content. "But now," she said, "which way?" He told me through the wood. The wood, fenced and dark, lay on their left. "I can feel a bit of a path this road," said Paul. "You've got town feet, somehow or other, you have." They found a little gate, and soon were in a broad green alley of the wood, with a new thicket of fir and pine on one hand, an old oak glade dipping down on the other, and among the oaks the bluebells stood in pools of azure under the new green hazels, upon a pale fawn floor of oak leaves. He found flowers for her. "Here's a bit of new mown hay," he said. Then again he brought her forget-me-nots, and again his heart hurt with love, seeing her hand used with work, holding the little bunch of flowers he gave her. She was perfectly happy. But at the end of the riding was a fence to climb. Paul was over in a second. "Come," he said, "let me help you." "No, go away. I will do it in my own way." He stood below with his hands up, ready to help her. She climbed cautiously. "What a way to climb!" he exclaimed scornfully when she was safely to earth again. "Hateful stiles!" she cried. "Duffer of a little woman," he replied, "who can't get over 'em." In front, along the edge of the wood, was a cluster of low red farm buildings. The two hastened forward. Flush with the wood was the apple orchard, where blossom was falling on the grindstone. The pond was deep under a hedge and overhanging oak trees. Some cows stood in the shade. The farm and buildings, 3 sides of a quadrangle, embraced the sunshine towards the wood. It was very still. Mother and son went into the small railed garden, where was a scent of red gillivers. By the open door were some floury loaves, put out to cool. A hen was just coming to peck them. Then, in the doorway suddenly appeared a girl in a dirty apron. She was about 14 years old, had a rosy dark face, a bunch of short black curls, very fine and free, and dark eyes. Shy, questioning, a little resentful of the strangers, she disappeared. In a minute another figure appeared, a small frail woman, rosy, with great dark brown eyes. "Oh!" she exclaimed, smiling with a little glow. "You've come then. I am glad to see you." Her voice was intimate and rather sad. The two women shook hands. "Now, are you sure we're not a bother to you?" said Mrs. Morel. "I know what a farming life is." "Oh, no. We're only too thankful to see a new face. It's so lost up here." "I suppose so," said Mrs. Morel. They were taken through into the parlor, a long, low room with a great bunch of guelder roses and the fireplace. There the women talked, whilst Paul went out to survey the land. He was in the garden, smelling the gillivers and looking at the plants, when the girl came out quickly to the heap of coal which stood by the fence. "I suppose these are cabbage roses," he said to her, pointing to the bushes along the fence. She looked at him with startled big brown eyes. "I suppose they are cabbage roses when they come out?" he said. "I don't know," she faltered. "They're white with pink middles." "Then they're maiden blush." Miriam flushed. She had a beautiful warm coloring. "I don't know," she said. "You don't have much in your garden," he said. "This is our first year here," she answered, in a distant, rather superior way. Drawing back and going indoors, he did not notice, but went his round of exploration. Presently his mother came out and they went through the buildings. Paul was hugely delighted. "And I suppose you have the fowls and calves and pigs to look after?" said Mrs. Morel to Mrs. Levers. "No," replied the little woman. "I can't find time to look after cattle, and I'm not used to it. It's as much as I can do to keep going in the house." "Well, I suppose it is," said Mrs. Morel. Presently the girl came out. "Tea is ready, mother," she said in a musical, quiet voice. "Oh, thank you, Miriam. Then we'll come," replied her mother, almost ingratiatingly. "Would you care to have tea now, Mrs. Morel?" "Of course," said Mrs. Morel, "whenever it's ready." Paul and his mother and Mrs. Levers had tea together. Then they went out into the wood that was flooded with bluebells, while Fumi forget-me-nots were in the paths. The mother and son were in ecstasy together. When they got back to the house, Mr. Levers and Edgar, the eldest son, were in the kitchen. Edgar was about 18. Then Geoffrey and Maurice, big lads of 12 and 13, were in from school. Mr. Levers was a good-looking man in the prime of life, with a golden brown mustache and blue eyes screwed up against the weather. The boys were condescending, but Paul scarcely observed it. They went round for eggs, scrambling into all sorts of places. As they were feeding the fowls, Miriam came out. The boys took no notice of her. One hen, with her yellow chickens, was in a coop. Maurice took his hand full of corn and let the hen peck from it. "Durst you do it?" he asked of Paul. "Let's see," said Paul. He had a small hand, warm and rather capable looking. Miriam watched. He held the corn to the hen. The bird eyed it with her hard, bright eye, and suddenly made a peck into his hand. He started and laughed. Rap, rap, rap went the bird's beak in his palm. He laughed again, and the other boys joined. "She knocks you and nips you, but she never hurts," said Paul when the last corn had gone. "Now, Miriam," said Maurice, "you come and Ava go." "No," she cried, shrinking back. "Huh, baby, the Marty kid," said her brothers. "It doesn't hurt a bit," said Paul. "It only just nips rather nicely." "No," she still cried, shaking her black curls and shrinking. "She dursn't," said Geoffrey. "She never durst do anything except recite poetry. Dursn't jump off a gate, dursn't tweedle, dursn't go on a slide, dursn't stop a girl hittin' her. She can do naught but go about thinkin' herself somebody." "The Lady of the Lake." "Yah!" cried Maurice. Miriam was crimson with shame and misery. "I dare do more than you," she cried. "You're never anything but cowards and bullies." "Oh, cowards and bullies," they repeated mincingly, mocking her speech. "Not such a clown shall anger me, a boor is answered silently." He quoted against her, shouting with laughter. She went indoors. Paul went with the boys into the orchard, where they had rigged up a parallel bar. They did feats of strength. He was more agile than strong, but it served. He fingered a piece of apple blossom that hung low on a swinging bough. "I wouldn't get the apple blossom," said Edgar, the eldest brother. "There'll be no apples next year." "I wasn't going to get it," replied Paul, going away. The boys felt hostile to him. They were more interested in their own pursuits. He wandered back to the house to look for his mother. As he went round the back, he saw Miriam kneeling in front of the hen coop, some maize in her hand, biting her lip and crouching in an intense attitude. The hen was eyeing her wickedly. Very gingerly she put forward her hand. The hen bobbed for her. She drew back quickly with a cry, half of fear, half of chagrin. "It won't hurt you," said Paul. She flushed crimson and started up. "I only wanted to try," she said in a low voice. "See, it doesn't hurt," he said, and putting only 2 corns in his palm, he let the hen peck, peck, peck at his bare hand. "It only makes you laugh," he said. She put her hand forward and dragged it away, tried again, and started back with a cry. He frowned. "Why, I'd let her take corn from my face," said Paul, "only she bumps a bit. She's ever so neat. If she wasn't, look how much ground she'd peck up every day." He waited grimly and watched. At last, Miriam let the bird peck from her hand. She gave a little cry, fear and pain, because of fear rather pathetic. But she had done it, and she did it again. "There, you see," said the boy. "It doesn't hurt, does it?" She looked at him with dilated dark eyes. "No," she laughed, trembling. Then she rose and went indoors. She seemed to be in some way resentful of the boy. "He thinks I'm only a common girl," she thought, and she wanted to prove she was a grand person like the Lady of the Lake. Paul found his mother ready to go home. She smiled on her son. He took the great bunch of flowers. Mr. and Mrs. Livers walked down the fields with them. The hills were golden with evening. Deep in the woods showed the darkening purple of bluebells. It was everywhere perfectly stiff, save for the rustling of leaves and birds. "But it is a beautiful place," said Mrs. Morel. "Yes," answered Mr. Levers, "it's a nice little place, if only it weren't for the rabbits. The pasture's bitten down to nothing. I don't know if ever I'll get the rent off it." He clapped his hands, and the field broke into motion near the woods, brown rabbits hopping everywhere. "Would you believe it?" exclaimed Mrs. Morel. She and Paul went on alone together. "Wasn't it lovely, Mother?" he said quietly. A thin moon was coming out. His heart was full of happiness till it hurt. His mother had to chatter, because she too wanted to cry with happiness. "Now wouldn't I help that man?" she said. "Wouldn't I see to the fowls and the young stock? And I'd learn to milk, and I'd talk with him, and I'd plan with him. My word, if I were his wife, the farm would be run, I know. But there, she hasn't the strength, she simply hasn't the strength. She ought never to have been burdened like it, you know. I'm sorry for her, and I'm sorry for him too. My word, if I'd had him, I shouldn't have thought him a bad husband. Not that she does either, and she's very lovable. William came home again with his sweetheart at the Whitsuntide. He had one week of his holidays then. It was beautiful weather. As a rule, William and Lily and Paul went out in the morning together for a walk. William did not talk to his beloved much, except to tell her things from his boyhood. Paul talked endlessly to both of them. They lay down all three in a meadow by Mitten Church. On one side, by the Castle Farm, was a beautiful quivering screen of poplars. Hawthorn was dropping from the hedges. Penny daisies and ragged robin were in the field, like laughter. William, a big fellow of 23, thinner now, and even a bit gaunt, lay back in the sunshine and dreamed, while she fingered with his hair. Paul went gathering the big daisies. She had taken off her hat. Her hair was black as a horse's mane. Paul came back and threaded daisies in her jet-black hair, big spangles of white and yellow, and just a pink touch of ragged robin. "Now you look like a young witch woman," the boy said to her. "Doesn't she, William?" Lily laughed. William opened his eyes and looked at her. In his gaze was a certain baffled look of misery and fierce appreciation. "Has he made a sight of me?" she asked, laughing down on her lover. "That he has," said William, smiling. He looked at her. Her beauty seemed to hurt him. He glanced at her flower-decked head and frowned. "You look nice enough, if that's what you want to know," he said. And she walked without her hat. In a little while William recovered, and was rather tender to her. Coming to a bridge, he carved her initials and his in a heart. Heart. She watched his strong, nervous hand with its glistening hairs and freckles as he carved, and she seemed fascinated by it. All the time there was a feeling of sadness and warmth, and a certain tenderness in the house whilst William and Lily were at home, but often he got irritable. She had brought for an 8 days' stay 5 dresses and 6 blouses. "Oh, would you mind," she said to Annie, "washing me these 2 blouses and these things?" And Annie stood washing when William and Lily went out the next morning. Mrs. Morel was furious, and sometimes the young man, catching a glimpse of his sweetheart's attitude towards his sister, hated her. On Sunday morning she looked very beautiful in a dress of foulard, silky and sweeping, and blue as a jaybird's feather, and in a large cream hat covered with many roses, mostly crimson. Nobody could admire her enough. But in the home evening, when she was going out, she asked again, "Chubby, have you got my gloves?" "Which?" asked William. "My new black suede." "No, there was a hunt. She had lost them." "Look here, mother," said William. "That's the 4th pair she's lost since Christmas at 5 shillings a pair. You only gave me 2 of them," she remonstrated. And in the evening, after supper, he stood on the hearthrug whilst she sat on the sofa, and he seemed to hate her. In the afternoon he had left her whilst he went to see some old friend. She had sat looking at a book. After supper William wanted to write a letter. "Here's your book, Lily," said Mrs. Morel. "Would you care to go on with it for a few minutes?" "No, thank you," said the girl. "I will sit still, but it is so dull." William scribbled irritably at a great rate. As he sealed the envelope he said, "Read a book! Why, she's never read a book in her life." "Oh, go along," said Mrs. Morel, cross with the exaggeration. "It's true, mother, she hasn't," he cried, jumping up and taking his old position on the hearthrug. "She's never read a book in her life." "Ers like me," chimed in Morel. Canna see what there is I books to sit boring your nose in 'em for, nor more can I." "But you shouldn't say these things," said Mrs. Morel to her son. "But it's true, mother, she can't read." "What did you give her?" "Well, I gave her a little thing of Annie Swan's. Nobody wants to read dry stuff on Sunday afternoon. Well, I'll bet she didn't read 10 lines of it. You are mistaken, said his mother. All the time Lily sat miserably on the sofa. He turned to her swiftly. Did you read any? He asked. Yes, I did, she replied. How much? I don't know how many pages. Tell me one thing you read. She could not. She never got beyond the second page. He read a great deal and had a quick, active intelligence. She could understand nothing but love-making and chatter. He was accustomed to having all his thoughts sifted through his mother's mind. So, when he wanted companionship and was asked in reply to be the billing and twittering lover, he hated his betrothed. You know, Mother, he said, when he was alone with her at night, she's no idea of money, she's so wessel-brained. When she's paid, she'll suddenly buy such rot as Marin's glasses, and then I have to buy her season ticket and her extras, even her underclothing. And she wants to get married, and I think myself we might as well get married next year. But at this rate, a fine mess of a marriage it would be, replied his mother. I should consider it again, my boy. Oh well, I've gone too far to break off now, he said, and so I shall get married as soon as I can. Very well, my boy. If you will, you will, and there's no stopping you. But I tell you, I can't sleep when I think about it. Oh, she'll be all right, Mother. We shall manage. Oh, she'll be all right, Mother. We shall manage. And she let you buy her underclothing? Asked the mother. Well, he began apologetically, she didn't ask me. But one morning, and it was cold, I found her on the station shivering, not able to keep still, so I asked her if she was well wrapped up. She said, I think so. So I said, have you got warm underthings on? And she said, no, they were cotton. I asked her why on earth she hadn't got something thicker on in weather like that, and she said because she had nothing. And there she is, a bronchial subject. I had to take her and get some warm things. Well, Mother, I shouldn't mind the money if we had any. And you know she ought to keep enough to pay for her season ticket, but no, she comes to me about that, and I have to find the money. It's a poor lookout, said Mrs. Morel bitterly. He was pale, and his rugged face, that used to be so perfectly careless and laughing, was stamped with conflict and despair. But I can't give her up now, it's gone too far, he said. And besides, for some things I couldn't do without her. My boy, remember you're taking your life in your hands, said Mrs. Morel. Nothing is as bad as a marriage that's a hopeless failure. Mine was bad enough, God knows, and ought to teach you something, but it might have been worse by a long chalk. He leaned with his back against the side of the chimney-piece, his hands in his pockets. He was a big, raw-boned man who looked as if he would go to the world's end if he wanted to. But she saw the despair on his face. I couldn't give her up now, he said. Well, she said, remember there are worse wrongs than breaking off an engagement. I can't give her up now, he said. The clock ticked on. Mother and son remained in silence, a conflict between them, but he would say no more. At last she said, well, go to bed, my son. You'll feel better in the morning, and perhaps you'll know better. He kissed her and went. She raked the fire. Her heart was heavy now as it had never been. Before, with her husband, things had seemed to be breaking down in her, but they did not destroy her power to live. Now her soul felt lamed in itself. It was her hope that was struck. And so often William manifested the same hatred towards his betrothed. On the last evening at home, he was railing against her. Well, he said, if you don't believe me, what she's like would you believe she has been confirmed 3 times? Nonsense, laughed Mrs. Morel. Nonsense or not, she has. That's what confirmation means for her, a bit of a theatrical show where she can cut a figure. I haven't, Mrs. Morel, cried the girl. I haven't. It is not true. What? He cried, flashing round on her. Once in Bromley, once in Beckenham, and once somewhere else. Nowhere else, she said in tears, nowhere else. It was. And if it wasn't, why were you confirmed twice? Once I was only 14, Mrs. Morel, she pleaded, tears in her eyes. Yes, said Mrs. Morel. I can quite understand it, child. Take no notice of him. You ought to be ashamed, William, saying such things. But it's true. She's religious. She had blue velvet prayer books, and she's not as much religion or anything else in her than that table leg. Gets confirmed 3 times for show to show herself off, and that's how she is in everything. The girl sat on the sofa, crying. She was not strong. As for love, he cried, you might as well ask a fly to love you. It'll love settling on you. Now, say no more, commanded Mrs. Morel. If you want to say these things, you must find another place than this. I am ashamed of you, William. Why don't you be more manly? To do nothing but find fault with a girl and then pretend you're engaged to her. Mrs. Morel subsided in wrath and indignation. William was silent, and later he repented, kissed, and comforted the girl. Yet it was true what he had said. He hated her. When they were going away, Mrs. Morel accompanied them as far as Nottingham. It was a long way to Keston Station. You know, Mother, he said to her, Gyp's shallow. Nothing goes deep with her. William, I wish you wouldn't say these things, said Mrs. Morel, very uncomfortable for the girl who walked beside her. But it doesn't, Mother. She's very much in love with me now. But if I died, she'd have forgotten me in 3 months. Mrs. Morel was afraid. Her heart beat furiously, hearing the quiet bitterness of her son's last speech. How do you know? She replied. You don't know, and therefore you've no right to say such a thing. He's always saying these things, cried the girl. In 3 months after I was buried, you'd have somebody else, and I should be forgotten, he said. And that's your love. Mrs. Morel saw them into the train in Nottingham, then she returned home. There's one comfort, she said to Paul. He'll never have any money to marry on, that I am sure of. And so she'll save him that way. So she took cheer. Matters were not yet very desperate. She firmly believed William would never marry his gypsy. She waited, and she kept Paul near to her. All summer long, William's letters had a feverish tone. He seemed unnatural and intense. Sometimes he was exaggeratedly jolly. Usually he was flat and bitter in his letter. Aye, his mother said, I'm afraid he's ruining himself against that creature who isn't worthy of his love. No, no more than a rag doll. He wanted to come home. The midsummer holiday was gone. It was a long while to Christmas. He wrote in wild excitement, saying he could come for Saturday and Sunday at Goose Fair, the first week in October. You are not well, my boy, said his mother when she saw him. She was almost in tears at having him to herself again. No, I've not been well, he said. I seem to have a dragging cold all the last month, but it's going, I think. It was sunny October weather. He seemed wild with joy, like a schoolboy escaped. Then again he was silent and reserved. He was more gaunt than ever, and there was a haggard look in his eyes. You are doing too much, said his mother to him. He was doing extra work, trying to make some money to marry on, he said. He only talked to his mother once on the Saturday night. Then he was sad and tender about his beloved. And yet, you know, Mother, for all that, if I died she'd be broken-hearted for 2 months, and then she'd start to forget me. You'd see she'd never come home here to look at my grave, not even once. Why, William, said his mother, you're not going to die, so why talk about it? But whether or not he replied, and she can't help it, she is like that, and if you choose her well, you can't grumble, said his mother. On the Sunday morning, as he was putting his collar on, look, he said to his mother, holding up his chin, what a rash my collar's made under my chin. Just at the junction of chin and throat was a big red inflammation. It ought not to do that, said his mother. Here, put a bit of this soothing ointment on. You should wear different collars. He went away on Sunday midnight, seeming better and more solid for his 2 days at home. On Tuesday morning came a telegram from London that he was ill. Mrs. Morel got off her knees from washing the floor, read the telegram, called a neighbor, went to her landlady and borrowed a sovereign, put on her things and set off. She hurried to Keston, caught an express for London and Nottingham. She had to wait in Nottingham nearly an hour. A small figure in her black bonnet, she was anxiously asking the porters if they knew how to get to Elmer's End. The journey was 3 hours. She sat in her corner in a kind of stupor, never moving. At King's Cross, still no one could tell her how to get to Elmer's End. Carrying her string bag that contained her nightdress, a comb and brush, she went from person to person. At last they sent her underground to Cannon Street. It was 6 o'clock when she arrived at William's lodging. The blinds were not down. "How is he?" she asked. "No better," said the landlady. She followed the woman upstairs. William lay on the bed with bloodshot eyes, his face rather discolored. The clothes were tossed about. There was no fire in the room. A glass of milk stood on the stand at his bedside. No one had been with him. "Why, my son?" said the mother bravely. He did not answer. He looked at her, but did not see her. Then he began to say in a dull voice, as if repeating a letter from dictation, "Owing to a leakage in the hold of this vessel, the sugar had set and become converted into rock. It needed hacking." He was quite unconscious. It had been his business to examine some such cargo of sugar in the port of London. "How long has he been like this?" the mother asked the landlady. "He got home at 6 o'clock on Monday morning, and he seemed to sleep all day. Then in the night we heard him talking, and this morning he asked for you. So I wired and we fetched the doctor. Will you have a fire made?" Mrs. Morel tried to soothe her son, to keep him still. The doctor came. It was pneumonia and, he said, a peculiar erysipelas, which had started under the chin, where the collar chafed, and was spreading over the face. He hoped it would not get to the brain. Mrs. Morel settled down to nurse. She prayed for William, prayed that he would recognize her. But the young man's face grew more discolored. In the night she struggled with him. He raved and would not come to consciousness. At 2 o'clock, in a dreadful paroxysm, he died. Mrs. Morel sat perfectly still for an hour in the lodging bedroom. Then she roused the household. At 6 o'clock, with the aid of the charwoman, she laid him out. Then she went round the dreary London village to the registrar and the doctor. At 9 o'clock to the cottage on Scargill Street came another wire. "William died last night. Let father come, bring money." Annie, Paul, and Arthur were at home. Mr. Morel was gone to work. The 3 children said not a word. Annie began to whimper with fear. Paul set off for his father. It was a beautiful day. At Brinsley Pit the white steam melted slowly in the sunshine of a soft blue sky. The wheels of the headstocks twinkled high up. The screen, shuffling its coal into the trucks, made a busy noise. "I want my father. He's got to go to London," said the boy to the first man he met on the bank. "They wants Walter Morel. Go in the air and tell Joe Ward." Paul went into the little top office. "I want my father. He's got to go to London. They feather, is he down? What's his name? Mr. Morel." "What, Walter? Is outer miss? He's got to go to London." The man went to the telephone and rang up the bottom office. "Walter Morel's wanted, number 42, hard. Summat's amiss, there's his lad here." Then he turned round to Paul. "He'll be up in a few minutes," he said. Paul wandered out to the pit top. He watched the chair come up, with its wagon of coal. The great iron cage sank back on its rest. A full carfulo was hauled off, an empty tram run on to the chair, a bell tinged somewhere. The chair heaved, then dropped like a stone. Paul did not realize William was dead. It was impossible, with such a bustle going on. The puller off, swung the small truck onto the turntable. Another man ran with it along the bank down the curving lines. "And William is dead. and my mother's in London, and what will she be doing?" The boy asked himself, as if it were a conundrum. He watched chair after chair come up, and still no father. At last, standing beside a wagon, a man's form, the chair sank on its rests. Morel stepped off. He was slightly lame from an accident. "Is it thee, Paul? Is 'e worse?" "You've got to go to London." The two walked off the pit bank, where men were watching curiously. As they came out and went along the railway with the sunny autumn field on one side and a wall of trucks on the other, Morel said in a frightened voice, "'E's never gone, child." "Yes, when word, last night, we had a telegram from my mother." Morel walked on a few strides, then leaned up against a truck side, his hand over his eyes. He was not crying. Paul stood looking round, waiting. On the weighing machine, a truck trundled slowly. Paul saw everything except his father leaning against the truck, as if he were tired. Morel had only once before been to London. He set off, scared and piqued, to help his wife. That was on Tuesday. The children were left alone in the house. Paul went to work, Arthur went to school, and Annie had a friend to be with her. On Saturday night, as Paul was turning the corner, coming home from Keston, he saw his mother and father, who had come to Setley Bridge Station. They were walking in silence in the dark, tired, straggling apart. The boy waited. "Mother," he said in the darkness. Mrs. Morel's small figure seemed not to observe. He spoke again. "Paul," she said uninterestedly. She let him kiss her, but she seemed unaware of him. In the house, she was the same, small, white, and mute. She noticed nothing. She said nothing, only, "The coffin will be here tonight, Walter? You'd better see about some help." Then, turning to the children, "We're bringing him home." Then she relapsed into the same mute looking into space, her hands folded on her lap. Paul, looking at her, felt he could not breathe. The house was dead silent. "I went to work, Mother," he said plaintively. "Did you?" she answered dully. After half an hour Morel, troubled and bewildered, came in again. "Where'll we hate him when he does come?" he asked his wife. "In the front room. Then I'd better shift the table." "Yes, and hay him across the chairs. You know there?" "Yes, I suppose so." Morel and Paul went, with a candle, into the parlor. There was no gas there. The father unscrewed the top of the big mahogany oval table and cleared the middle of the room. Then he arranged 6 chairs opposite each other so that the coffin could stand on their beds. "You never seed such a length as he is," said the miner, and watching anxiously as he worked. Paul went to the bay window and looked out. The ash tree stood monstrous and black in front of the wide darkness. It was a faintly luminous night. Paul went back to his mother. At 10 o'clock, Morel called, "He's here." Everyone started. There was a noise of unbarring and unlocking the front door, which opened straight from the night into the room. "Bring another candle," called Morel. Annie and Arthur went. Paul followed with his mother. He stood with his arm round her waist in the inner doorway. Down the middle of the cleared room waited 6 chairs, face to face. In the window, against the lace curtains, Arthur held up one candle, and by the open door, against the night, Annie stood leaning forward, her brass candlestick glittering. There was the noise of wheels. Outside, in the darkness of the street below, Paul could see horses and a black vehicle, one lamp and a few pale faces, then some. Men, miners, all in their shirt sleeves, seemed to struggle in the obscurity. Presently 2 men appeared, bowed beneath a great weight. It was Morel and his neighbor. "Steady!" called Morel out of breath. He and his fellow mounted the steep garden step, heaved into the candlelight with their gleaming coffin end. Limbs of other men were seen struggling behind. Morel and Burns in front staggered. The great dark weight swayed. "Steady! Steady!" cried Morel, as if in pain. all the six bearers were up in the small garden, holding the great coffin aloft. There were 3 more steps to the door. The yellow lamp of the carriage shone alone down the black road. "Now then," said Morel. The coffin swayed. The men began to mount the 3 steps with their load. Annie's candle flickered, and she whimpered as the first men appeared, and the limbs and bowed heads of 6 men struggled to climb into the room, bearing the coffin that rode like sorrow on their living flesh. "Oh, my son, Mrs. Morel sang softly, and each time the coffin swung to the unequal climbing of the men, "Oh, my son, my son, my son!" "Mother," Paul whimpered, his hand round her waist. She did not hear. "Oh, my son, she repeated. Paul saw drops of sweat fall from his father's brow. 6 men were in the room, 6 coatless men with yielding, struggling limbs, filling the room and knocking against the furniture. The coffin veered and was gently lowered onto the chairs. The sweat fell from Morel's face on its boards. "My word, he's a weight," said a man, and the 5 miners sighed, bowed, and trembling with the struggle, descended the steps again, closing the door behind them. The family was alone in the parlor with the great polished box. William, when laid out, was 6 feet 4 inches long. Like a monument lay the bright brown, ponderous coffin. Paul thought it would never be got out of the room again. His mother was stroking the polished wood. They buried him on the Monday in the little cemetery on the hillside that looks over the fields at the big church and the houses. It was sunny, and the white chrysanthemums frilled themselves in the warmth. Mrs. Morel could not be persuaded after this to talk and take her old bright interest in life. She remained shut off. All the way home in the train she had said to herself, "If only it could have been me." When Paul came home at night, he found his mother sitting, her day's work done, with hands folded in her lap upon her coarse apron. She always used to have changed her dress and put on a black apron before. Now Annie set his supper, and his mother sat looking blankly in front of her, her mouth shut tight. Then he beat his brains for news to tell her. "Mother, Miss Jordan was down today, and she said my sketch of a colliery at work was beautiful." But Mrs. Morel took no notice. Night after night he forced himself to tell her things, although she did not listen. It drove him almost insane to have her thus. At last, "What's a matter, Mother?" he asked. She did not hear. "What's a matter?" he persisted. "Mother, what's a matter?" "You know what's the matter," she said irritably, turning away. The lad, he was 16 years old, went to bed drearily. He was cut off and wretched through October, November, and December. His mother tried, but she could not rouse herself. She could only brood on her dead son. He had been let to die so cruelly. At last, on December 23rd, with his 5 shillings Christmas box in his pocket, Paul wandered blindly home. His mother looked at him, and her heart stood still. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I'm badly, Mother," he replied. "Mr. Jordan gave me 5 shillings for a Christmas box." He handed it to her with trembling hands. She put it on the table. "You aren't glad," he reproached her. But he trembled violently. "Where hurts you?" she said, unbuttoning his overcoat. It was the old question. "I feel badly, Mother." She undressed him and put him to bed. He had pneumonia dangerously, the doctor said. Might he never have had it if I'd kept him at home, not let him go to Nottingham, was one of the first things she asked. He might not have been so bad, said the doctor. Mrs. Morel stood condemned on her own ground. "I should have watched the living, not the dead," she told herself. Paul was very ill. His mother lay in bed at nights with him. They could not afford a nurse. He grew worse, and the crisis approached. One night, He tossed into consciousness in the ghastly, sickly feeling of dissolution when all the cells in the body seem in intense irritability to be breaking down, and consciousness makes a last flare of struggle, like madness. "I still die, Mother," he cried, heaving for breath on the pillow. She lifted him up, crying in a small voice, "Oh, my son, my son." That brought him to. He realized her. His whole will rose up and arrested him. He put his head on her breast and took ease of her for love. For some things, said his aunt, it was a good thing Paul was ill that Christmas. I believe it saved his mother. Paul was in bed for 7 weeks. He got up white and fragile. His father had bought him a pot of scarlet and gold tulips. They used to flame in the window in the March sunshine as he sat on the sofa chattering to his mother, the two knitted together in perfect intimacy. Mrs. Morel's life now rooted itself in Paul. William had been a prophet. Mrs. Morel had a little present and a letter from Lily at Christmas. Mrs. Morel's sister had a letter at the New Year. I was at a ball last night. Some delightful people were there, and I enjoyed myself thoroughly, said the letter. I had every dance, did not sit out one. Mrs. Morel never heard any more of her. Morel and his wife were gentle with each other for some time after the death of their son. He would go into a kind of daze, staring wide-eyed and blank across the room. Then he got up suddenly and hurried out to the 3 spots, returning in his normal state. But never in his life would he go for a walk up Shepstone, past the office where his son had worked, and he always avoided the cemetery. Part. Chapter 7. Lad and Girl Love. Paul had been many times up to Willey Farm during the autumn. He was friends with the 2 youngest boys. Edgar, the eldest, would not condescend at first, and Miriam also refused to be approached. She was afraid of being set at naught, as by her own brothers. The girl was romantic in her soul. Everywhere was a Walter Scott heroine being loved by men with helmets or with plumes in their caps. She herself was something of a princess, turned into a swine girl in her own imagination. And she was afraid lest this boy, who, nevertheless, looked something like a Walter Scott hero, who could paint and speak French and knew what algebra meant, and who went by train to Nottingham every day, might consider her simply as the swine girl, unable to perceive the princess beneath. So she held aloof. Her great companion was her mother. They were both brown-eyed and inclined to be mystical, such women as treasure religion inside them, breathe it in their nostrils, and see the whole of life in a mist thereof. So to Miriam, Christ, and God made one great figure which she loved tremblingly and passionately when a tremendous sunset burned out the western sky, and Ediths, and Luces, and Rowenas, Brian de Bois Gilberts, Rob Roys, and Guy Mannerings rustled the sunny leads in the morning, or sat in her bedroom aloft, alone when it snowed. That was life to her. For the rest, she drudged in the house, which work she would not have minded had not her clean red floor been mucked up immediately by the trampling farm boots of her brothers. She madly wanted her little brother of 4 to let her swap him and stifle him in her love. She went to church reverently, with bowed head, and quivered in anguish from the vulgarity of the other choir girls and from the common-sounding voice of the curate. She fought with her brothers, whom she considered brutal louts, and she held not her father in too high esteem, because he did not carry any mystical ideals cherished in his heart, but only wanted to have as easy a time as he could, and his meals when he was ready for fortage. She hated her position as swine girl. She wanted to be considered. She wanted to learn, thinking that if she could read, as Paul said he could read, Columba, or the Voyage autour de ma chambre, the world would have a different face for her and a deepened respect. She could not be princess by wealth or standing, so she was mad to have learning whereon to pride herself, for she was different from other folk and must not be scooped up among the common fry. Learning was the only distinction to which she thought to aspire. Her beauty, that of a shy, wild, quiveringly sensitive thing, seemed nothing to her. Even her soul, so strong for rhapsody, was not enough. She must have something to reinforce her pride because she felt different from other people. Paul, she eyed rather wistfully. On the whole, she scorned the male sex. But here was a new specimen, quick, light, graceful, who could be gentle, and who could be sad, and who was clever, and who knew a lot, and who had a death in the family. The boy's poor morsel of learning exalted him almost sky-high in her esteem. Yet she tried hard to scorn him, because he would not see in her the princess but only the swine-girl, and he scarcely observed her. Then he was so ill, and she felt he would be weak. Then she would be stronger than he. Then she could love him. If she could be mistress of him in his weakness, take care of him, if he could depend on her, if she could, as it were, have him in her arms, how she would love him. As soon as the skies brightened and plum blossom was out, Paul drove off in the milkman's heavy float up to Willey Farm. Mr. Liffers shouted in a kindly fashion at the boy, then clicked to the horse as they climbed the hill slowly in the freshness of the morning. White clouds went on their way, crowding to the back of the hills that were rousing in the springtime. The water of Nethermere lay below, very blue against the seared meadows and the thorn trees. It was 4.5 miles' drive. Tiny buds on the hedges, vivid as copper, green, were opening into rosettes, and thrushes called, and blackbirds shrieked and scolded. It was a new, glamorous world. Miriam, peeping through the kitchen window, saw the horse walk through the big white gate into the farmyard that was backed by the oak wood, still bare. Then a youth in a heavy overcoat climbed down. He put up his hands for the whip and the rug that the good-looking, ruddy farmer handed down to him. Miriam appeared in the doorway. She was nearly 16, very beautiful, with her warm coloring, her gravity, her eyes dilating suddenly like an ecstasy. "I say," said Paul, turning shyly aside, "your daffodils are nearly out. Isn't it early? But don't they look cold?" "Cold," said Miriam in her musical, caressing voice, the green on their buds, and he faltered into silence timidly. "Let me take the rug," said Miriam, over gently. "I can carry it," he answered, rather injured, but he yielded it to her. Then Mrs. Levers appeared. "I'm sure you're tired and cold," she said. "Let me take your coat. It is heavy. You mustn't walk far in it." She helped him off with his coat. He was quite unused to such attention. She was almost smothered under its weight. "Why, mother?" laughed the farmer as he passed through the kitchen, swinging the great milk churns. "You got almost more than you can manage there." She beat up the sofa cushions for the youth. The kitchen was very small and irregular. The farm had been originally a labourer's cottage, and the furniture was old and battered. But Paul loved the sack bag that formed the hearthrug, and the funny little corner under the stairs, and the small window deep in the corner through which, bending a little, he could see the plum trees in the back garden and the lovely round hills beyond. "Won't you lie down?" said Mrs. Levers. "Oh no, I'm not tired," he said. "Isn't it lovely coming out? Don't you think? I saw a sloe bush in blossom and a lot of slananines. I'm glad it's sunny. Can I give you anything to eat or to drink?" "No, thank you. How's your mother?" "I think she's tired now. I think she's had too much to do. Perhaps in a little while she'll go to Skegness with me. Then she'll be able to rest. I shall be glad if she can." "Yes," replied Mrs. Levers. "It's a wonder she isn't ill herself." Miriam was moving about preparing dinner. Paul watched everything that happened. His face was pale and thin, but his eyes were quick and bright with life as ever. He watched this strange, almost rhapsodic way in which the girl moved about, carrying a great stew jar to the oven, or looking in the saucepan. The atmosphere was different from that of his own home, where everything seemed so ordinary. When Mr. Levers called loudly outside to the horse that was reaching over to feed on the rose bushes in the garden, the girl started, looked round with dark eyes, as if something had come breaking in on her world. There was a sense of silence inside the house and out. Miriam seemed as in some Miriam dreamy tale. A maiden in bondage, her spirit dreaming in a land far away and magical, and her discolored old blue frock and her broken boots seemed only like the romantic rags of King Cophetua's beggar maid. She suddenly became aware of his keen blue eyes upon her, taking her all in. Instantly her broken boots and her frayed old frock hurt her. She resented his seeing everything. Even he knew that her stocking was not pulled up. She went into the scullery, blushing deeply, and afterwards her hands trembled slightly at her work. She nearly dropped all she handled. When her inside dream was shaken, her body quivered with trepidation. She resented that he saw so much. Mrs. Levers sat for some time talking to the boy, although she was needed at her work. She was too polite to leave him. Presently she excused herself and rose. After a while she looked into the tin saucepan. "Oh dear, Miriam," she cried, "these potatoes have boiled dry." Miriam started as if she had been stung. "Have they, mother?" she cried. "I shouldn't care, Miriam," said the mother, "if I hadn't trusted them to you." She peered into the pan. The girl stiffened as if from a blow. Her dark eyes dilated. She remained standing in the same spot. "Well," she answered, gripped tight in self-conscious shame, "I'm sure I looked at them 5 minutes since." "Yes," said the mother, "I know it's easily done." "They're not much burned," said Paul. "It doesn't matter, does it?" Mrs. Livers looked at the youth with her brown, hurt eyes. "It wouldn't matter but for the boys," she said to him. "Only Miriam knows what a trouble they make if the potatoes are caught." Then, thought Paul to himself, you shouldn't let them make a trouble. After a while, Edgar came in. He wore leggings, and his boots were covered with earth. He was rather small, rather formal, for a farmer. He glanced at Paul, nodded to him distantly and said, "Dinner ready?" "Nearly, Edgar," replied the mother apologetically. "I'm ready for mine," said the young man, taking up the newspaper and reading. Presently the rest of the family trooped in. Dinner was served. The meal went rather brutally. The over-gentleness and apologetic tone of the mother brought out all the brutality of manners in the sons. Edgar tasted the potatoes, moved his mouth quickly like a rabbit, looked indignantly at his mother and said, "These potatoes are burnt, mother." "Yes, Edgar, I forgot them for a minute. Perhaps you'll have bread if you can't eat them." Edgar looked in anger across at Miriam. What was Miriam doing that she couldn't attend to them? He said. Miriam looked up. Her mouth opened, her dark eyes blazed and winced, but she said nothing. She swallowed her anger and her shame, bowing her dark head. "I'm sure she was trying hard," said the mother. "She hasn't got sense even to boil the potatoes," said Edgar. "What is she kept at home for?" "Only for eating everything that's left in the pantry," said Maurice. "They don't forget that potato pie against our Miriam," laughed the father. She was utterly humiliated. The mother sat in silence, suffering like some saint out of place at the brutal board. It puzzled Paul. He wondered vaguely why all this intense feeling went running because of a few burnt potatoes. The mother exalted everything, even a bit of housework, to the plane of a religious trust. The sons resented this. They felt themselves cut away underneath, and they answered with brutality and also with a sneering superciliousness. Paul was just opening out from childhood into manhood. This atmosphere, where everything took a religious value, came with a subtle fascination to him. There was something in the air. His own mother was logical. Here there was something different, something he loved, something that at times he hated. Miriam quarreled with her brothers fiercely. Later in the afternoon, when they had gone away again, her mother said, "You disappointed me at dinner time, Miriam." The girl dropped her head. "They are such brutes!" she suddenly cried, looking up with flashing eyes. "But hadn't you promised not to answer them?" said the mother. "And I believed in you. I can't stand it when you wrangle." "But they're so hateful," cried Miriam, and low. "Yes, dear, but how often have I asked you not to answer Edgar back? Can't you let him say what he likes?" "But why should he say what he likes? Aren't you strong enough to bear it, Miriam, if even for my sake? Are you so weak that you must wrangle with them?" Mrs. Livers stuck unflinchingly to this doctrine of the other cheek. She could not instill it at all into the boys. With the girls she succeeded better, and Miriam was the child of her heart. The boys loathed the other cheek when it was presented to them. Miriam was often sufficiently lofty to turn it. Then they spat on her and hated her. But she walked in her proud humility, living within herself. There was always this feeling of jangle and discord in the Levers family. Although the boys resented so bitterly this eternal appeal to their deeper feelings of resignation and proud humility, yet it had its effect on them. They could not establish between themselves and an outsider just the ordinary human feeling and unexaggerated friendship. They were always restless for the something deeper. Ordinary folk seemed shallow to them, trivial and inconsiderable, and so they were unaccustomed, painfully uncouth in the simplest social intercourse, suffering and yet insolent in their superiority. Then beneath was the yearning for the soul intimacy to which they could not attain because they were too dumb, and every approach to close connection was blocked by their clumsy contempt of other people. They wanted genuine intimacy, but they could not get even normally near to anyone because they scorned to take the first steps. They scorned the triviality which forms common human intercourse. Paul fell under Mrs. Levers's spell. Everything had a religious and intensified meaning when he was with her. His soul, hurt, highly developed, sought her as if for nourishment. Together they seemed to sift the vital fact from an experience. Miriam was her mother's daughter, in the sunshine of the afternoon mothers. And daughter went down the fields with him. They looked for nests. There was a Jenny Wren's in the hedge by the orchard. "I do want you to see this," said Mrs. Levers. He crouched down and carefully put his finger through the thorns into the round door of the nest. "It's almost as if you were feeling inside the live body of the bird," he said. "It's so warm. They say a bird makes its nest round like a cup with pressing its breast on it. Then how did it make the ceiling round, I wonder?" The nest seemed to start into life for the two women. After that, Miriam came to see it every day. It seemed so close to her. Again, going down the hedge-side with the girl, he noticed the celandines, scalloped splashes of gold on the side of the ditch. "I like them," he said, "when their petals go flat back with the sunshine. They seem to be pressing themselves at the sun." And then the celandines ever after drew her with a little spell. Anthropomorphic as she was, she stimulated him into appreciating things thus, and then they lived for her. She seemed to need things kindling in her imagination or in her soul before she felt she had them, and she was cut off from ordinary life by her religious intensity, which made the world for her either a nunnery garden or a paradise where sin and knowledge were not, or else an ugly, cruel thing. So it was in this atmosphere of subtle intimacy, this meeting in their common feeling for something in nature, that their love started. Personally, he was a long time before he realized her. For 10 months he had to stay at home after his illness. For a while he went to Skegness with his mother and was perfectly happy. But even from the seaside he wrote long letters to Mrs. Levers about the shore and the sea. And he brought back his beloved sketches of the flat Lincoln coast, anxious for them to see. Almost they would interest the Levers more than they interested his mother. It was not his art Mrs. Morel cared about, it was himself and his achievement. But Mrs. Livers and her children were almost his disciples. They kindled him and made him glow to his work, whereas his mother's influence was to make him quietly determined, patient, dogged, unwearied. He soon was friends with the boys, whose rudeness was only superficial. They had all, when they could trust themselves, a strange gentleness and lovableness. "Will you come with me on to the fallow?" asked Edgar, rather hesitatingly. Paul went joyfully and spent the afternoon helping to hoe or to single turnips with his friend. He used to lie with the three brothers in the hay piled up in the barn and tell them about Nottingham and about Jordan's. In return, they taught him to milk and let him do little jobs, chopping hay or pulping turnips, just as much as he liked. At midsummer, he worked all through hay harvest with them, and then he loved them. The family was so cut off from the world actually, they seemed somehow like les deniers fildes in rosée. Though the lads were strong and healthy, yet they had all that over-sensitiveness and hanging back which made them so lonely, yet also such close, delicate friends. Once their intimacy was won, Paul loved them dearly, and they him. Miriam came later, but he had come into her life before she made any mark on his. One dull afternoon, when the men were on the land and the rest at school, only Miriam and her mother at home, the girl said to him, after having hesitated for some time, "Have you seen the swing?" "No," he answered. "Where?" "In the cowshed," she replied. She always hesitated to offer or to show him anything. Men have such different standards of worth from women, and her dear things, the valuable things to her, her brothers had so often mocked or flouted. "Come on, then," he replied, jumping up. There were two cowsheds, one on either side of the barn. In the lower, darker shed there was standing for 4 cows. Hens flew scolding over the manger wall as the youth and girl went forward for the great thick rope which hung from the beam in the darkness overhead and was pushed back over a peg in the wall. "It's something like a rope," he exclaimed appreciatively, and he sat down on it, anxious to try it. Then immediately he rose. "Come on then, and have first go," he said to the girl. "See," she answered, going into the barn, "we put some bags on the seat," and she made the swing comfortable for him. That gave her pleasure. He held the rope. "Come on then," he said to her. To her, "No, I won't go first," she answered. "No, I won't go first," she answered. She stood aside in her still, aloof fashion. "Why? You go," she pleaded. Almost for the first time in her life, she had the pleasure of giving up to a man, of spoiling him. Paul looked at her. "All right," he said, sitting down. "Mind out." He set off with a spring, and in a moment was flying through the air, almost out of the door of the shed, the upper half of which was open, showing outside the drizzling rain, the filthy yard, the cattle standing disconsolate against the black cart shed, and at the back of all the gray-green wall of the wood. She stood below in her crimson tam o'shanter and watched. He looked down at her, and she saw his blue eyes sparkling. "It's a treat of a swing?" he said. "Yes." He was swinging through the air, every bit of him swinging, like a bird that swoops for joy of movement. And he looked down at her. Her crimson cap hung over her dark curls. Her beautiful warm face, so still in a kind of brooding, was lifted towards him. It was dark and rather cold in the shed. Suddenly a swallow came down from the high roof and darted out of the door. "I didn't know a bird was watching," he called. He swung negligently. She could feel him falling and lifting through the air as if he were lying on some force. "Now I'll die," he said in a detached, dreamy voice, as though he were the dying motion of the swing. She watched him, fascinated. Suddenly he put on the brake and jumped out. "I've had a long turn," he said, "but it's a treat of a swing. It's a real treat of a swing. It's a real treat of a swing." Miriam was amused that he took a swing so seriously and felt so warmly over it. "No, you go on," she said. "Why don't you want one?" he asked, astonished. "Well, not much. I'll have just a little." She sat down whilst he kept the bags in place for her. "It's so ripping," he said, setting her in motion. "Keep your heels up or they'll bang the manger wall." She felt the accuracy with which he caught her, exactly at the right moment, and the exactly proportionate strength of his thrust, and she was afraid. Down to her bowels went the hot wave of fear. She was in his hands. Again, firm and inevitable, came the thrust at the right moment. She gripped the rope, almost swooning. "Ha!" she laughed in fear. "No higher." "But you're not a bit high," he remonstrated. "But no higher." He heard the fear in her voice and desisted. Her heart melted in hot pain when the moment came for him to thrust her forward again. But he left her alone. She began to breathe. "Won't you really go any farther?" he asked. "Should I keep you there?" "No, let me go by myself," she answered. He moved aside and watched her. "Why, you're scarcely moving," he said. She laughed slightly with shame, and in a moment got down. "They say if you can swing you won't be seasick," he said as he mounted again. "I don't believe I should ever be seasick." Away he went. There was something fascinating to her in him. For the moment he was nothing but a piece of swinging stuff, not a particle of him that did not swing. She could never lose herself so, nor could her brothers. It roused a warmth in her. It was almost as if he were a flame that had lit a warmth in her whilst he swung in the middle air. And gradually the intimacy with the family concentrated for Paul on three persons, the mother, Edgar, and Miriam. To the mother he went for that sympathy and that appeal which seemed to draw him out. Edgar was his very close friend. And to Miriam he more or less condescended, because she seemed so humble. But the girl gradually sought him out. If he brought up his sketchbook, it was she who pondered longest over the last picture, then she would look up at him. Suddenly, her dark eyes alight like water that shakes with a stream of gold in the dark, she would ask, "Why do I like this so?" Always something in his breast shrank from these close, intimate, dazzled looks of hers. "Why do you?" he asked. "I don't know. It seems so true. It's because there is scarcely any shadow in it. It's more shimmery, as if I'd painted the shimmering protoplasm in the leaves and everywhere, and not the stiffness of the shape. That seems dead to me. Only this shimmeriness is the real living. The shape is a dead crust. The shimmer is inside, really." And she, with her little finger in her mouth, would ponder these sayings. They gave her a feeling of life again, and vivified things which had meant nothing to her. She managed to find some meaning in his struggling, abstract speeches, and they were the medium through which she came distinctly at her beloved objects. Another day she sat at sunset whilst he was painting some pine trees which caught the red glare from the west. He had been quiet. "There you are," he said suddenly. "I wanted that. Now look at them and tell me, are they pine trunks or are they red coals standing up pieces of fire in that darkness? There's God's burning bush for you that burned not away." Miriam looked and was frightened, but the pine trunks were wonderful to her and distinct. He packed his box and rose. Suddenly he looked at her. "Why are you always sad?" he asked her. "Sad!" she exclaimed, looking up at him with startled, wonderful brown eyes. "Yes," he replied, "you are always sad." "I am not, oh, not a bit," she cried. "But even your joy is like a flame coming off of sadness," he persisted. "You're never jolly or even just all right." "No," she pondered. "I wonder why?" "Because you're not. Because you're different inside, like a pine tree, and then you flare up. But you're not just like an ordinary tree, with fidgety leaves and jolly." He got tangled up in his own speech, but she brooded on it, and he had a strange, roused sensation, as if his feelings were new. She got so near him. It was a strange stimulant. Then sometimes he hated her. Her youngest brother was only 5. He was a frail lad with immense brown eyes and his quaint, fragile face, one of Reynolds' higher angels, with a touch of elf. Often Miriam kneeled to the child and drew him to her. My Hubert," she sang in a voice heavy and surcharged with love. My Hubert," and, folding him in her arms, she swayed slightly from side to side with love, her face half lifted, her eyes half closed, her voice drenched with love. "Don't," said the child, uneasy. "Don't, Miriam?" "Yes, you love me, don't you?" she murmured deep in her throat, almost as if she were in a trance, and swaying also as if she were swooned in an ecstasy of love. "Don't," repeated the child, a frown on his clear brow. "You love me, don't you?" she murmured. "What do you make such a fuss for?" cried Paul, all in suffering because of her extreme emotion. "Why can't you be ordinary with him?" She let the child go and rose and said nothing. Her intensity, which would leave no emotion on a normal plane, irritated the youth into a frenzy. And this fearful, naked contact of her on small occasions shocked him. He was used to his mother's reserve. And on such occasions, he was thankful in his heart and soul that he had his mother, so sane and wholesome. All the life of Miriam's body was in her eyes, which were usually dark as a dark church, but could flame with light like a conflagration. Her face scarcely ever alter from its look of brooding. She might have been one of the women who went with Mary when Jesus was dead. Her body was not flexible and living. She walked with a swing, rather heavily, her head bowed forward, pondering. She was not clumsy, and yet none of her movements seemed quite the movement. Often, when wiping the dishes, she would stand in bewilderment and chagrin because she had pulled in 2/2 a cup or a tumbler. It was as if, in her fear and self-mistrust, she put too much strength into the effort. There was no looseness or abandon about her. Everything was gripped stiff with intensity, and her effort, overcharged, closed in on itself. She rarely varied from her swinging, forward, intense walk. Occasionally she ran with Paul down the fields. Then her eyes blazed naked in a kind of ecstasy that frightened him, but she was physically afraid. If she were getting over a stile, she gripped his hands in a little hard anguish and began to lose her presence of mind, and he could not persuade her to jump from even a small height. Her eyes, dilated, became exposed and palpitating. "No!" she cried, half laughing in terror. "No!" "You shall!" he cried once, and jerking her forward, he brought her falling from the fence. But her wild "ah!" of pain, as if she were losing consciousness, cut him. She landed on her feet safely, and afterwards had courage in this respect. She was very much dissatisfied with her lot. "Don't you like being at home?" Paul asked her, surprised. "Who would?" she answered, low and intense. "What is it?" "I'm all day cleaning what the boys make just as bad in 5 minutes. I don't want to be at home." "What do you want then?" "I want to do something. I want to do something. I want a chance like anybody else. Why should I? Because I'm a girl, be kept at home and not allowed to be anything? What chance have I? Chance of what? Of knowing anything, of learning, of doing anything. It's not fair because I'm a woman." She seemed very bitter. Paul wondered. In his own home, Annie was almost glad to be a girl. She had not so much responsibility. Things were lighter for her. She never wanted to be other than a girl. But Miriam almost fiercely wished she were a man, and yet she hated men at the same time. "But it's as well to be a woman as a man," he said, frowning. "Ha! Is it men have everything?" "I should think women ought to be as glad to be women as men are to be men," he answered. "No." She shook her head. "No. Everything the men have." "But what do you want?" he asked. "I want to learn. Why should it be that I know nothing? What, such as mathematics and French?" "Why shouldn't I know mathematics?" "Yes," she cried, her eye expanding in a kind of defiance. "Well, you can learn as much as I know," he said. I'll teach you if you like. Her eyes dilated. She mistrusted him as teacher. Would you? He asked. Her head had dropped, and she was sucking her finger broodingly. Yes, she said hesitatingly. He used to tell his mother all these things. I'm going to teach Miriam algebra, he said. Well, replied Mrs. Morel, I hope she'll get fat on it. When he went up to the farm on the Monday evening, it was drawing twilight. Miriam was just sweeping up the kitchen and was kneeling at the hearth when he entered. Everyone was out but her. She looked round at him, flushed, her dark eyes shining, her fine hair falling about her face. "Hello," she said, soft and musical. "I knew it was you." "How? I knew your step. Nobody treads so quick and firm." He sat down, sighing. "Ready to do some algebra?" he asked, drawing a little book from his pocket. But he could feel her backing away. "You said you wanted," he insisted. "Tonight, though," she faltered. "But I came on purpose, and if you want to learn it, you must begin." She took up her ashes in the dustpan and looked at him, half tremulously, laughing. "Yes, but tonight. You see, I haven't thought of it." "Well, my goodness, take the ashes and come." He went and sat on the stone bench in the backyard, where the big milk cans were standing, tipped up to air. The men were in the cowsheds. He could hear the little sing-song of the milk spurting into the pails. Presently she came, bringing some big greenish apples. "You know you like them," she said. He took a bite. "Sit down," he said with his mouth full. She was short-sighted and peered over his shoulder. It irritated him. He gave her the book quickly. "Here," he said. "It's only letters for figures. You put down A instead of 2 or 6. They worked, he talking, she with her head down on the book. He was quick and hasty. She never answered. Occasionally, when he demanded of her, "Do you see?" she looked up at him, her eyes wide with the half-laugh that comes of fear. "Don't you?" he cried. He had been too fast. But she said nothing. He questioned her more, then got hot. It made his blood rouse to see her there, as it were, at his mercy, her mouth open, her eyes dilated with laughter that was afraid, apologetic, ashamed. Then Edgar came along with 2 buckets of milk. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing?" "Algebra," replied Paul. "Algebra," repeated Edgar curiously, then he passed on with a laugh. Paul took a bite at his forgotten apple, looked at the miserable cabbages in the garden, packed into lace by the fowls, and he wanted to pull them up. Then he glanced at Miriam. She was poring over the book, seemed absorbed in it, yet trembling lest she could not get at it. It made him cross. She was ruddy and beautiful, yet her soul seemed to be intensely supplicating. The algebra book she closed, shrinking, knowing he was angered, and at the same instant he grew gentle, seeing her hurt because she did not understand. But things came slowly to her, and when she held herself in a grip, seemed so utterly humble before the lesson, it made his blood rouse. He stormed at her, got ashamed, continued the lesson, and grew furious again, abusing her. She listened in silence. Occasionally, very rarely, she defended herself, her liquid dark eyes blazed at him. "You don't give me time to learn it," she said. "All right," he answered, throwing the book on the table and lighting a cigarette. Then, after a while, he would back to her repentant. So the lessons went. He was always either in a rage or very gentle. "What do you tremble your soul before it for?" he cried. "You don't learn algebra with your blessed soul. Can't you look at it with your clear, simple wits?" Often, when he went again into the kitchen, Mrs. Livers would look at him reproachfully, saying, "Paul, don't be so hard on Miriam. She may not be quick, but I'm sure she tries." "I can't help it," he said, rather pitiably. "I go off like it." "You don't mind me, Miriam, do you?" he asked of the girl later. "No," she reassured him in her beautiful, deep tones. "No, I don't mind. Don't mind me. It's my fault." But in spite of himself, his blood began to boil with her. It was strange that no one else made him in such fury. He flared against her. Once he threw the pencil in her face. There was a silence. She turned her face slightly aside. "I didn't," he began, but got no farther, feeling weak in all his bones. She never reproached him or was angry with him. He was often cruelly ashamed, but still again his anger burst like a bubble surcharged, and still when he saw her eager, silent, as it were, blind face, he felt he wanted to throw the pencil in it, and still when he saw her hand trembling, and her mouth parted with suffering, his heart was scalded with pain for her, and because of the intensity to which she roused him, he sought her. Then he often avoided her and went with Edgar. Miriam and her brother were naturally antagonistic. Edgar was a rationalist who was curious and had a sort of scientific interest in life. It was a great bitterness to Miriam to see herself deserted by Paul for Edgar, who seemed so much lower. But the youth was very happy with her elder brother. The two men spent afternoons together on the land or in the loft, doing carpentry when it rained. And they talked together, or Paul taught Edgar the songs he himself had learned from Annie at the piano. And often all the men, Mr. Libers as well, had bitter debates on the nationalizing of the land and similar problems. Paul had already heard his mother's views, and as these were as yet his own, he argued for her. Miriam attended and took part, but was all the time waiting until it should be over and a personal communication might begin. After all, she said within herself, if the land were nationalized, Edgar and Paul and I would be just the same. So she waited for the youth to come back to her. He was studying for his painting. He loved to sit at home, alone with his mother, at night, working and working. She sewed or read. Then, looking up from his task, he would rest his eyes for a moment on her face, that was bright with living warmth, and he returned gladly to his work. "I can do my best things when you sit there in your rocking chair, Mother," he said. "I'm sure," she exclaimed, sniffing with mock skepticism. But she felt it was so, and her heart quivered with brightness. For many hours she sat still, slightly conscious of him laboring away, while she worked or read her book, and he, with all his soul's intensity directing his pencil, could feel her warmth inside him. Like strength. They were both very happy so, and both unconscious of it. These times that meant so much, and which were real living, they almost ignored. He was conscious only when stimulated. A sketch finished, he always wanted to take it to Miriam. Then he was stimulated into knowledge of the work he had produced unconsciously. In contact with Miriam, he gained insight. His vision went deeper. From his mother, he drew the life warmth, the strength to produce. Miriam urged this warmth into intensity like a white light. When he returned to the factory, the conditions of work were better. He had Wednesday afternoon off to go to the art school, Miss Jordan's provision returning in the evening. Then the factory closed at 6 instead of 8 on Thursday and Friday evenings. One evening in the summer, Miriam and he went over the fields by Harrod's farm on their way from the library home. So it was only 3 miles to Willie Farm. There was a yellow glow over the mowing grass, and the sorrel heads burned crimson. Gradually, as they walked along the high land, the gold in the west sank down to red, the red to crimson, and then the chill blue crept up against the glow. They came out upon the high road to Alfreton, which ran white between the darkening fields. There, Paul hesitated. It was 2 miles home for him, 1 mile forward for Miriam. They both looked up the road that ran in shadow right under the glow of the northwest sky. On the crest of the hill, Selby, with its stark houses and the up-pricked headstocks of the pit, stood in black silhouette, small against the sky. He looked at his watch. 9 o'clock, he said. The pair stood, loth to part, hugging their books. "The wood is so lovely now," she said. "I wanted you to see it." He followed her slowly across the road to the white gate. "They grumble so if I'm late," he said. "But you're not doing anything wrong," she answered impatiently. He followed her across the nibbled pasture in the dusk. There was a coolness in the wood, a scent of leaves, of honeysuckle, and a twilight. The two walked in silence. Night came wonderfully there, among the throng of dark tree trunks. He looked round, expectant. She wanted to show him a certain wild rose bush she had discovered. She knew it was wonderful, and yet, till he had seen it, she felt it had not come into her soul. Only he could make it her own, immortal. She was dissatisfied. Dew was already on the paths. In the old oak wood a mist was rising, and he hesitated, wondering whether one whiteness were a strand of fog, or only campion flowers pallid in a cloud. By the time they came to the pine trees, Miriam was getting very eager and very tense. Her bush might be gone, she might not be able to find it, and she wanted it so much. Almost passionately, she wanted to be with him when he stood before the flowers. They were going to have a communion together, something that thrilled her, something holy. He was walking beside her in silence. They were very near to each other. She trembled, and he listened, vaguely anxious. Coming to the edge of the wood, they saw the sky in front like mother of pearl, and the earth growing dark. Somewhere on the outermost branches of the pine wood, the honeysuckle was streaming scent. "Where?" he asked. "Down the middle path," she murmured, quivering. When they turned the corner of the path, she stood still. In the wide walk between the pines, gazing rather frightened, she could distinguish nothing for some moments. The graying light robbed things of their color. Then she saw her bush. "Ah!" she cried, hastening forward. It was very still. The tree was tall and straggling. It had thrown its briars over a hawthorn bush, and its long streamers trailed thick, right down to the grass, splashing the darkness everywhere with great spilled stars, pure white. In bosses of ivory and in large splashed stars, the roses gleamed on the darkness of foliage and stems and grass. Paul and Miriam stood close together, silent, and watched. Point after point, the steady roses shone out to them, seeming to kindle something in their souls. The dusk came like smoke around, and still did not put out the roses. Paul looked into Miriam's eyes. She was pale and expectant with wonder. Her lips were parted, and her dark eyes lay open to him. His look seemed to travel down into her. Her soul quivered. It was the communion she wanted. He turned aside, as if pained. He turned to the bush. "They seem as if they walk like butterflies and shake themselves," he said. She looked at her roses. They were white, some incurved and holy, others expanded in an ecstasy. The tree was dark as a shadow. She lifted her hand impulsively to the flowers. She went forward and touched them in worship. "Let us go," he said. There was a cool scent of ivory roses, a white, virgin scent. Something made him feel anxious and imprisoned. The two walked in silence. "Till Sunday," he said quietly, and left her. And she walked home slowly, feeling her soul satisfied with the holiness of the night. He stumbled down the path, and as soon as he was out of the wood, in the free open meadow, where he could breathe, he started to run as fast as he could. It was like a delicious delirium in his veins. Always when he went with Miriam, and it grew rather late, he knew his mother was fretting and getting angry about him, why he could not understand. As he went into the house, flinging down his cap, his mother looked up at the clock. She had been sitting thinking because a chill to her eyes prevented her reading. She could feel Paul being drawn away by this girl, and she did not care for Miriam. "She is one of those who will want to suck a man's soul out till he has none of his own left," she said to herself, "and he is just such a gaby as to let himself be absorbed. She will never let him become a man, she never will." So, while he was away with Miriam, Mrs. Morel grew more and more worked up. She glanced at the clock and said, coldly and rather tired, "You have been far enough tonight." his soul warm and exposed from contact with the girl, shrank. "You must have been right home with her," his mother continued. He would not answer. Mrs. Morel, looking at him quickly, saw his hair was damp on his forehead with haste, saw him frowning in his heavy fashion, resentfully. "She must be wonderfully fascinating, that you can't get away from her, but must go trailing 8 miles at this time of night." He was hurt between the past glamour with Miriam and the knowledge that his mother fretted. He had meant not to say anything, to refuse to answer. But he could not harden his heart to ignore his mother. "I do like to talk to her," he answered irritably. "Is there nobody else to talk to? You wouldn't say anything if I went with Edgar. You know I should. You know, whoever you went with, I should say it was too far for you to go trailing late at night when you've been to Nottingham. Besides," her voice suddenly flashed into anger and contempt, "it is disgusting bits of lads and girls courting." "It is not courting," he cried. "I don't know what else you call it. It's not. Do you think we spoon and do? We only talk." "Till goodness knows what time and distance," was the sarcastic rejoinder. Paul snapped at the laces of his boots angrily. "What are you so mad about?" he asked. "Because you don't like her." "I don't say I don't like her, but I don't hold with children keeping company, and never did. But you don't mind our Annie going out with Jim Inger. They've more sense than you two." "Why?" "Our Annie's not one of the deep sort." He failed to see the meaning of this remark. But his mother looked tired. She was never so strong after William's death, and her eyes hurt her. "Well," he said, "it's so pretty in the country. Mr. Sleeth asked about you. He said he'd missed you. Are you a bit better?" "I ought to have been in bed a long time ago," she replied. "Why, Mother, you know you wouldn't have gone before 10:15. "Oh, yes, I should. Oh, little woman, you'd say anything now you're disagreeable with me, wouldn't you?" He kissed her forehead that he knew so well, the deep marks between brows, the rising of the fine hair, graying now, and the proud setting of the temples. His hand lingered on her shoulder after his kiss. Then he went slowly to bed. He had forgotten Miriam. He only saw how his mother's hair was lifted back from her warm, broad brow. And somehow she was hurt. Then the next time he saw Miriam, he said to her, "Don't let me be late tonight, not later than 10 o'clock. My mother gets so upset." Miriam dropped her bead, brooding. "Why does she get upset?" she asked. "Because she says I oughtn't to be out late when I have to get up early." "Very well," said Miriam, rather quietly, with just a touch of a sneer. He resented that, and he was usually late again. That there was any love growing between him and Miriam, neither of them would have acknowledged. He thought he was too sane for such sentimentality, and she thought herself too lofty. They both were late in coming to maturity, and psychical rightness was much behind even the physical. Miriam was exceedingly sensitive, as her mother had always been. The slightest grossness made her recoil almost in anguish. Her brothers were brutal, but never coarse in speech. The men did all the discussing of farm matters outside. But, perhaps because of the continual business of birth and of begetting which goes on upon every farm, Miriam was the more hypersensitive to the matter, and her blood was chastened almost to disgust of the faintest suggestion of such intercourse. Paul took his pitch from her, and their intimacy went on in an utterly blanched and chaste fashion. It could never be mentioned that the mare was in foal. When he was 19, he was earning only 20 shillings a week, but he was happy. His painting went well, and life went well enough. On the Good Friday he organized a walk to the Hemlock Stone. There were 3 lads of his own age, then Annie and Arthur, Miriam and Geoffrey. Arthur, apprenticed as an electrician in Nottingham, was home for the holiday. Morel, as usual, was up early, whistling and sawing in the yard. At 7 o'clock the family heard him buy 3-pennyworth of hot cross buns. He talked with gusto to the little girl who brought them, calling her My darling." He turned away several boys who came with more buns, telling them they had been "kested by a little lass." Then Mrs. Morel got up, and the family straggled down. It was an immense luxury to everybody, this lying in bed just beyond the ordinary time on a weekday. And Paul and Arthur read before breakfast and had the meal unwashed, sitting in their shirt sleeves. This was another holiday luxury. The room was warm. Everything felt free of care and anxiety. There was a sense of plenty in the house. While the boys were reading, Mrs. Morel went into the garden. They were now in another house, an old one, near the Scargill Street home, which had been left soon after William had died. Directly came an excited cry from the garden. "Paul! Paul! Come and look!" It was his mother's voice. He threw down his book and went out. There was a long garden that ran to a field. It was a gray, cold day, with a sharp wind blowing out of Derbyshire. 2 fields away, Bestwood began, with a jumble of roofs and red house ends, out of which rose the church tower and the spire of the Congregational Chapel. And beyond went woods and hills, right away to the pale gray heights of the Pennine chain. Paul looked down the garden for his mother. Her head appeared among the young currant bushes. "Come here," she cried. "What for?" he answered. "Come and see." She had been looking at the buds on the currant trees. Paul went up. "To think," she said, "that here I might never have seen them." Her son went to her side. Under the fence, in a little bed, was a ravel of poor grassy leaves, such as come from very immature bulbs, and 3 scallas in bloom. Mrs. Morel pointed to the deep blue flowers. "Now, just see those," she exclaimed. "I was looking at the currant bushes when, thinks I to myself, there's something very blue. Is it a bit of sugar bag? And there, behold you, sugar bag. 3 glories of the snow and such beauties." "But where on earth did they come from?" "I don't know," said Paul. "Well, that's a marvel now. I thought I knew every weed and blade in this garden. But haven't they done well? You see, that gooseberry bush just shelters them. Not nipped, not touched." He crouched down and turned up the bells of the little blue flowers. "They're a glorious color," he said. "Aren't they?" she cried. "I guess they come from Switzerland, where they say they have such lovely things. Fancy them against the snow, but where have they come from? They can't have blown here, can they?" Then he remembered having set here a lot of little trash of bulbs to mature. "And you never told me," she said. "No, I thought I'd leave it till they might flower, and now you see, I might have missed them, and I've never had a glory of the snow in my garden in my life." She was full of excitement and elation. The garden was an endless joy to her. Paul was thankful for her sake at last to be in a house with a long garden that went down to a field. Every morning after breakfast she went out and was happy pottering about in it. And it was true, she knew every weed and blade. Everybody turned up for the walk. Food was packed, and they set off, a merry, delighted party. They hung over the wall of the mill race, dropped paper in the water on one side of the tunnel, and watched it shoot out on the other. They stood on the footbridge over Boathouse Station and looked at the medals, gleaming coldly. "You should see the Flying Scotsman come through at 6:30, said Leonard, whose father was a signalman. "Lad, but she doesn't have buzz." And the little party looked up the lines one way to London and the other way to Scotland, and they felt the touch of these 2 magical places. In Ilkeston the colliers were waiting in gangs for the public houses to open. It was a town of idleness and lounging. At Stanton Gate the iron foundry blazed. Over everything there were great discussions. At Trowell they crossed again from Derbyshire into Nottinghamshire. They came to the Hemlock Stone at dinner time. Its field was crowded with folk from Nottingham and Ilkeston. They had expected a venerable and dignified monument. They found a little, gnarled, twisted stump of rock, something like a decayed mushroom, standing out pathetically on the side of a field. Leonard and Dick immediately proceeded to carve their initials LW and RP in the old red sandstone. But Paul desisted because he had read in the newspaper satirical remarks about initial carvers who could find no other road to immortality. Then all the lads climbed to the top of the rock to look round. Everywhere in the field below, factory girls and lads were eating lunch or sporting about. Beyond was the garden of an old manor. It had yew hedges and thick clumps and borders of yellow crocuses round the lawn. "See," said Paul to Miriam, "what a quiet garden." She saw the dark yews and the golden crocuses. Then she looked gratefully. He had not seemed to belong to her among all these others. He was different, then not her Paul, who understood the slightest quiver of her innermost soul, but something else, speaking another language than hers. How it hurt her and deadened her very perceptions. Only when he came right back to her leaving his other, his lesser self, as she thought, would she feel alive again. And now he asked her to look at this garden, wanting the contact with her again. Impatient of the set in the field, she turned to the quiet lawn, surrounded by sheaves of shut-up crocuses. A feeling of stillness, almost of ecstasy, came over her. It felt almost as if she were alone with him in this garden. Then he left her again and joined the others. Soon they started home. Miriam loitered behind, alone. She did not fit in with the others. She could very rarely get into human relations with anyone, so her friend, her companion, her lover was nature. She saw the sun declining wanly. In the dusky, cold hedgerows were some red leaves. She lingered to gather them, tenderly, passionately. The love in her fingertips caressed the leaves. The passion in her heart came to a glow upon the leaves. Suddenly, she realized she was alone in a strange road, and she hurried forward. Turning a corner in the lane, she came upon Paul, who stood bent over something, his mind fixed on it, working away steadily, patiently, a little hopelessly. She hesitated in her approach to watch. He remained concentrated in the middle of the road. Beyond, one rift of rich gold in that colorless gray evening seemed to make him stand out in dark relief. She saw him, slender and firm, as if the setting sun had given him to her. A deep pain took hold of her, and she knew she must love him. And she had discovered him, discovered in him a rare potentiality, discovered his loneliness. Quivering as at some annunciation, she went slowly forward. At last he looked up. "Why," he exclaimed gratefully, "have you waited for me?" She saw a deep shadow in his eyes. "What is it?" she asked. "The spring broken here," and he showed her where his umbrella was injured. Instantly, with some shame, she knew he had not done the damage himself, but that Geoffrey was responsible. "It is only an old umbrella, isn't it?" she asked. She wondered why he, who did not usually trouble over trifles, made such a mountain of this molehill. "But it was William's Anne. My mother can't help but know," he said quietly, still patiently working at the umbrella. The words went through Miriam like a blade. This then was the confirmation of her vision of him. She looked at him, but there was about him a certain reserve, and she dared not comfort him, not even speak softly to him. "Come on," he said. "I can't do it," and they went in silence along the road. That same evening they were walking along under the trees by Nether Green. He was talking to her fretfully, seemed to be struggling to convince himself. "You know," he said with an effort, "if one person loves, the other does." "Ah," she answered, "like mother said to me when I was little, love begets love." "Yes, something like that I think it must be." "I hope so, because if it were not, love might be a very terrible thing," she said. "Yes, but it is at least with most people," he answered. And Miriam, thinking he had assured himself, felt strong in herself. She always regarded that sudden coming upon him in the lane as a revelation, and this conversation remained graven in her mind as one of the letters of the law. Now she stood with him and for him. When, about this time, he outraged the family feeling at Willie Farm by some overbearing insult, she stuck to him and believed he was right, and at this time she dreamed of him. Vivid, unforgettable. These dreams came again later on, developed to a more subtle psychological stage. On the Easter Monday, the same party took an excursion to Wingfield Manor. It was great excitement to Miriam to catch a train at Setley Bridge, amid all the bustle of the bank holiday crowd. They left the train at Alfreton. Paul was interested in the street and in the colliers with their dogs. Here was a new race of miners. Miriam did not live till they came to the church. They were all rather timid of entering, with their bags of food, for fear of being turned out. Leonard, a comic, thin fellow, went first. Paul, who would have died rather than be sent back, went last. The place was decorated for Easter. In the font hundreds of white narcissi seemed to be growing. The air was dim and colored from the windows and thrilled with a subtle scent of lilies and narcissi. In that atmosphere, Miriam's soul came into a glow. Paul was afraid of the things he mustn't do, and he was sensitive to the feel of the place. Miriam turned to him. He answered. They were together. He would not go beyond the communion rail. She loved him for that. Her soul expanded into prayer beside him. He felt the strange fascination of shadowy religious places. All his latent mysticism quivered into life. She was drawn to him. He was a prayer along with her. Miriam very rarely talked to the other lads. They at once became awkward in conversation with her, so usually she was silent. It was past midday when they climbed the steep path to the manor. All things shone softly in the sun, which was wonderfully warm and enlivening. Celandines and violets were out. Everybody was tip-top full with happiness. The glitter of the ivy, the soft, atmospheric gray of the castle walls, the gentleness of everything near the ruin was perfect. The manor is of hard pale gray stone, and the other walls are blank and calm. The young folk were in raptures. They went in trepidation, almost afraid that the delight of exploring this ruin might be denied them. In the first courtyard, within the high broken walls, were farm carts, with their shafts lying idle on the ground, the tires of the wheels brilliant with gold-red rust. It was very still. All eagerly paid their sixpences and went timidly through the fine clean arch of the inner courtyard. They were shy. Here on the pavement, where the hall had been, an old thorn tree was budding, all kinds of strange openings and broken rooms were in the shadow around them. After lunch they set off once more to explore the ruin. This time the girls went with the boys, who could act as guides and expositors. There was one tall tower in a corner, rather tottering, where they say Mary Queen of Scots was imprisoned. "Think of the Queen going up here," said Miriam in a low voice as she climbed the hollow stairs. "If she could get up," said Paul, for she had rheumatism like anything. "I reckon they treated her rottenly." "You don't think she deserved it?" asked Miriam. "No, I don't. She was only lively." They continued to mount the winding staircase. A high wind blowing through the loopholes went rushing up the shaft and filled the girl's skirts like a balloon, so that she was ashamed until he took the hem of her dress and held it down for her. He did it perfectly simply, as he would have picked up her glove. She remembered this always. Round the broken top of the tower, the ivy bushed out, old and handsome. Also, there were a few chilgillibers in pale cold bud. Miriam wanted to lean over for some ivy, but he would not let her. Instead, she had to wait behind him and take from him each spray as he gathered it and held it to her, each one separately in the purest manner of chivalry. The tower seemed to rock in the wind. They looked over miles and miles of wooded country, and country with gleams of pasture. The crypt underneath the manor was beautiful and in perfect preservation. Paul made a drawing. Miriam stayed with him. She was thinking of Mary, Queen of Scots, looking with her strained, hopeless eyes that could not understand misery over the hills whence no help came, or sitting in this crypt, being told of a God as cold as the place she sat in. They set off again gaily, looking round on their beloved manor that stood so clean and big on its hill. "Supposing you could have that farm," said Paul to Miriam. "Yes, wouldn't it be lovely to come and see you?" They were now in the bare country of stone walls, which he loved and which, though only 10 miles from home, seemed so foreign to Miriam. The party was straggling as they were crossing a large meadow that sloped away from the sun. Along a path embedded with innumerable tiny glittering points, Paul, walking alongside, laced his fingers in the strings of the bag Miriam was carrying, and instantly she felt Annie behind, watchful and jealous. But the meadow was bathed in a glory of sunshine, and the path was jeweled, and it was seldom that he gave her any sign. She held her fingers very still among the strings of the bag, his fingers touching, and the place was golden as a vision. At last they came into the straggling grey village of Critch that lies high. Beyond the village was the famous Critch stand that Paul could see from the garden at home. The party pushed on. Great expanse of country spread around and below. The lads were eager to get to the top of the hill. It was capped by a round knoll, half of which was by now cut away, and on the top of which stood an ancient monument, sturdy and squat, for signalling in old days far down into the level lands of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. It was blowing so hard, high up there in the exposed place, that the only way to be safe was to stand nailed by the wind to the wan of the tower. At their feet fell the precipice where the limestone was quarried away. Below was a jumble of hills and tiny villages, Maddock, Ambergate, Stony Middleton. The lads were eager to spy out the church of Bestwood, far away among the rather crowded country on the left. They were disgusted that it seemed to stand on a plain. They saw the hills of Derbyshire fall into the monotony of the Midlands that swept away south. Miriam was somewhat scared by the wind, but the lads enjoyed it. They went on, miles and miles, to Whatstandwell. All the food was eaten, everybody was hungry, and there was very little money to get home with. But they managed to procure a loaf and a currant loaf, which they hacked to pieces with shut knives, and ate sitting on the wall near the bridge, watching the bright Derwent rushing by and the brakes from Matlock pulling up at the inn. Paul was now pale with weariness. He had been responsible for the party all day, and now he was done. Miriam understood and kept close to him, and he left himself in her hands. They had an hour to wait at Ambergate station. Trains came, crowded with excursionists returning to Manchester, Birmingham, and London. "We might be going there. Folk easily might think we're going that far," said Paul. They got back rather late. Miriam, walking home with Geoffrey, watched the moon rise big and red and misty. She felt something was fulfilled in her. She had an elder sister, Agatha, who was a school teacher. Between the two girls was a feud. Miriam considered Agatha worldly, and she wanted herself to be a school teacher. One Saturday afternoon, Agatha and Miriam were upstairs dressing. Their bedroom was over the stable. It was a low room, not very large and bare. Miriam had nailed on the wall a reproduction of Veronese, St. Catherine. She loved the woman who sat in the window, dreaming. Her own windows were too small to sit in, but the front one was dripped over with honeysuckle and Virginia creeper, and looked upon the treetops of the oak wood across the yard, while the little back window, no bigger than a handkerchief, was a loophole to the east, to the dawn beating up against the beloved round hills. The two sisters did not talk much to each other. Agatha, who was fair and small and determined, had rebelled against the home atmosphere, against the doctrine of the other cheek. She was out in the world now, in a fair way to be independent, and she insisted on worldly values, on appearance, on manners, on position, which Miriam would fain have ignored. Both girls liked to be upstairs, out of the way, when Paul came. They preferred to come running down, open the stair-foot door, and see him watching, expectant of them. Miriam stood painfully pulling over her head a rosary he had given her. It caught in the fine mesh of her hair. But at last she had it on, and the red-brown wooden beads looked well against her cool brown neck. She was a well-developed girl and very handsome. But in the little looking-glass nailed against the whitewashed wall, she could only see a fragment of herself at a time. Agatha had bought a little mirror of her own, which she propped up to suit herself. Miriam was near the window. Suddenly she heard the well-known click of the chain, and she saw Paul fling open the gate, push his bicycle into the yard. She saw him look at the house, and she shrank away. He walked in a nonchalant fashion, and his bicycle went with him as if it were a live thing. "Paul's come," she exclaimed. "Aren't you glad?" said Agatha cuttingly. Miriam stood still in amazement and bewilderment. "Well, aren't you?" she asked. "Yes, but I'm not going to let him see it and think I wanted him see it and think I wanted him." Miriam was startled. She heard him putting his bicycle in the stable underneath and talking to Jimmy, who had been a pit horse and who was seedy. "Well, Jimmy, my lad, how are tear? No but sick and sadly like. Why then it's a shame, my old lad." She heard the rope run through the hole as the horse lifted its head from the lad's caress. How she loved to listen when he thought only the horse could hear. But there was a serpent in her Eden. She searched earnestly in herself to see if she wanted Paul Morel. She felt there would be some disgrace in it. Full of twisted feeling, she was afraid she did want him. She stood self-convicted. Then came an agony of new shame. She shrank within herself in a coil of torture. Did she want Paul Morel, and did he know she wanted him? What a subtle infamy upon her! She felt as if her whole soul coiled into knots of shame. Agatha was dressed first and ran downstairs. Miriam heard her greet the lad gaily, knew exactly how brilliant her gray eyes became with that tone. She herself would have felt it bold to have greeted him in such wise. Yet there she stood under the self-accusation of wanting him, tied to that stake of torture. In bitter perplexity she kneeled down and prayed, "O Lord, let me not love Paul Morel. Keep me from loving him if I ought not to love him." Something anomalous in the prayer arrested her. She lifted her head and pondered, how could it be wrong to love him? Love was God's gift, and yet it caused her shame. That was because of him, Paul Morel. But then it was not his affair, it was her own, between herself and God. She was to be a sacrifice, but it was God's sacrifice. But it was God's sacrifice, not Paul Morel's or her own. After a few minutes, she hid her face in the pillow again and said, "But Lord, if it is thy will that I should love him, make me love him as Christ would, who died for the souls of men. Make me love him splendidly, because he is thy Son." She remained kneeling for some time, quite still, and deeply moved, her black hair against the red squares and the lavender spread squares of the patchwork quilt. Prayer was almost essential to her. Then she fell into that rapture of self-sacrifice, identifying herself with a God who was sacrificed, which gives to so many human souls their deepest bliss. When she went downstairs, Paul was lying back in an armchair, holding forth with much vehemence to Agatha, who was scorning a little painting he had brought to show her. Miriam glanced at the two and avoided their levity. She went into the parlor to be alone. It was tea time before she was able to speak to Paul, and then her manner was so distant he thought he had offended her. Miriam discontinued her practice of going each Thursday evening to the library in Bestwood. After calling for Paul regularly during the whole spring, a number of trifling incidents and tiny insults from his family awakened her to their attitude towards her, and she decided to go no more. So she announced to Paul one evening she would not call at his house again for him on Thursday nights. "Why?" he asked, very short. "Nothing. Only I'd rather not." "Very well. But," she faltered, "if you'd care to meet me, We could still go together. Meet you where? Somewhere where you like. I shan't meet you anywhere. I don't see why you shouldn't keep calling for me. But if you won't, I don't want to meet you. So the Thursday evenings which had been so precious to her and to him were dropped. He worked instead. Mrs. Morel sniffed with satisfaction at this arrangement. He would not have it that they were lovers. The intimacy between them had been kept so abstract, such a matter of the soul, all thought and weary struggle into consciousness, that he saw it only as a platonic friendship. He stoutly denied there was anything else between them. Miriam was silent, or else she very quietly agreed. He was a fool who did not know what was happening to himself. By tacit agreement, they ignored the remarks and insinuations of their acquaintances. "We aren't lovers, we are friends," he said to her. "We know it. Let them talk. What does it matter what they say?" Sometimes, as they were walking together, she slipped her arm timidly into his, but he always resented it, and she knew it. It caused a violent conflict in him. With Miriam, he was always on the high plane of abstraction, when his natural fire of love was transmitted into the fine stream of thought. She would have it so. If he were jolly and, as she put it, flippant, she waited till he came back to her, till the change had taken place in him again, and he was wrestling with his own soul, frowning, passionate in his desire for understanding, and in this passion for understanding her soul lay close to his. She had him all to herself, but he must be made abstract first. Then, if she put her arm in his, it caused him almost torture. His consciousness seemed to split. The place where she was touching him ran hot with friction. He was one internecine battle, and he became cruel to her because of it. One evening in midsummer, Miriam called at the house, warm from climbing. Paul was alone in the kitchen. His mother could be heard moving about upstairs. "Come and look at the sweet peas," he said to the girl. They went into the garden. The sky behind the townlet and the church was orange-red. The flower garden was flooded with a strange, warm light that lifted every leaf into significance. Paul passed along a fine row of sweet peas, gathering a blossom here and there, all cream and pale blue. Miriam followed, breathing the fragrance. To her, flowers appealed with such strength she felt she must make them part of herself. When she bent and breathed a flower, it was as if she and the flower were loving each other. Paul hated her for it. There seemed a sort of exposure about the action, something too intimate. When he had got a fair bunch, they returned to the house. He listened for a moment to his mother's quiet movement upstairs. Then he said, "Come here and let me pin them in for you." He arranged them 2 or 3 at a time in the bosom of her dress, stepping back now and then to see the effect. "You know," he said, taking the pin out of his mouth, "a woman ought always to arrange her flowers before her glass." Miriam laughed. She thought flowers ought to be pinned in one's dress without any care. That Paul should take pains to fix her flowers for her was his whim. He was rather offended at her laughter. "Some women do those who look decent," he said. Miriam laughed again, but mirthlessly, to hear him thus mix her up with women in a general way. From most men she would have ignored it, but from him it hurt her. He had nearly finished arranging the flowers when he heard his mother's footstep on the stairs. Hurriedly he pushed in the last pin and turned away. "Don't let Mater know," he said. Miriam picked up her books and stood in the doorway looking with chagrin at the beautiful sunset. She would call for Paul no more, she said. "Good evening, Mrs. Morel," she said in a deferential way. She sounded as if she felt she had no right to be there. "Oh, is it you, Miriam?" replied Mrs. Morel coolly, but Paul insisted on everybody's accepting his friendship with the girl, and Mrs. Morel was too wise to have any open rupture. It was not till he was 20 years old that the family could ever afford to go away for a holiday. Mrs. Morel had never been away for a holiday, except to see her sister, since she had been married. Now at last Paul had saved enough money, and they were all going. There was to be a party. some of Annie's friends, one friend of Paul's, a young man in the same office where William had previously been, and Miriam. It was great excitement writing for rooms. Paul and his mother debated it endlessly between them. They wanted a furnished cottage for 2 weeks. She thought 1 week would be enough, but he insisted on 2. At last they got an answer from Mablethorpe, a cottage such as they wished for 30 shillings a week. There was immense jubilation. Paul was wild with joy for his mother's sake. She would have a real holiday now. He and she sat at evening picturing what it would be like. Annie came in, and Leonard and Alice and Kitty. There was wild rejoicing in anticipation. Paul told Miriam. She seemed to brood with joy over it, but the Morels' house rang with excitement. They were to go on Saturday morning by the 7 train. Paul suggested that Miriam should sleep at his house because it was so far for her to walk. She came down for supper. Everybody was so excited that even Miriam was accepted with warmth. But almost as soon as she entered, the feeling in the family became close and tight. He had discovered a poem by Jean Ingelow which mentioned Mablethorpe, and so he must read it to Miriam. He would never have got so far in the direction of sentimentality as to read poetry to his own family. But now they condescended to listen. Miriam sat on the sofa, absorbed in him. She always seemed absorbed in him and by him when he was present. Mrs. Morel sat jealously in her own chair. She was going to hear also, and even Annie and the father attended, Morel with his head cocked on one side, like somebody listening to a sermon and feeling conscious of the fact. Paul ducked his head over the book. He had got now all the audience he cared for, and Mrs. Morel and Annie almost contested with Miriam who should listen best and win his favor. He was in very high feather. "But," interrupted Mrs. Morel, "what is the Bride of Enderby that the bells are supposed to ring?" "It's an old tune they used to play on the bells for a warning against water. I suppose the Bride of Enderby was drowned in a flood," he replied. He had not the faintest knowledge what it really was, but he would never have sunk so low as to confess that to his womenfolk. They listened and believed him. He believed himself. "And the people knew what that tune meant," said his mother. "Yes, just like the Scotch when they heard the flowers o' the forest, and when they used to ring the bells backward for alarm." "How?" said Annie. "A bell sounds the same whether it's rung backwards or forwards." "But," he said, "if you start with the deep bell and ring up to the high one, dare, 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 dare." He ran up the scale. Everybody thought it clever. He thought so too. Then, waiting a minute, he continued the poem. Said Mrs. Morel curiously, when he finished, "but I wish everything that's written weren't so sad. I canna see what they want drown in theirselves for," said Morel. There was a pause. Annie got up to clear the table. Miriam rose to help with the pots. "Let me help to wash up," she said. "Certainly not," cried Annie. "You sit down again. There aren't many." And Miriam, who could not be familiar and insist, sat down again to look at the book with Paul. He was master of the party. His father was no good, and great tortures he suffered lest the tin box should be put out at Fursby instead of at Mablethorpe. And he wasn't equal to getting a carriage. His bold little mother did that. "Here," she cried to a man. "Here!" Paul and Annie got behind the rest, convulsed with shamed laughter. "How much will it be to drive to Brook Cottage?" said Mrs. Morel. 2 shillings. Why, how far is it?" "A good way." "I don't believe it," she said, but she scrambled in. There were 8 crowded in one old seaside carriage. "You see," said Mrs. Morel, "it's only 3d each, and if it were a tram car." They drove along. Each cottage they came to, Mrs. Morel cried, "Is it this? Now this is it." Everybody sat breathless. They drove past. There was a universal sigh. "I'm thankful it wasn't that brute," said Mrs. Morel. "I was frightened." They drove on and on. At last, they descended at a house that stood alone over the dike by the highroad. There was wild excitement because they had to cross a little bridge to get into the front garden. But they loved the house that lay so solitary, with a sea meadow on one side and immense expanse of land patched in white barley, yellow oats, red wheat and green root crops flat and stretching level to the sky. Paul kept accounts. He and his mother ran the show. The total expenses, lodging, food, everything was 16 shillings a week per person. He and Leonard went bathing in the mornings. Morel was wandering abroad quite early. "You, Paul?" his mother called from the bedroom. "Eat a piece of bread and butter." "All right," he answered, and when he got back he saw his mother presiding in state at the breakfast table. The woman of the house was young. Her husband was blind and she did laundry work, so Mrs. Morel always washed the pots in the kitchen and made the beds. "But you said you'd have a real holiday," said Paul, "and now you work." "Work!" she exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" He loved to go with her across the fields to the village and the sea. She was afraid of the plank bridge, and he abused her for being a baby. On the whole, he stuck to her as if he were her man. Miriam did not get much of him, except, perhaps, when all the others went to the Coons. Coons were insufferably stupid to Miriam, so he thought they were to himself also, and he preached priggishly to Annie about the fatuity of listening to them. Yet he too knew all their songs, and sang them along the roads rosterously. And if he found himself listening, the stupidity pleased him very much. Yet to Annie he said, "Such rot, there isn't a grain of intelligence in it. Nobody with more gumption than a grasshopper could go and sit and listen." And to Miriam he said, with much scorn of Annie and the others, "I suppose they're at the Coons." It was queer to see Miriam singing coon songs. She had a straight chin that went in a perpendicular line from the lower lip to the turn. She always reminded Paul of some sad Botticelli angel when she sang, even when it was "Come down Lover's Lane for a walk with me, talk with me." Only when he sketched, or at evening when the others were at the Coons, she had him to herself. He talked to her endlessly about his love of horizontals, how they, the great levels of sky and land in Lincolnshire, meant to him the aernality of the will, just as the bowed Norman arches of the church, repeating themselves, meant the dogged leaping forward of the persistent human soul, on and on, nobody knows where, in contradiction to the perpendicular lines and to the Gothic arch, which, he said, leapt up at heaven and touched the ecstasy and lost itself in the divine. Himself, he said, was Norman, Miriam was Gothic. She bowed in consent even to that. One evening he and she went up the great sweeping shore of sand towards Thettlethorpe. The long breakers plunged and ran in a hiss of foam along the coast. It was a warm evening. There was not a figure but themselves on the far reaches of sand, no noise but the sound of the sea. Paul loved to see it clanging at the land. He loved to feel himself between the noise of it and the silence of the sandy shore. Miriam was with him. Everything grew very intense. It was quite dark when they turned again. The way home was through a gap in the sandhills and then along a raised grass road between two dikes. The country was black and still. From behind the sandhills came the whisper of the sea. Paul and Miriam walked in silence. Suddenly he started. The whole of his blood seemed to burst into flame, and he could scarcely breathe. An enormous orange moon was staring at them from the rim of the sandhills. He stood still, looking at it. "Ah!" cried Miriam when she saw it. He remained perfectly still, staring at the immense and ruddy moon, the only thing in the far-reaching darkness of the level. His heart beat heavily, the muscles of his arms contracted. "What is it?" murmured Miriam, waiting for him. He turned and looked at her. She stood beside him, forever in shadow. Her face, covered with the darkness of her hat, was watching him unseen. But she was brooding. She was slightly afraid, deeply moved and religious. That was her best state. He was impotent against it. His blood was concentrated like a flame in his chest, but he could not get across to her. There were flashes in his blood, but somehow she ignored them. She was expecting some religious state in him. Still yearning, she was half aware of his passion and gazed at him, troubled. "What is it?" she murmured again. "It's the moon," he answered, frowning. "Yes," she assented. "Isn't it wonderful?" She was curious about him. The crisis was past. He did not know himself what was the matter. He was naturally so young, and their intimacy was so abstract, he did not know he wanted to crush her onto his breast to ease the ache there. He was afraid of her. The fact that he might want her as a man wants a woman had in him been suppressed into a shame. When she shrank in her convulsed, coiled torture from the thought of such a thing, he had winced to the depths of his soul. And now this purity prevented even their first love kiss. It was as if she could scarcely stand the shock of physical love, even a passionate kiss, and then he was too shrinking and sensitive to give it. As they walked along the dark fen meadow, he watched the moon and did not speak. She plodded beside him. He hated her, for she seemed in some way to make him despise himself. Looking ahead, he saw the one light in the darkness, the window of their lamplit cottage. He loved to think of his mother and the other jolly people. "Well, everybody else has been in long ago," said his mother as they entered. "What does that matter?" he cried irritably. "I can go a walk if I like, can't I?" "And I should have thought you could get into supper with the rest," said Mrs. Morel. "I shall please myself," he retorted. "It's not late. I shall do as I like." "Very well," said his mother cuttingly. "Then do as you like." And she took no further notice of him that evening, which he pretended neither to notice nor to care about, but sat reading. Miriam read also, obliterating herself. Mrs. Morel hated her for making her son like this. She watched Paul growing irritable, priggish, and melancholic. For this she put the blame on Miriam. Annie and all her friends joined against the girl. Miriam had no friend of her own, only Paul. But she did not suffer so much because she despised the triviality of these other people, and Paul hated her because, somehow, she spoiled his ease and naturalness, and he writhed himself with a feeling of humiliation. Chapter 8. Stare. Live in Love. Arthur finished his apprenticeship and got a job on the electrical plant at Mitten Pit. He earned very little, but had a good chance of getting on. But he was wild and restless. He did not drink nor gamble. Yet he somehow contrived to get into endless scrapes, always through some hot-headed thoughtlessness. Either he went rabbiting in the woods like a poacher, or he stayed in Nottingham all night instead of coming home, or he miscalculated his dive into the canal at Bestwood and scored his chest into one mass of wounds on the raw stones and tins at the bottom. He had not been at his work many months when again he did not come home one night. "Do you know where Arthur is?" asked Paul at breakfast. "I do not," replied his mother. "He is a fool," said Paul, "and if he did anything I shouldn't mind. But no, he simply can't come away from a game of whist, or else he must see a girl home from the skating rink quite proprietously, and so can't get home. He's a fool." "I don't know that it would make it any better if he did something to make us all ashamed," said Mrs. Morel. "Well, I should respect him more," said Paul. "I very much doubt it," said his mother coldly. They went on with breakfast. "Are you fearfully fond of him?" Paul asked his mother. "What do you ask that for?" "Because they say a woman always liked the youngest best." "She may do, but I don't. No, he wearies me. And you'd actually rather he was good?" "I'd rather he showed some of a man's common sense." Paul was raw and irritable. He also wearied his mother very often. She saw the sunshine going out of him, and she resented it. As they were finishing breakfast came the postman with a letter from Derby. Mrs. Morel screwed up her eyes to look at the address. "Give it here, Blind Eye," exclaimed her son, snatching it away from her. She started and almost boxed his ears. "It's from your son, Arthur," he said. "What now?" cried Mrs. Morel. "My dearest mother," Paul read, "I don't know what made me such a fool. I want you to come and fetch me back from here. I came with Jack Breeden yesterday instead of going to work and enlisted. He said he was sick of wearing the seat of a stool out, and, like the idiot you know I am, I came away with them. I have taken the king's shilling, but perhaps if you came for me they would let me go back with you. I was a fool when I did it. I don't want to be in the army. My dear mother, I am nothing but a trouble to you. But if you get me out of this, I promise I will have more sense and consideration." Mrs. Morel sat down in her rocking chair. "Well now," she cried, "let him stop." "Yes," said Paul, "let him stop." "Yes," said Paul, "let him stop." There was silence. The mother sat with her hands folded in her apron, her face set, thinking. "If I'm not sick," she cried suddenly. "Sick!" "Now," said Paul, beginning to frown, "you're not going to worry your soul out about this, do you hear?" "I suppose I'm to take it as a blessing," she flashed, turning on her son. "You're not going to mount it up to a tragedy, so there," he retorted. "The fool, the young fool," she cried. "He'll look well in uniform," said Paul irritatingly. His mother turned on him like a fury. "Oh, will he?" she cried. "Not in my eyes. He should get in a cavalry regiment. He'll have the time of his life and will look an awful swell. Swell, swell, a mighty swell idea indeed. A common soldier." "Well," said Paul, "what am I but a common clerk?" "A good deal, my boy," cried his mother, stung. "What?" "At any rate a man, and not a thing in a red coat. I shouldn't mind being in a red coat or dark blue. That would suit me better if they didn't boss me about too much." But his mother had ceased to listen. Just as he was getting on, or might have been getting on, at his job a young nuisance, here he goes and ruins himself for life. What good will he be, do you think, after this? "It may lick him into shape beautifully," said Paul. "Lick him into shape." Lick what marrow there was out of his bones. A soldier, a common soldier, nothing but a body that makes movements when it hears a shout. It's a fine thing. "I can't understand why it upsets you," said Paul. "No, perhaps you can't. But I understand." And she sat back in her chair, her chin in one hand, holding her elbow with the other, brimmed up with wrath and chagrin. "And shall you go to Derby?" asked Paul. "Yes. It's no good. I'll see for myself." "And why on earth don't you let him stop? It's just what he wants." "Of course," cried the mother. "You know what he wants?" She got ready and went by the first train to Derby, where she saw her son and the sergeant. It was, however, no good. When Morel was having his dinner in the evening, she said suddenly, "I've had to go to Derby today." The miner turned up his eyes, showing the whites in his black face. "As Terre, lass, what took thee there?" "That Arthur." "Oh, and what's agate now?" "He's only enlisted." Morel put down his knife and leaned back in his chair. "Nay," he said, "that he niver is, and is going down to Aldershot tomorrow." "Well!" exclaimed the miner, "that's a winder." He considered it a moment, said, "I'm," and proceeded with his dinner. Suddenly his face contracted with wrath. "I hope he may never set foot at my house again," he said. "The idea!" cried Mrs. Morel. "Saying such a thing." "I do," repeated Morel. "A fool as runs away for a soldier, let him look after Issen. I'll do no more for him." "A fat sight you have done as it is," she said, and Morel was almost ashamed to go to his public house that evening. "Well, did you go?" said Paul to his mother when he came home. "I did." "And could you see him?" "And what did he say?" "He blubbered when I came away. I'm? And so did I, so you needn't. I'm." Mrs. Morel fretted after her son. She knew he would not like the army. He did not. The discipline was intolerable to him. But the doctor, she said with some pride to Paul, said he was perfectly proportioned, almost exactly. All his measurements were correct. He is good looking, you know. He's awfully nice looking. But he doesn't fetch the girls like William, does he? No, it's a different character. He's a good deal like his father, irresponsible. To console his mother, Paul did not go much to Willey Farm at this time, and in the autumn exhibition of students' work in the castle, he had two studies, a landscape in watercolor and a still life in oil, both of which had first prize awards. He was highly excited. "What do you think I'd got for my pictures, Mother?" he asked, coming home one evening. She saw by his eyes he was glad. Her face flushed. "Now, how should I know, my boy? A first prize for those glass jars, and a first prize for those glass jars, and a first prize for that sketch-up at Willey Farm. Both first?" "Yes, I'm." There was a rosy, bright look about her, though she said nothing. "It's nice," he said, "isn't it?" "It is? Why don't you praise me up to the skies?" She laughed. "I should have the trouble of dragging you down again," she said. But she was full of joy, nevertheless. William had brought her his sporting trophies. She kept them still, and she did not forgive his death. Arthur was handsome, at least, a good specimen, and warm and generous, and probably would do well in the end. But Paul was going to distinguish himself. She had a great belief in him, the more because he was unaware of his own powers. There was so much to come out of him. Life for her was rich with promise. She was to see herself fulfilled. Not for nothing had been her struggle. Several times during the exhibition Mrs. Morel went to the castle unknown to Paul. She wandered down the long room looking at the other exhibits. Yes, they were good, but they had not in them a certain something which she demanded for her satisfaction. Some made her jealous, they were so good. She looked at them a long time trying to find fault with them. Then suddenly she had a shock that made her heart beat. There hung Paul's picture. She knew it as if it were printed on her heart. Name Paul, Morel, first prize. It looked so strange, there in public on the walls of the castle gallery, where in her lifetime she had seen so many pictures, and she glanced round to see if anyone had noticed her again in front of the same sketch. But she felt a proud woman. When she met well-dressed ladies going home to the park, she thought to herself, "Yes, you look very well, but I wonder if your son has 2 first prizes in the castle." And she walked on, as proud a little woman as any in Nottingham. And Paul felt he had done something for her, if only a trifle. All his work was hers. One day, as he was going up Castle Gate, he met Miriam. He had seen her on the Sunday and had not expected to meet her in town. She was walking with a rather striking woman, blonde, with a sullen expression and a defiant carriage. It was strange how Miriam, in her bowed meditative bearing, looked dwarfed beside this woman with the handsome shoulders. Miriam watched Paul searchingly. His gaze was on the stranger, who ignored him. The girl saw his masculine spirit rear its head. "Hello," he said. "You didn't tell me you were coming to town." "No," replied Miriam, half apologetically. "I drove in to Cattle Market with Father." He looked at her companion. "I told you about Mrs. Dawes," said Miriam huskily. She was nervous. "Clara, do you know Paul?" "I think I've seen him before," replied Mrs. Dawes indifferently as she shook hands with him. She had scornful gray eyes, a skin like white honey, and a full mouth with a slightly lifted upper lip that did not know whether it was raised in scorn of all men or out of eagerness to be kissed, but which believed the former. She carried her head back as if she had drawn away in contempt, perhaps from men also. She wore a large, dowdy hat of black beaver and a sort of slightly affected simple dress that made her look rather sack-like. She was evidently poor and had not much taste. Miriam usually looked nice. "Where have you seen me?" Paul asked of the woman. She looked at him as if she would not trouble to answer. Then, walking with Louis Travers, she said. Louis was one of the Spiral girls. "Why do you know her?" he asked. She did not answer. He turned to Miriam. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To the castle." "What train are you going home by?" "I am driving with father." "I wish you could come too." "What time are you free?" "You know not till 8 tonight, damn it." And directly the two women moved on. Paul remembered that Clara Dawes was the daughter of an old friend of Mrs. Lever's. Miriam had sought her out because she had once been spiral overseer at Jordan's, and because her husband, Baxter Dawes, was smith for the factory, making the irons for cripple instruments, and so on. To her, Miriam felt. She got into direct contact with Jordan's and could estimate better Paul's position. But Mrs. Dawes was separated from her husband and had taken up women's rights. She was supposed to be clever. It interested Paul. Baxter Dawes, he knew and disliked. The smith was a man of 31 or 32. He came occasionally through Paul's corner, a big, well-set man, also striking to look at, and handsome. There was a peculiar similarity between himself and his wife. He had the same white skin with a clear golden tinge. His hair was of soft brown, his mustache was golden, and he had a similar defiance in his bearing and manner, but then came the difference. His eyes, dark brown and quick-shifting, were dissolute. They protruded very slightly, and his eyelids hung over them in a way that was half hate. His mouth, too, was sensual. His whole manner was of cowed defiance, as if he were ready to knock anybody down who disapproved of him, perhaps because he really disapproved of himself. From the first day he had hated Paul. Finding the lad's impersonal, deliberate gaze of an artist on his face, he got into a fury. "What are you looking at?" he sneered, bullying. The boy glanced away. But the smith used to stand behind the counter and talk to Mr. Pappleworth. His speech was dirty, with a kind of rottenness. Again he found the youth with his cool, critical gaze fixed on his face. The smith started round as if he had been stung. "What are you looking at, 3 ha'porth a pap?" he snarled. The boy shrugged his shoulders slightly. "Why, yer!" shouted Dawes. "Leave him alone," said Mr. Pappleworth, in that insinuating voice which means he's only one of your good little sops who can't help it. Since that time the boy used to look at the man every time he came through with the same curious criticism, glancing away before he met the smith's eye. It made Dawes furious. They hated each other in silence. Clara Dawes had no children. When she had left her husband, the home had been broken up, and she had gone to live with her mother. Dawes lodged with his sister. In the same house was a sister-in-law, and somehow Paul knew that this girl, Louis Travers, was now Dawes' woman. She was a handsome, insolent hussy who mocked at the youth and yet flushed if he walked along to the station with her as she went home. The next time he went to see Miriam, it was Saturday evening. She had a fire in the parlor and was waiting for him. The others, except her father and mother and the young children, had gone out, so the two had the parlor together. It was a long, low, warm room. There were 3 of Paul's small sketches on the wall, and his photo was on the mantelpiece. On the table and on the high old rosewood piano were bowls of colored leaves. He sat in the armchair, she crouched on the hearth rug near his feet. The glow was warm on her handsome, pensive face as she kneeled there like a devotee. "What did you think of Mrs. Dawes?" she asked quietly. "She doesn't look very amiable," he replied. "No, but don't you think she's a fine woman?" she said, in a deep tone. "Yes, in stature, but without a grain of taste. I like her for some things. Is she disagreeable?" "I don't think so. I think she's dissatisfied." "What with? Well, how would you like to be tied for life to a man like that? Why did she marry him, then, if she was to have revulsions so soon?" Why did she?" repeated Miriam bitterly. "And I should have thought she had enough fight in her to match him," he said. Miriam bowed her head. "I?" she queried satirically. "What makes you think so? Look at her mouth made for passion, and the very set back of her throat." He threw his head back in Clara's defiant manner. Miriam bowed a little lower. "Yes," she said. There was a silence for some moments, while he thought of Clara. "And what were the things you liked about her?" she asked. "I don't know her skin, and the texture of her and her. I don't know, there's a sort of fierceness somewhere in her. I appreciate her as an artist, that's all." "Yes." He wondered why Miriam crouched there brooding in that strange way. It irritated him. "You don't really like her, do you?" he asked the girl. She looked at him with her great dazzled dark eyes. "I do," she said. "You don't. You can't, not really." "Then what?" she asked slowly. I don't know. Perhaps you like her because she's got a grudge against men." That was more probably one of his own reasons for liking Mrs. Dawes, but this did not occur to him. They were silent. There had come into his forehead a knitting of the brows, which was becoming habitual with him, particularly when he was with Miriam. She longed to smooth it away, and she was afraid of it. It seemed the stamp of a man who was not her man in Paul Morel. There were some crimson berries among the leaves in the bowl. He reached over and pulled out a bunch. "If you put red berries in your hair," he said, "why would you look like some witch or priestess and never like a reveler?" She laughed with a naked, painful sound. "I don't know," she said. His vigorous, warm hands were playing excitedly with the berries. "Why can't you laugh?" he said. "You never laughter. You only laugh when something is odd or incongruous, and then it almost seems to hurt you." She bowed her head as if he were scolding her. "I wish you could laugh at me just for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute. I feel as if it would set something free. But," and she looked up at him with eyes frightened and struggling, "I do laugh. At you. I do. Never. There's always a kind of intensity. When you laugh, I could always cry. It seems as if it shows up your suffering. Oh, you make me knit the brows of my very soul and cogitate." Slowly she shook her head despairingly. "I'm sure I don't want to," she said. "I'm so damn spiritual with you always," he cried. She remained silent, thinking, then why don't you be otherwise? But he saw her crouching, brooding figure, and it seemed to tear him in two. "But there, it's autumn," he said, "and everybody feels like a disembodied spirit then." There was still another silence. This peculiar sadness between them thrilled her soul. He seemed so beautiful with his eyes gone dark and looking as if they were deep as the deepest well. "You make me so spiritual," he lamented, "and I don't want to be spiritual." She took her finger from her mouth with a little pop and looked up at him almost challenging. But still her soul was naked in her great dark eyes, and there was the same yearning appeal upon her. If he could have kissed her in abstract purity, he would have done so. But he could not kiss her thus, and she seemed to leave no other way, and she yearned to him. He gave a brief laugh. "Well," he said, "get that French, and we'll do some Verlaine." "Yes," she said in a deep tone almost of resignation, and she rose and got the books, and her rather red, nervous hands looked so pitiful. He was mad to comfort her and kiss her, but then he dared not, or could not. There was something prevented him. His kisses were wrong for her. They continued the reading till 10 o'clock, when they went into the kitchen, and Paul was natural and jolly again with the father and mother. His eyes were dark and shining. There was a kind of fascination about him. When he went into the barn for his bicycle, he found the front wheel punctured. "Fetch me a drop of water in a bowl," he said to her. "I shall be late, and then I shall catch it." He lighted the hurricane lamp, took off his coat, turned up the bicycle, and set speedily to work. Miriam came with the bowl of water and stood close to him, watching. She loved to see his hands doing things. He was slim and vigorous, with a kind of easiness even in his most hasty movements, and busy at his work he seemed to forget her. She loved him absorbedly. She wanted to run her hands down his sides. She always wanted to embrace him so long as he did not want her. "There," he said, rising suddenly. "Now, could you have done it quicker?" "No," she laughed. He straightened himself. His back was towards her. She put her 2 hands on his sides and ran them quickly down. "You are so fine," she said. He laughed, hating her voice, but his blood roused to a wave of flame by her hands. She did not seem to realize him in all this. He might have been an object. She never realized the male he was. He lighted his bicycle lamp, bounced the machine on the barn floor to see that the tires were sound, and buttoned his coat. "That's all right," he said. She was trying the brakes that she knew were broken. "Did you have them mended?" she asked. "No." "But why didn't you?" "The back one goes on a bit." "But it's not safe. I can use my toe." "I wish you'd had them mended," she murmured. "Don't worry. Come to tea tomorrow with Edgar." "Shall we? Do about 4. I'll come to meet you." "Very well." She was pleased. They went across the dark yard to the gate. Looking across, he saw through the uncurtained window of the kitchen the heads of Mr. and Mrs. Levers in the warm glow. It looked very cozy. The road with pine trees was quite black in front. "Till tomorrow," he said, jumping on his bicycle. "You'll take care, won't you?" she pleaded. "Yes." His voice already came out of the darkness. She stood a moment, watching the light from his lamp race into obscurity along the ground. She turned very slowly indoors. Orion was wheeling up over the wood, his dog twinkling after him, half smothered. For the rest, the world was full of darkness and silent, save for the breathing of cattle in their stalls. She prayed earnestly for his safety that night. When he left her, she often lay in anxiety, wondering if he had got home safely. He dropped down the hills on his bicycle. The roads were greasy, so he had to let it go. He felt a pleasure as the machine plunged over the second, steeper drop in the hill. "Here goes," he said. It was risky, because of the curve in the darkness at the bottom and because of the brewers' wagons with drunken wagoners asleep. His bicycle seemed to fall beneath him, and he loved it. Recklessness is almost a man's revenge on his woman. He feels he is not valued, so he will risk destroying himself to deprive her altogether. The stars on the lake seemed to leap like grasshoppers, silver upon the blackness, as he spun past. Then there was the long climb home. "See, Mother," he said, as he threw her the berries and leaves onto the table. "Hum," she said, glancing at them, then away again. She sat reading, alone, as she always did. "Aren't they pretty?" "Yes." He knew she was cross with him. After a few minutes he said, "Edgar and Miriam are coming to tea tomorrow." She did not answer. "You don't mind?" Still she did not answer. "Do you?" he asked. "You know whether I mind or not." "I don't see why you should. I have plenty of meals there." "You do? Then why do you begrudge them tea?" "I begrudge whom tea? What are you so horrid for?" "Oh, say no more. You've asked her to tea. It's quite sufficient. She'll come." He was very angry with his mother. He knew it was merely Miriam she objected to. He flung off his boots and went to bed. Paul went to meet his friends the next afternoon. He was glad to see them coming. They arrived home at about 4 o'clock. Everywhere was clean and still for Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Morel sat in her black dress and black apron. She rose to meet the visitors. With Edgar she was cordial, but with Miriam cold and rather grudging. Yet Paul thought the girl looked so nice in her brown cashmere frock. He helped his mother to get the tea ready. Miriam would have gladly proffered, but was afraid. He was rather proud of his home. There was about it now, he thought, a certain distinction. The chairs were only wooden and the sofa was old, but the hearth rug and cushions were cozy. The pictures were prints and good taste. There was a simplicity in everything, and plenty of books. He was never ashamed in the least of his home, nor was Miriam of hers, because both were what they should be, and warm. And then he was proud of the table. The china was pretty, the cloth was fine. It did not matter that the spoons were not silver nor the knives ivory-handled. Everything looked nice. Mrs. Morel had managed wonderfully while her children were growing up so that nothing was out of place. Miriam talked books a little. That was her unfailing topic. But Mrs. Morel was not cordial, and turned soon to Edgar. At first Edgar and Miriam used to go into Mrs. Morel's pew. Morel never went to chapel, preferring the public house. Mrs. Morel, like a little champion, sat at the head of her pew, Paul at the other end. And at first Miriam sat next to him. Then the chapel was like home. It was a pretty place with dark pews and slim, elegant pillars and flowers. And the same people had sat in the same places ever since he was a boy. It was wonderfully sweet and soothing to sit there for an hour and a half, next to Miriam and near to his mother, uniting his two loves under the spell of the place of worship. Then he felt warm and happy and religious at once. And after chapel he walked home with Miriam, whilst Mrs. Morel spent the rest of the evening with her old friend, Mrs. Burns. He was keenly alive on his walks on Sunday nights with Edgar and Miriam. He never went past the pits at night by the lighted lamp house, the tall black headstocks and lines of trucks, past the fans spinning slowly like shadows, without the feeling of Miriam returning to him, keen and almost unbearable. She did not very long occupy the Morels' pew. Her father took one for themselves once more. It was under the little gallery opposite the Morels. When Paul and his mother came in the chapel, the Levers' pew was always empty. He was anxious for fear she would not come. It was so far, and there were so many rainy Sundays. Then, often very late indeed, she came in with her long stride, her head bowed, her face hidden under her hat of dark green velvet. Her face, as she sat opposite, was always in shadow, but it gave him a very keen feeling, as if all his soul stirred within him, to see her there. It was not the same glow, happiness, and pride that he felt in having his mother in charge. Something more wonderful, less human, and tinged to intensity by a pain, as if there were something he could not get to. At this time he was beginning to question the Orthodox creed. He was 21 and she was 20. She was beginning to dread the spring. He became so wild and hurt her so much. All the way he went cruelly smashing her beliefs. Edgar enjoyed it. He was by nature critical and rather dispassionate. But Miriam suffered exquisite pain, as with an intellect like a knife, the man she loved examined her religion in which she lived and moved and had her being, but he did not spare her. He was cruel, and when they went alone, he was even more fierce, as if he would kill her soul. He bled her beliefs till she almost lost consciousness. She exults, as she carries him off from me, Mrs. Morel cried in her heart when Paul had gone. She's not like an ordinary woman who can leave me my share in him. She wants to absorb him. She wants to draw him out and absorb him till there is nothing left of him, even for himself. He will never be a man on his own feet. She will suck him up. So the mother sat and battled and brooded bitterly. And he, coming home from his walks with Miriam, was wild with torture. He walked biting his lips and with clenched fists, going at a great rate. Then, brought up against a stile, he stood for some minutes and did not move. There was a great hollow of darkness fronting him, and on the black upslopes patches of tiny lights, and in the lowest trough of the night a flare of the pit. It was all weird and dreadful. Why was he torn so, almost bewildered and unable to move? Why did his mother sit at home and suffer? He knew she suffered badly, but why should she, and why did he hate Miriam and feel so cruel towards her at the thought of his mother? If Miriam caused his mother suffering, then he hated her, and he easily hated her. Why did she make him feel as if he were uncertain of himself, insecure, an indefinite thing, as if he had not sufficient sheathing to prevent the night and the space breaking into him? How he hated her! And then, what a rush of tenderness and humility! Suddenly he plunged on again, running home. His mother saw on him the marks of some agony, and she said nothing. But he had to make her talk to him. Then she was angry with him for going so far with Miriam. "Why don't you like her, mother?" He cried in despair. "I don't know, my boy," she replied piteously. "I'm sure I've tried to like her. I've tried and tried, but I can't. And he felt dreary and hopeless between the two. Spring was the worst time. He was changeable and intense and cruel, so he decided to stay away from her. Then came the hours when he knew Miriam was expecting him. His mother watched him growing restless. He could not go on with his work. He could do nothing. It was as if something were drawing his soul out towards Willie Farm. Then he put on his hat and went, saying nothing. And his mother knew he was gone. And as soon as he was on the way, he sighed with relief. And when he was with her, he was cruel again. One day in March he lay on the bank of Nethermere, with Miriam sitting beside him. It was a glistening white and blue day. Big clouds, so brilliant, went by overhead, while shadows stole along on the water. The clear spaces in the sky were of clean, cold blue. Paul lay on his back in the old grass, looking up. He could not bear to look at Miriam. She seemed to want him, and he resisted. He resisted all the time. He wanted now to give her passion and tenderness, and he could not. He felt that she wanted the soul out of his body, and not him. All his strength and energy she drew into herself through some channel which united them. She did not want to meet him, so that there were two of them, man and woman together. She wanted to draw all of him into her. It urged him to an intensity like madness, which fascinated him as drug-taking might. He was discussing Michelangelo. It felt to her as if she were fingering the very quivering tissue, the very protoplasm of life, as she heard him. It gave her deepest satisfaction, and in the end it frightened her. There he lay in the white intensity of his search, and his voice gradually filled her with fear, so level it was, almost inhuman, as if in a trance. "Don't talk any more," she pleaded softly, laying her hand on his forehead. He lay quite still, almost unable to move. His body was somewhere discarded. "Why not? Are you tired?" "Yes, and it wears you out." He laughed shortly, realizing. "Yet you always make me like it," he said. "I don't wish to," she said, very low. "Not when you've gone too far, and you feel you can't bear it. But your unconscious self always asks it of me, and I suppose I want it." He went on in his dead fashion. "If only you could want me, and not want what I can reel off for you." "I," she cried bitterly. "I, why, when would you let me take you?" "Then it's my fault," he said, and, gathering himself together, he got up and began to talk trivialities. He felt insubstantial. In a vague way he hated her for it, and he knew he was as much to blame himself. This, however, did not prevent his hating her. One evening about this time he had walked along the home road with her. They stood by the pasture leading down to the wood, unable to part. As the stars came out, the clouds closed. They had glimpses of their own constellation, Orion, towards the west. His jewels glimmered for a moment. His dog ran low, struggling with difficulty through the spume of cloud. Orion was for them chief in significance among the constellations. They had gazed at him in their strange, surcharged hours of feeling until they seemed themselves to live in every one of his stars. This evening Paul had been moody and perverse. Orion had seemed just an ordinary constellation to him. He had fought against his glamour and fascination. Miriam was watching her lover's mood carefully, but he said nothing that gave him away till the moment came to part, when he stood frowning gloomily at the gathered clouds, behind which the great constellation must be striding still. There was to be a little party at his house the next day, at which she was to attend. "I shan't come and meet you," he said. "Oh, very well. It's not very nice out," she replied slowly. "It's not that only they don't like me to. They say I care more for you than for them. And you understand, don't you? You know it's only friendship." Miriam was astonished and hurt for him. It had cost him an effort. She left him, wanting to spare him any further humiliation. A fine rain blew in her face as she walked along the road. She was hurt deep down, and she despised him for being blown about by any wind of authority. And in her heart of hearts, unconsciously, she felt that he was trying to get away from her. This she would never have acknowledged. She pitied him. At this time, Paul became an important factor in Jordan's warehouse. Mr. Pappleworth left to set up a business of his own, and Paul remained with Mr. Jordan as spiral overseer. His wages were to be raised to 30 shillings at the year end if things went well. Still, on Friday night Miriam often came down for her French lesson. Paul did not go so frequently to Willey Farm, and she grieved at the thought of her education's coming to end. Moreover, they both loved to be together, in spite of discords. So they read Balzac and did compositions and felt highly cultured. Friday night was reckoning night for the miners. Morel reckoned shared up the money of the stall either in the new inn at Briddy or in his own house, according as his fellow buddies wished. Barker had turned a non-drinker, so now the men reckoned at Morel's house. Annie, who had been teaching away, was at home again. She was still a tomboy, and she was engaged to be married. Paul was studying design. Morel was always in good spirits on Friday evening, unless the week's earnings were small. He bustled immediately after his dinner, prepared to get washed. It was decorum for the women to absent themselves while the men reckoned. Women were not supposed to spy into such a masculine privacy as the buddies they're sconing, nor were they to know the exact amount of the week's earnings. So, whilst her father was spluttering in the scullery, Annie went out to spend an hour with a neighbor. Mrs. Morel attended to her baking. "Shut that door!" bawled Morel furiously. Annie banged it behind her and was gone. "If they pins it again while I'm wishing me, I'll ma they jaw rattle," he threatened from the midst of his soapsuds. Paul and the mother frowned to hear him. Presently he came running out of the scullery, with the soapy water dripping from him, dithering with cold. "All my sirs," he said, "where's my towel?" It was hung on a chair to warm before the fire. Otherwise he would have bullied and blustered. He squatted on his heels before the hot baking fire to dry himself. He went, pretending to shudder with cold. "Goodness, man, don't be such a kid," said Mrs. Morel. "It's not cold. Thee strip thysen stark neck to wesh thy flesh I that scullery," said the miner, as he rubbed his hair. "Nad's rubbed his hair. Nyant brer ice aus." "And I shouldn't make that fuss," replied his wife. "No, that dropped down stiff, as dead as a doorknob. Why thy nesh sides?" "Why is a doorknob deader than anything else?" asked Paul, curious. I don't know. That's what they say," replied his father. "But there's that much draught a yon scullery, as it blows through your ribs like through a 5-barred gate." "It would have some difficulty in blowing through yours," said Mrs. Morel. Morel looked down ruefully at his sides. "Me," he exclaimed, "I'm noppus spur a skinned rabbit. My bones fair juts out on me." "I should like to know where," retorted his wife. "Everywhere. I'm nobbit a sack o' faggots." Mrs. Morel laughed. He had still a wonderfully young body, muscular, without any fat. His skin was smooth and clear. It might have been the body of a man of 28, except that there were, perhaps, too many blue scars, like tattoo marks, where the coal dust remained under the skin, and that his chest was too hairy. But he put his hand on his side ruefully. It was his fixed belief that, because he did not get fat, he was as thin as a starved rat. Paul looked at his father's thick, brownish hands all scarred, with broken nails, rubbing the fine smoothness of his sides, and the incongruity struck him. It seemed strange they were the same flesh. "I suppose," he said to his father, "you had a good figure once." "Eh?" exclaimed the miner, glancing round, startled and timid, like a child. "He had," exclaimed Mrs. Morel. "If he didn't hurtle himself up as if he was trying to get in the smallest space he could." "Me!" exclaimed Morel. "Me a good figure! I were niver much more nor a skeleton." "Man!" cried his wife, "don't be such a pullometer." "Struve," he said, "this niver knowed me, but what I looked as if I were going off in a rapid decline." She sat and laughed. "You've had a constitution like iron," she said, "and never a man had a better." Start, if it was body that counted. You should have seen him as a young man. She cried suddenly to Paul, drawing herself up to imitate her husband's once handsome bearing. Morel watched her shyly. He saw again the passion she had had for him. It blazed upon her for a moment. He was shy, rather scared, and humble. Yet again he felt his old glow, and then immediately he felt the ruin he had made during these years. He wanted to bustle about, to run away from it. "Giede, my back a bit of a wesh?" he asked her. His wife brought a well-soaked flannel and clapped it on his shoulders. He gave a jump. "Thou mucky little wussy," he cried, "cowed as death." "You ought to have been a salamander," she laughed, washing his back. "It was." Very rarely she would do anything so personal for him. The children did those things. "The next world won't be half hot enough for you," she added. "No," he said. "Thee'll ta as it's draughty for me." But she had finished. She wiped him in a desultory fashion and went upstairs, returning immediately with his shifting trousers. When he was dried he struggled into his shirt. Then, ruddy and shiny, with hair on end, and his flannelette shirt hanging over his pit trousers, he stood warming the garments he was going to put on. He turned them, he pulled them inside out, he scorched them. "Goodness, man!" cried Mrs. Morel, "get dressed." "Should thee like to clap thysen into breeches as cowed as a tub o' water," he said. At last he took off his pit trousers and donned decent black. He did all this on the hearthrug, as he would have done if Annie and her familiar friends had been present. Mrs. Morel turned the bread in the oven. Then from the red earthenware pancheon of dough that stood in a corner she took another handful of paste, worked it to the proper shape, and dropped it into a tin. As she was doing so, Barker knocked and entered. He was a quiet, compact little man who looked as if he would go through a stone wall. His black hair was cropped short. His head was bony. Like most miners, he was pale, but healthy and taut. Even in Mrs., he nodded to Mrs. Morel, and he seated himself with a sigh. "Good evening," she replied cordially. "Thus made thy heels crack," said Morel. "I don't know as I have," said Barker. He sat as the men always did in Morel's kitchen, effacing himself rather. "How's Missus?" she asked of him. He had told her some time back. "We're expectin' us third just now, you see." "Well," he answered, rubbing his head, "she keeps pretty middlin', I think." "Let's see when," asked Mrs. Morel. "Well, I shouldn't be surprised any time now." "Ah! And she's kept fairly—" "Yes, tidy." "That's a blessing, for she's none too strong. No. And I'd done another silly trick." "What's that?" Mrs. Morel knew Barker wouldn't do anything very silly. "I'm come be out the market bag. You can have mine. Nay, you'll be wantin' that yourself." "I shan't. I take a string bag always." She saw the determined little collier buying in the week's groceries and meat on the Friday nights, and she admired him. Barker's little, but he's 10 times the man you are, she said to her husband. Just then Wesson entered. He was thin, rather frail looking, with a boyish ingenuousness and a slightly foolish smile, despite his 7 children, but his wife was a passionate woman. "I see you've kested me," he said, smiling rather vapidly. "Yes," replied Barker. The newcomer took off his cap and his big woolen muffler. His nose was pointed and red. "I'm afraid you're cold, Mr. Wesson," said Mrs. Morel. "It's a bit nippy," he replied. "Then come to the fire." "Nay, I shall do where I am." Both colliers sat away back. They could not be induced to come on to the hearth. "The hearth is sacred to the family. Go thy ways, I the armchair," cried Morel cheerily. "Nay, thank yer. I'm very nicely here." "Yes, come of course," insisted Mrs. Morel. He rose and went awkwardly. He sat in Morel's armchair awkwardly. It was too great a familiarity, but the fire made him blissfully happy. "And how's that chest of yours?" demanded Mrs. Morel. He smiled again, with his blue eyes rather sunny. "Oh, it's very middlin'," he said. "Why a rattlin' it like a kettle drum," said Barker shortly. "Tea, tea, tea, tea," went Mrs. Morel rapidly with her tongue. "Did you have that flannel singlet made?" "Not yet," he smiled. "Then why didn't you?" she cried. "It'll come," he smiled. "Ah, and doomsday!" exclaimed Barker and Morel were both impatient of Wesson. But then they were both as hard as nails, physically. Barker and Morel were bent pything them. When Morel was nearly ready, he pushed the bag of money to Paul. "Count it, boy," he asked humbly. Paul impatiently turned from his books and pencil, tipped the bag upside down on the table. It was a 5-pound bag of silver, sovereigns and loose money. He counted quickly, referred to the checks, the written papers giving amount of coal put the money in order. Then Barker glanced at the checks. Mrs. Morel went upstairs, and the 3 men came to table. Morel, as master of the house, sat in his armchair with his back to the hot fire. The 2 buddies had cooler seats. None of them counted the money. "What did we say Simpson's was?" asked Morel, and the buddies cavilled for a minute over the dayman's earnings. Then the amount was put aside. And Bill Naylor's. This money also was taken from the pack. Then, because Wesson lived in one of the company's houses, and his rent had been deducted, Morel and Barker took 4 and 6 each. And because Morel's coals had come, and the leading was stopped, Barker and Wesson took 4 shillings each. Then it was plain sailing. Morel gave each of them a sovereign till there were no more sovereigns, each half a crown till there were no more half-crowns, each a shilling till there were no more shillings. If there was anything at the end that wouldn't split, Morel took it and stood drinks. Then the 3 men rose and went. Morel scuttled out of the house before his wife came down. She heard the door close and descended. She looked hastily at the bread in the oven. Then, glancing on the table, she saw her money lying. Paul had been working all the time, but now he felt his mother counting the week's money and her wrath rising. T went her tongue. He frowned. He could not work when she was cross. She counted again, a measly 25 shillings. She exclaimed, "How much was the check?" £10.11, said Paul irritably. He dreaded what was coming. "And he gives me a scrattlin' 25 and his club this week. But I know him. He thinks because you're earning he needn't keep the house any longer. No, all he has to do with his money is to guddle it, but I'll show him." "Oh, mother, don't!" cried Paul. "Don't what, I should like to know?" She exclaimed. "Don't carry on again. I can't work." She went very quiet. "Yes, it's all very well," she said. "But how do you think I'm going to manage?" "Well, it won't make it any better to whittle about it. I should like to know what you'd do if you had it to put up with. It won't be long. You can have my money. Let him go to hell." He went back to his work, and she tied her bonnet strings grimly. When she was fretted, he could not bear it. But now he began to insist on her recognizing him. "The 2 loaves at the top," she said, "will be done in 20 minutes. Don't forget them." "All right," he answered, and she went to market. He remained alone, working, but his usual intense concentration became unsettled. He listened for the yard gate. At 7:15 came a low knock, and Miriam entered. "All alone?" she said. "Yes." As if at home, she took off her tam o' shanter and her long coat, hanging them up. It gave him a thrill. This might be their own house, his and hers. Then she came back and peered over his work. "What is it?" she asked. "Still design, for decorating stuffs, and for embroidery." She bent short-sightedly over the drawings. It irritated him that she peered so into everything that was his, searching him out. He went into the parlor and returned with a bundle of brownish linen. Carefully unfolding it, he spread it on the floor. It proved to be a curtain, or portière, beautifully stenciled with a design on roses. "Ah, how beautiful!" she cried. The spread cloth with its wonderful reddish roses and dark green stems, all so simple and somehow so wicked-looking, lay at her feet. She went on her knees before it, her dark curls dropping. He saw her crouched voluptuously before his work, and his heart beat quickly. Suddenly, she looked up at him. "Why does it seem cruel?" she asked. "What?" "There seems a feeling of cruelty about it," she said. "It's jolly good whether or not," he replied, folding up his work with a lover's hands. She rose slowly, pondering. "And what will you do with it?" she asked. "Send it to Liberty's. I did it for my mother, but I think she'd rather have the money." "Yes," said Miriam. He had spoken with a touch of bitterness, and Miriam sympathized. Money would have been nothing to her. He took the cloth back into the parlor. When he returned, he drew to Miriam a smaller piece. It was a cushion cover with the same design. "I did that for you," he said. She fingered the work with trembling hands and did not speak. He became embarrassed. "By Jove, the bread!" he cried. He took the top loaves out, tapped them vigorously. They were done. He put them on the hearth to cool. Then he went to the scullery, wetted his hands, scooped the last white dough out of the puncheon, and dropped it in a baking tin. Miriam was still bent over her painted cloth. He stood rubbing the bits of dough from his hands. "You do like it?" he asked. She looked up at him, with her dark eyes one flame of love. He laughed uncomfortably. Then he began to talk about the design. There was for him the most intense pleasure in talking about his work to Miriam. All his passion, all his wild blood went into this intercourse with her. When he talked and conceived his work, she brought forth to him his imaginations. She did not understand, any more than a woman understands when she conceives a child in her womb. But this was life for her and for him. While they were talking, a young woman of about 22, small and pale, hollow-eyed, yet with a relentless look about her, entered the room. She was a friend at the Morels. "Take your things off," said Paul. "No, I'm not stopping." She sat down in the armchair opposite Paul and Miriam, who were on the sofa. Miriam moved a little farther from him. The room was hot with the scent of new bread. Brown, crisp loaves stood on the hearth. "I shouldn't have expected to see you here tonight, Miriam Levers," said Beatrice wickedly. "Why not?" murmured Miriam huskily. "Why, let's look at your shoes." Miriam remained uncomfortably still. "If that doesn't thatter's na," laughed Beatrice. Miriam put her feet from under her dress. Her boots had that queer, irresolute, rather pathetic look about them, which showed how self-conscious and self-mistrustful she was. And they were covered with mud. "Glory! You're a positive muck-heap," exclaimed Beatrice. "Who cleans your boots?" "I clean them myself." "Then you wanted a job," said Beatrice. "It would have taken a lot of men to have brought me down here tonight. But love laughs at sludge, doesn't it, Postal my duck?" "Entura via," he said. "Oh Lord, are you going to spout foreign languages? What does it mean, Miriam?" There was a fine sarcasm in the last question, but Miriam did not see it. Among other things, I believe, she said humbly. Beatrice put her tongue between her teeth and laughed wickedly. Among other things, postal, she repeated. Do you mean love laughs at? Mothers and fathers, and sisters and brothers, and men friends and lady friends, and even at the beloved himself? She affected a great innocence. In fact, it's one big smile, he replied. Up its sleeve. Postal Morel, you believe me, she said, and she went off into another burst of wicked, silent laughter. Miriam sat silent, withdrawn into herself. Every one of Paul's friends delighted in taking sides against her, and he left her in the lurch seemed almost to have a sort of revenge upon her then. Are you still at school? Asked Miriam of Beatrice. Yes. You've not had you notice then. I expected it Easter. Isn't it an awful shame to turn you off merely because you didn't pass the exam? I don't know, said Beatrice coldly. Agatha says you're as good as any teacher anywhere. It seems to me ridiculous. I wonder why you didn't pass. Short of brains, eh, Postle? Said Beatrice briefly. Only brains to bite with, replied Paul, laughing. Nuisance, she cried, and springing from her seat, she rushed and boxed his ears. She had beautiful small hands. He held her wrists while she wrestled with him. At last she broke free and seized 2 handfuls of his thick dark brown hair, which she shook. Beat, he said, as he pulled his hair straight with his fingers. I hate you. She laughed with glee. Mind, she said, I want to sit next to you. I'd as lief be neighbors with a vixen, he said, nevertheless making place for her between him and Miriam. Did it ruffle his pretty hair then? She cried. And, with her hair comb, she combed him straight. And his nice little mustache, she exclaimed. She tilted his head back and combed his young mustache. It's a wicked mustache, Postle, she said. It's a red for danger. Have you got any of those cigarettes? He pulled his cigarette case from his pocket. Beatrice looked inside it. And fancy me having Connie's last cig, said Beatrice, putting the thing between her teeth. He held a lit match to her, and she puffed daintily. Thanks so much, darling, she said mockingly. Thanks so much, darling, she said mockingly. It gave her a wicked delight. Don't you think he does it nicely, Miriam? She asked. Oh, very, said Miriam. He took a cigarette for himself. Light, old boy, said Beatrice, tilting her cigarette at him. He bent forward to her to light his cigarette at him. He bent forward to her to light his cigarette at hers. She was winking at him as he did so. Miriam saw his eyes trembling with mischief and his full, almost sensual, mouth quivering. He was not himself, and she could not bear it. As he was now, she had no connection with him. She might as well not have existed. She saw the cigarette dancing on his full red lips. She hated his thick hair for being tumbled loose on his forehead. Sweet boy, said Beatrice, tipping up his chin and giving him a little kiss on the cheek. I shall kiss thee back, Beat, he said. The wanna, she giggled, jumping up and going away. Isn't he shameless, Miriam? Quite, said Miriam. By the way, aren't you forgetting the bread? By Jove, he cried, flinging open the oven door. Out puffed the bluish smoke and a smell of burned bread. Oh, golly, cried Beatrice, coming to his side. He crouched before the oven. She peered over his shoulder. This is what comes of the oblivion of love, my boy. Paul was ruefully removing the loaves. My boy. One was burnt black on the hot side. Another was hard as a brick. Poor mater, said Paul. You want to grate it, said Beatrice. Fetch me the nutmeg grater. She arranged the bread in the oven. He brought the grater, and she grated the bread onto a newspaper on the table. He set the doors open to blow away the smell of burned bread. Beatrice grated away, puffing her cigarette, knocking the charcoal off the poor loaf. My word, Miriam, you're in for it this time, said Beatrice. Aye, exclaimed Miriam in amazement. You'd better be gone when his mother comes in. I know why King Alfred burned the cakes. Now I see it. Postal would fix up a tale about his work making him forget if he thought it would wash. If that old woman had come in a bit sooner, she'd have boxed the brazen thing's ears who made the oblivion instead of poor Alfred's. She giggled as she scraped the loaf. Even Miriam laughed in spite of herself. Paul mended the fire ruefully. The garden gate was heard to bang. "Quick!" cried Beatrice, giving Paul the scraped loaf. "Wrap it up in a damp towel." Paul disappeared into the scullery. Beatrice hastily blew her scrapings into the fire and sat down innocently. Annie came bursting in. She was an abrupt, quite smart young woman. She blinked in the strong light. "Smell of burning," she exclaimed. "It's the cigarettes," replied Beatrice demurely. "Where's Paul?" Leonard had followed Annie. He had a long comic face and blue eyes, very sad. "I suppose he's left you to settle it between you," he said. He nodded sympathetically to Miriam and became gently sarcastic to Beatrice. "No," said Beatrice, "he's gone off with number 9. I just met number 5 inquiring for him," said Leonard. "Yes, we're going to share him up like Solomon's baby," said Beatrice. Annie laughed. "Oh, aye," said Leonard. "And which bits should you have?" "I don't know," said Beatrice. I'll let all the others pick first. I'll you'd have the leavings, like," said Leonard, twisting up a comic face. Annie was looking in the oven. Miriam sat ignored. Paul entered. "This bread's a fine sight, our Paul," said Annie. "Then you should stop and look after it," said Paul. "You mean you should do what you're reckoning to do," replied Annie. "He should, shouldn't he?" cried Beatrice. "I think he got plenty on hand," said Leonard. "You had a nasty walk, didn't you, Miriam?" said Annie. "Yes, but I'd been in all week and you wanted a bit of a change, like," insinuated Leonard kindly. "Well, you can't be stuck in the house forever," Annie agreed. She was quite amiable. Beatrice pulled on her coat and went out with Leonard and Annie. She would meet her own boy. "Don't forget that bread, our Paul," cried Annie. "Good night, Miriam. I don't think it will rain." When they had all gone, Paul fetched the swayed loaf, unwrapped it, and surveyed it sadly. "It's a mess," he said. "But," answered Miriam impatiently, "what is it after all, tuppence ha'penny?" "Yes, but it's the mater's precious baking, and she'll take it to heart. However, it's no good bothering." He took the loaf back into the scullery. There was a little distance between him and Miriam. He stood balanced opposite her for some moments, considering, thinking of his behavior with Beatrice. He felt guilty inside himself, and yet glad. For some inscrutable reason, it served Miriam right. He was not going to repent. She wondered what he was thinking of as he stood suspended. His thick hair was tumbled over his forehead. Why might she not push it back for him and remove the marks of Beatrice's comb? Why might she not press his body with her 2 hands? It looked so firm, and every white living. And he would let other girls, why not her? Suddenly he started into life. It made her quiver almost with terror as he quickly pushed the hair off his forehead and came towards her. "8:30, he said. "We'd better buck up. Where's your French?" Miriam shyly and rather bitterly produced her exercise book. Every week she wrote for him a sort of diary of her inner life, in her own French. He had found this was the only way to get her to do compositions, and her diary was mostly a love letter. He would read it now. She felt as if her soul's history were going to be desecrated by him in his present mood. He sat beside her. She watched his hand, firm and warm, rigorously scoring her work. He was reading only the French, ignoring her soul that was there. But gradually his hand forgot its work. He read in silence, motionless. She quivered. "Ce matin les oiseaux m'ont he read. "If visait encore un crépuscule, mais la petite fenêtre de ma chambre de Bisen, et puis Jean, et puis étrit." Tous ces oiseaux du bois éclatèrent dans une chanson vive et sonnante. Tout est là d'arbitre sagesse, veuve dibouze. Et c'est que vous voyez oiseau, et c'est que vous voyez oiseau mévalent, et tout écho il a quelque chose de terreur dans l'éviante. Mais sous Dieu, il y a quelque chose de terreur dans l'église, et quasibis il est si clair. Miriam sat tremulous, half ashamed. He remained quite still, trying to understand. He only knew she loved him. He was afraid of her love for him. It was too good for him, and he was inadequate. His own love was at fault, not hers. Ashamed, he corrected her work, humbly writing above her words. Look, he said quietly, the past participle conjugated with avoir agrees with the direct object when it precedes. She bent forward, trying to see and to understand. Her free, fine curls tickled his face. He started as if they had been red hot, shuddering. He saw her peering forward at the page, her red lips parted piteously, the black hair springing in fine strands across her tawny, ruddy cheek. She was colored like a pomegranate for richness. His breath came short as he watched her. Suddenly she looked up at him. Her dark eyes were naked with their love, afraid and yearning. His eyes, too, were dark, and they hurt her. They seemed to master her. She lost all her self-control, was exposed in fear. And he knew, before he could kiss her, he must drive something out of himself. And a touch of hate for her crept back again into his heart. He returned to her exercise. Suddenly, he flung down the pencil and was at the oven in a leap, turning the bread. For Miriam, he was too quick. She started violently, and it hurt her with real pain. Even the way he crouched before the oven hurt her. There seemed to be something cruel in it. Something cruel in the swift way he pitched the bread out of the tins, caught it up again. If only he had been gentle in his movements, she would have felt so rich and warm. As it was, she was hurt. He returned and finished the exercise. "You've done well this week," he said. She saw he was flattered by her diary. It did not repay her entirely. "You really do blossom out sometimes," he said. "You ought to write poetry." She lifted her head with joy. Then she shook it mistrustfully. "I don't trust myself," she said. "You should try." Again she shook her head. "Shall we read? Or is it too late?" he asked. "It is late, but we can read just a little," she pleaded. She was really getting now the food for her life during the next week. He made her copy Baudelaire's The Balcon. Then he read it for her. His voice was soft and caressing, but growing almost brutal. He had a way of lifting his lips and showing his teeth passionately and bitterly when he was much moved. This he did now. It made Miriam feel as if he were trampling on her. She dared not look at him, but sat with her head bowed. She could not understand why he got into such a tumult and fury. It made her wretched. She did not like Baudelaire on the whole, nor Verlaine. Behold her singing in the field, yon solitary Highland lass. That nourished her heart. So did fair Ines, and it was a beauteous evening, calm and pure, and breathing holy quiet like a nun. These were like herself, and there was he saying in his throat bitterly, "Tout evre pelaras la beuche des caresses." The poem was finished. He took the bread out of the oven, arranging the burnt loaves at the bottom of the pension, the good ones at the top. The desiccated loaf remained swathed up in the scullery. "Mater needn't know till morning," he said. "It won't upset her so much then as at night." Miriam looked in the bookcase, saw what postcards and letters he had received, saw what books were there. She took one that had interested him. Then he turned down the gas, and they set off. He did not trouble to lock the door. He was not home again until 11:15. His mother was seated in the rocking chair. Annie, with a rope of hair hanging down her back, remained. Sitting on a low stool before the fire, her elbows on her knees, gloomily. On the table stood the offending loaf unswathed. Paul entered rather breathless. No one spoke. His mother was reading the little local newspaper. He took off his coat and went to sit down on the sofa. His mother moved curtly aside to let him pass. No one spoke. He was very uncomfortable. For some minutes he sat pretending to read a piece of paper he found on the table. "Then I forgot that bread, Mother," he said. There was no answer from either woman. "Well," he said, "it's only 2 pence halfpenny. I can pay you for that." Being angry, he put 3 pennies on the table and slid them towards his mother. She turned away her head. Her mouth was shut tightly. "Yes," said Annie, "you don't know how badly my mother is." The girl sat staring glumly into the fire. "Why is she badly?" asked Paul, in his overbearing way. "Well," said Annie, "she could scarcely get home." He looked closely at his mother. She looked ill. "Why could you scarcely get home?" he asked her, still sharply. She would not answer, still sharply. She would not answer. "I found her as white as a sheet sitting here," said Annie, with a suggestion of tears in her voice. "Well, why?" insisted Paul. His brows were knitting, his eyes dilating passionately. "It was enough to upset anybody," said Mrs. Morel, hugging those parcels. "Meat and green groceries and a pair of curtains." "Well, why did you hug them? You needn't have done." "Then who would?" "Let Annie fetch the meat." "Yes, and I would fetch the meat. But how was I to know? You were off with Miriam instead of being in when my mother came." "And what was the matter with you?" asked Paul of his mother. "I suppose it's my heart," she replied. Certainly she looked bluish round the mouth. "And have you felt it before?" "Yes, often enough." "Then why haven't you told me? And why haven't you seen a doctor?" Mrs. Morel shifted in her chair, angry with him for his hectoring. "You'd never notice anything," said Annie. "You're too eager to be off with Miriam." "Oh, am I in any worse than you with Leonard?" "I was in at 9:45. There was silence in the room for a time. "I should have thought," said Mrs. Morel bitterly, "that she wouldn't have occupied you so entirely as to burn a whole ovenful of bread." Beatrice was here as well as she. "Very likely, but we know why the bread is spoilt." "Why?" he flashed. "Because you were engrossed with Miriam," replied Mrs. Morel hotly. "Oh, very well, then it was not," he replied angrily. He was distressed and wretched. Seizing a paper, he began to read. Annie, her blouse unfastened, her long ropes of hair twisted into a plait, went up to bed, bidding him a very curt good night. Paul sat pretending to read. He knew his mother wanted to upbraid him. He also wanted to know what had made her ill, for he was troubled. So, instead of running away to bed, as he would have liked to do, he sat and waited. There was a tense silence. The clock ticked loudly. "You'd better go to bed before your father comes in," said the mother harshly. "And if you're going to have anything to eat, you'd better get it." "I don't want anything." It was his mother's custom to bring him some trifle for supper on Friday night, the night of luxury for the colliers. He was too angry to go and find it in the pantry this night. This insulted her. "If I wanted you to go to Selby on Friday night, I can imagine the scene," said Mrs. Morel. "But you're never too tired to go if she will come for you." "Nay, you neither want to eat nor drink then." "I can't let her go alone." "Can't you? And why does she come?" "Not because I ask her. She doesn't come without. You want her. Well, what if I do want her?" he replied. "Why, nothing, if it was sensible or reasonable. But to go trapsing up there miles and miles in the mud, coming home at midnight, and got to go to Nottingham in the morning. If I hadn't, you'd be just the same." "Yes, I should, because there's no sense in it." "Is she so fascinating that you must follow her all that way?" Mrs. Morel was bitterly sarcastic. She sat still with averted face, stroking with a rhythmic, jerked movement the black sateen of her apron. It was a movement that hurt Paul to see. "I do like her," he said, "but Like her, said Mrs. Morel in the same biting tones. It seems to me you like nothing and nobody else. There's neither Annie nor me nor anyone now for you. What nonsense, Mother. You know I don't love her. I tell you I don't love her. She doesn't even walk with my arm because I don't want her to. Then why do you fly to her so often? I do like to talk to her. I never said I didn't, but I don't love her. Is there nobody else to talk to? Not about the things we talk of. There's a lot of things that you're not interested in. That what things? Mrs. Morel was so intense that Paul began to pant. Why painting and books? You don't care about Herbert Spencer? No, was the sad reply, and you won't at my age. Well, but I do now, and Miriam does, and how do you know, Mrs. Morel flashed defiantly, that I shouldn't? Do you ever try me? But you don't, Mother. You know you don't care whether a picture's decorative or not. You don't care what manner it is in. How do you know I don't care? Do you ever try me? Do you ever talk to me about these things to try? But it's not that matters to you, Mother. You know it's not. What is it then, what is it then, what is it then that matters to me? She flashed. He knitted his brows with pain. You're old, Mother, and we're young. He only meant that the interests of her age were not the interests of his. But he realized the moment he had spoken that he had said the wrong thing. Yes, I know it well, I am old. And therefore I may stand aside. I have nothing more to do with you. You only want me to wait on you. The rest is for Miriam. He could not bear it. Instinctively he realized that he was life to her. And after all, she was the chief thing to him, the only supreme thing. You know it isn't, Mother. You know it isn't. She was moved to pity by his cry. It looks a great deal like it, she said, half putting aside her despair. No, Mother, I really don't love her. I talk to her, but I want to come home to you. He had taken off his collar and tie, and rose, bare-throated, to go to bed. As he stooped to kiss his mother, she threw her arms round his neck, hid her face on his shoulder, and cried, in a whimpering voice so unlike her own that he writhed in agony, I can't bear it. I could let another woman, but not her. She'd leave me no room. Not a bit of room. And immediately he hated Miriam bitterly. And I've never, you know, Paul, I've never had a husband, not really. He stroked his mother's hair, and his mouth was on her throat. And she exults so in taking you from me. She's not like ordinary girls. Well, I don't love her, Mother, he murmured, bowing his head and hiding his eyes on her shoulder in misery. His mother kissed him, a long, fervent kiss. My boy, she said, in a voice trembling with passionate love. Without knowing, he gently stroked her face. There, said his mother, now go to bed. You'll be so tired in the morning. As she was speaking, she heard her husband coming. There's your father now, go. Suddenly she looked at him almost as if in fear. Perhaps I'm selfish. If you want her, take her, my boy. His mother looked so strange. Paul kissed her, trembling. Huh, Mother, he said softly. Morel came in, walking unevenly. His hat was over one corner of his eye. He balanced in the doorway. At your mischief again, he said venomously. Mrs. Morel's emotion turned into sudden hate of the drunkard who had come in thus upon her. At any rate, it is sober, she said. I'm hum, he sneered. He went into the passage, hung up his hat and coat. Then they heard him go down 3 steps to the pantry. He returned with a piece of pork pie in his fist. It was what Mrs. Morel had bought for her son. Nor was that bought for you. If you can give me no more than 25 shillings, I'm sure I'm not going to buy you pork pie to stuff after you swilled a bellyful of beer. Wah, snarled Morel, toppling in his balance. Wah, not for me. He looked at the piece of meat and crust, and suddenly, in a vicious spurt of temper, flung it into the fire. Paul started to his feet. Waste your own stuff, he cried. What? Your own stuff, he cried. What? Suddenly shouted Morel, jumping up and clenching his fist. I'll show you're young jockey. All right, said Paul viciously, putting his head on one side. Show me. He would at that moment dearly have loved to have a smack at something. Morel was half crouching, fists up, ready to spring. The young man stood, smiling with his lips. Show, hissed the father, swiping round with a great stroke just past his son's face. He dared not, even though so close, really touch the young man, but swerved an inch away. Right, said Paul, his eyes upon the side of his father's mouth, where in another instant his fist would have hit. He ached for that stroke, but he heard a faint moan from behind. His mother was deadly pale and dark at the mouth. Morel was dancing up to deliver another blow. Father, said Paul, so that the word rang. Morel started and stood at attention. Mother, moaned the boy. Mother! She began to struggle with herself. Her open eyes watched him, although she could not move. Gradually she was coming to herself. He laid her down on the sofa and ran upstairs for a little whiskey, which at last she could sip. The tears were hopping down his face. As he kneeled in front of her, he did not cry, but the tears ran down his face quickly. Morel, on the opposite side of the room, sat with his elbows on his knees glaring across. What's the matter with her? He asked. Faint, replied Paul. The elderly man began to unlace his boots. He stumbled off to bed. His last fight was fought in that home. Paul kneeled there, stroking his mother's hand. Don't be poorly, mother, don't be poorly, he said, time after time. It's nothing, my boy, she murmured. At last he rose, fetched in the large piece of coal, and raked the fire. Then he cleared the room, put everything straight, laid the things for breakfast, and brought his mother's candle. Can you go to bed, mother? Yes, I'll come. Sleep with Annie, mother, not with him. No. I'll sleep in my own bed. Don't sleep with him, mother. I'll sleep in my own bed. She rose, and he turned out the gas, then followed her closely upstairs, carrying her candle. On the landing he kissed her close. Good night, mother. Good night. Good night, she said. He pressed his face upon the pillow in a fury of misery, and yet, somewhere in his soul, he was at peace because he still loved his mother best. It was the bitter peace of resignation. The efforts of his father to conciliate him next day were a great humiliation to him. Everybody tried to forget the scene. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.